The story begins with Dodd glancing out the window and feigning thought. According to the butterfly effect, humanity's fate can change from a single simple choice. In other words, it's like a nodule phenomenon. At least to me it is, because up to now I've made quite a few regrettable choices. Just as he thought this, a girl's voice outside suddenly startled Dodd. Honey, honey, can you hear me? I knew you were in there, so I came. You'd better open the door. I asked Ophelia, the guild housekeeper. She said you don't have any classes today. Are you planning to ignore me forever? Turning toward Dodd and hearing the familiar voice, his face drained as if he were about to die, sweat poured out and he screamed inwardly. There was no stalker like her. Then, as if to prove Dodd's thoughts, the girl outside thrust a sword straight through the door, as if trying to break in. Then I'll make my own way in, she said calmly. Dodd cursed her silently, that crazy woman. Thinking that, he hurriedly reached out and shouted to stop her. You can't do that, it's against the rules. The student council president is the one who administers punishment for rule breakers. In response, his girlfriend revealed a shocking fact. Unfortunately for him, she was the student council president. No sooner had the words fallen than the door itself split into pieces and shattered into fragments. Then the unfamiliar girl stepped into the room and scolded. Lately you've been avoiding me a lot, exactly 32 times. You even kept count, Dodd grumbled. But the unfamiliar girl paid no mind and calmly made a proposal to the protagonist. I have a question for you. Dodd Campbell, will you marry me? The line came from a girl dressed in something like a uniform with a long sword at her hip. Before the protagonist could answer, another girl's voice sounded beside him. What are you saying, Princess Tristan? I didn't expect you'd go for a taken pot. Is that how your family behaves? These words came from a purple-haired girl sitting by the window who also had a pair of animal ears on her head. Seeing her, Tristan's expression turned serious and her voice cold. Isn't that too flashy a target for an assassin? There will be many witnesses. In reply, Siraj stuck out her tongue playfully. Killing all the witnesses is my motto, princess. Down below, Dodd blinked and quickly interjected, wait, I'm extremely uncomfortable right now. I haven't even thought about marriage. No sooner had he spoken than his roof was blown apart, and a blue-haired girl landed inside. Seeing her appear, Dodd involuntarily called out, Rur. And sure enough, Ruru had the same goal as the others. She turned to Dodd excitedly and said, live with me, Dodd. The wedding preparations are done, only you're missing. Hearing this, a black-haired girl suddenly appeared with a murderous glare and swung a chain at Ruru. How rude. What do you usually do to let half-baked women surround you like this? As your fiancé, I won't let this pass. No sooner had she spoken than a red-haired girl rode in on her flaming broom. Can you all shut up? The jealous women, Dodd Campbell is mine. And so, all the girls glared at one another with burning eyes. They all knew the other wouldn't let Dodd go easily. Without a moment's hesitation, they all charged at each other at once, and Dodd was caught in the middle of the chaos. He could only scream in despair. Why are you all babbling to each other on your own? So how did this all happen? Let's see. It was the survival game that put me in this situation. It's called Savior Rising, or SARI for short, a fresh academy story aimed at spirited youth. It has a bit of a Precious World vibe, but the characters are familiar and stable. When I cleared the game and saw the ending, I found it quite fun and a little rewarding. But the next day I was sucked into the game. Sound plausible, right? Hey, it's not like I cursed the game and some divine developer targeted me, right? I wasn't even attached to the protagonist. Anyway, I ended up inhabiting the character Dodd Campbell. He doesn't have any power at all and is merely the heir of an obscure viscount. He's just a third-rate background character in that world. Agriculture is the main economy of the Campbell Viscountcy. Also, there are no dungeons there like the ones scattered across the empire. It's barely mentioned in Sari's main storyline. So the news that a Viscount's son was entering the Royal Academy became a sensational story. On the day Dodd was about to depart for the academy, his father and all the people of the Viscountcy came to send him off with unimaginable joy. His father couldn't hold back his emotion. Finally, you're leaving. Dodd, you are the pride of our Viscountcy. Take care and don't cause trouble. Elefante gathers the descendants of every noble in the empire. The best thing you, a Viscount's son, can do is not attract attention, understand? His father's overly thorough reminder made Dodd give an awkward laugh. Haha, I told you I understand. Then he checked his status panel. Status info: Dodd Campbell. Strength low, agility low, stamina low, luck low, authority low, skill info none, mastery info none. No special talents, no unique gifts. Staring at his pathetic status panel, sweat poured from Dodd's face. He didn't know how he could safely graduate from the academy with such weak stats. Everything was low. Even I, a seasoned player, had never seen starting stats this bad. The system's main task for Dodd was to enroll in the academy and be assigned to a class. According to the game system, ignoring the task ends the game. Because the Elefante Academy I'm about to enter will fall into chaos from the villain's brutality. I absolutely won't do anything that could threaten my life. Thinking that, Dodd gave his father a look full of confidence. Don't worry, I'll do my best not to attract anyone's attention. I won't entertain any grand dreams of raising the Viscountcy's fame. I'll keep my grades below average. With that, he said his goodbyes and boarded the train to the Royal Academy. But fate seemed to be toying with him. The events never went smoothly as he wanted. Isn't the heroine supposed to handle everything herself? Not attracting attention is what a true loner should do. My academy life officially began, so why was I on the same train as her right from the start? Before Dodd sat a stunningly beautiful girl with silver hair. She spent the train ride reading a book and sipping tea, but don't be fooled by that beautiful appearance. From my gaming experience, I knew exactly who she was. She was Elnor Aranariz La Tristan, the bloodthirsty, corpse-burying final boss of that world. In the scenarios, she and the protagonist repeatedly clashed and gradually lost their minds. The dormant existence of the Grey Demon eventually consumed Elnor's body and turned her into the final boss. No one but the protagonist completed that final development capable of confronting her. Opposite him, Elnor, still engrossed in her book, seemed to sense Dodd's starring and called out, "Do you need to see a doctor?" His face didn't look well. Hearing that, Dodd saw the female antagonist notice him. His face went pale and he hurriedly waved his hand. "Ah no, I'm fine." Elnor continued speaking, though her eyes never left the book. "My choice to sit here instead of first class was deliberate to show that our ducal family is a high-ranking noble house. Sorry for making you worry. Anyone who shares a carriage with me has that expression." Her voice was a bit cold but gave Dodd a strangely different feeling. He thought to himself that she was nothing like he remembered. Keywords used to describe Elnor were perfection-seeking and bold. So what did this sensitive side of hers mean? From Elnor's viewpoint, seeing Dodd not answer, she prompted again, "Why aren't you answering? Are you curious about something else?" In reply, Dodd awkwardly scratched his head. "Oh no, it's nothing, you're really kind." Hearing that, Elnor paused her reading, looked at Dodd and asked, "Kind, are you hearing something or have we met before?" Faced with this, Dodd immediately became flustered. He cursed himself silently and hurriedly explained, "Oh no, I just heard you're quite strict." Seeing his flustered state, Elnor sighed and returned her attention to the book. "You really are a strange one." At her words, Dodd could only force a crooked smile. "Yes, I've heard that a lot, heh heh." After saying that, he began to pray silently. "I'm just an extra, don't get involved, don't involve me. I should stay quiet and stare out the window." Come to think of it, the scenery looked magnificent. There was even a boulder rolling toward us. Thinking that, Dodd seemed to snap awake. His eyes bulged out, and the giant rock was already flying toward the window. With no other way to protect himself, Dodd immediately turned to beg Elnor, "Student Council President, forgive me." Saying that, he reached toward her. A second later, the giant rock slammed into the carriage, causing a massive explosion. Clouds of smoke billowed straight up. Yet despite the sudden accident, Dodd and Elnor remained safe, because they were currently protected by some kind of necklace. Dodd realized this, so he lunged and clung to Elnor to get inside the necklace's protective rain. Elnor always carried that, an identification and crafting armor for a mature skeleton. "With all stats being low, I wouldn't survive." Dodd clenched his teeth and silently awaited the shock of the blast to pass. Only when Elnor's prompting voice sounded did he regain himself. "Are you okay? Can you sit up? It's heavy." Her words made Dodd startle and realize his face was buried in her ample chest. He blushed and hurriedly sat up, stammering, "I'm sorry." Before Dodd could finish, Elnor cut him off. "It's fine, you did that to save me. This is the first time a man has approached me so boldly. But thanks, I get your meaning, so don't apologize." Elnor's words made Dodd's face flush with shame because she had completely misunderstood. Mr. Dodd had dived at her only to benefit from the armor. She didn't know his true intention. Elnor sat up, adjusted her hair, and asked his name. From the protagonist's perspective, at that question he felt a sudden unease, as if answering would mean running into her all the time. What should I say? If I tell her, what will she do to me? After thinking that, he nevertheless gave his full name, Dodd Campbell. Elnor nodded. "All right, I won't forget this. I'll repay you later." No sooner had the villainess spoken than Dodd received a system notification. "You have attracted the attention of a villainous character. Conditions for receiving a special gift have been met. You have acquired the skills Desperate Survival and Lethal Charm." Seeing that message, Dodd's face went completely dumbfounded. Time passed quickly, and now a team of medics had arrived at the site of the train accident to treat the injured. Was it because this train came from Alphonte? Thanks to special security measures, casualties were few. Those who had been checked were now able to go. Next, Dodd sat back in the carriage to continue his journey. While traveling, he took the chance to check the system notifications about the special gifts. The first gift, Linked Fate. When you receive more attention from those with villainous traits, you will receive various rewards. This system message made Dodd stroke his chin and brood. No wonder he couldn't discover the activation conditions back in his lackluster domain. Not to mention villainous traits in that carefree land. Finding even a neutral person was difficult. No wonder this gift had never been triggered. Should I check what I just received? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Dodd quickly inspected his new acquisition. First was Desperate Survival, rank unknown. Your stats increase when you enter dangerous situations. The effect scales with the level of danger. The next skill was Lethal Charm, rank unknown. It makes it easy to attract the attention of those with villainous traits. The more extreme the situation, the stronger the effect. Dodd felt conflicted about the two, relieved and worried. Desperate Survival would surely be useful in combat and help him survive. But on the other hand, Lethal Charm, could I really have something like that? Villainous traits. Villainous characters in the game included a warrior crazed by battle, a berserk sword god, one who cleaved anyone daring to enter a 3-step radius. A bloodthirsty assassin would kill anyone for the right price. A mage prodigy who had lost all sense of the world. They were all just troublemakers. But now, whatever right. What mattered was that I got a skill to help me survive. Strangely, the skill ranks were recorded as unknown. Even as an SR-ranked veteran, I had never seen that before. What could it mean? Across from him, the doctor, seeing Dodd's face flicker with emotion, asked with concern, "Hey, are you all right? Should I do another psychological evaluation?" "Oh no, I'm fine," Dodd replied hastily. Time passed quickly like that. The carriage had brought Dodd straight to Alphonte Academy. Cut to a large plaza inside the academy. At this moment, a professor's voice rang out as the freshmen gathered. Although the unfortunate incident occurred, I thank you all for arriving safely. This year's freshmen are truly impressive. Back to Dodd, he paid no mind to the professor's speech. Instead, he was recalling his conversation with the doctor in the carriage. The doctor had asked, but you're just the son of an obscure viscount with no connections, right? I was also a former student of Elfonte and come from an obscure noble family. The Tristan domain has many enemies. You'd better stay away from her from now on. If you stick around that group of high nobles, you'll get into trouble. I'll remember, Dodd replied. At that moment, the system issued a reminder related to Elnor. Only 2 days remained until the first stage faith event. Thinking that, Dodd let out a dismal sigh. Don't kid yourself, whether I want it or not, I'm involved with her now. At this academy where whispers run rampant, it's nothing compared to her being a candidate to become the final boss. Just standing next to her is like signing your own death warrant. Before Dodd could think much longer, a loud shout rang out ahead. Dodd Campbell, you bastard, why are you spacing out? Hearing that, Dodd snapped out of his spiraling thoughts and looked toward the source of the voice. A few students were looking at him with teasing eyes. Heh, look at that country bumpkin, everyone else has paired up already, only you're left. Your opponent gets auto-assigned. The brown-haired guy said this while pointing at Dodd. Seeing that, Dodd hurriedly ran down and muttered a curse at himself. Right after the opening ceremony, the combat trials start immediately. Scratching his head, Dodd asked, "Excuse me, who am I paired with?" He said it calmly, but inside he was freaking out. He understood that if everyone else had chosen opponents, the leftover must be the strongest. Sure enough, a girl with orange hair extended a hand and introduced herself. "Hi, do you need a hand?" Looking at her beautiful face and bright smile, Dodd couldn't bring himself to smile when he realized who stood before him. She was the greatest genius in the world. In the future, she would become the savior. This is the protagonist of Savior Rising. Dodd could only reach out to her, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Am I doomed? He wondered. Time passed quickly, scene cut to the office of a female professor. Her colleagues were complaining, Count Christ just arrived, Viscount Galantes is here too, when will Miss Tristan show up? Not to mention them, the female professor was beside herself. Has she lost her mind? The one-on-one qualifiers are underway, how can she possibly be late? As she thought that, as if answering her wish, the sound of footsteps echoed ahead. Everyone turned to the noise and saw Elnor's figure, covered in blood, strolling forward. Her appearance startled everyone. The professor immediately demanded, I have a lot to ask you. Where the hell have you been? Elnor replied that she had been busy dealing with something, but just looking at her made it clear that something was no small matter. The professor sighed and signaled to her colleagues, sorry, but she and I have some matters to settle first. Once everyone else left the room, the professor asked, did anyone die? Not many, maybe around a dozen. Elnor shrugged and explained they were there to carry out a botched assassination. They rolled a huge boulder toward the Academy's train and tried to make it look like an accident. I found out who they were and happened to be nearby, so I dealt with them. Hearing this, the professor advised her to let the school handle it. Before the professor could finish, Elnor turned and retorted, you expect me to be fair and perfect to everyone, to forgive those who tried to kill me. Across from her, seeing Elnor's resolute expression, the professor gave up on lecturing. Fine, but change your clothes first. The one-on-one qualifiers are still going on. If you go now, you'll meet Elijah, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Elijah Chrysanax and Dodd Campbell. What the hell is this? The professor stammered, unable to pronounce the protagonist's name correctly. But the name sounded vaguely familiar to Elnor. She blurted out, Dodd Campbell. Hearing this, the professor was surprised and asked, oh, it's him. How do you know him? The professor asked. He doesn't seem to stand out at all. For Elnor, an image of the protagonist looking awkward began to form in her mind. She unconsciously let out a small smile and whispered that the guy was rather odd. Back with Dodd, he trembled as he gripped the wooden sword in his hands. As everyone watched his shaking form, they jeered and gossiped. Jump in, you rustic pumpkin, how many moves can he even do? Monkey tricks. He's lucky he isn't injured. Ignoring their words, Dodd understood how dire his situation was. His stats were terrible. If he took a hit from her, he might be done for. So this might actually work to my advantage. It's definitely a dangerous situation. Right, I have nothing left to lose. I'm sure the villains I'll face are among these people. If I don't die, at least I can draw their attention with my information edge and these boosted stats. Maybe I'll survive, Dodd thought to himself. Meanwhile, across from him, Elijah saw the protagonist's tense, sweating face and anxiously said, hey, be honest with me, you're actually really weak, aren't you? I was right. I was about to beat you senseless earlier, but if that's the case, never mind. Hearing this from the swordswoman, Dodd curiously asked, beat me senseless? Me, why would you do that? Elijah's slightly annoyed face answered, you're the one who came with that girl Elnor, right? I hate her, not just her, I hate the Tristan family, they're all demons. Back in Dodd's viewpoint, he now understood everything. She actually said that she's bold. Although she couldn't articulate it, the story implied she opposed the Tristan family on many issues. I get it, because of the family's scandals. Thinking that, Dodd explained, I was just in the same place as her. Facing Elijah, she wouldn't accept the explanation. But you still remind me of her face. You annoy me, so I'll hurt you. But should we pretend to fight each other? Hearing that, our protagonist could only sigh bitterly. Honestly, that offer did sound tempting. But if I don't get stronger, within 2 days my life will be in danger. The only way to survive is to make the people here notice me. Thinking this, though terrified, Dodd tried to calm his trembling body and forced himself to say, I can give it my all against you. Actually, I rather like her. The moment Dodd said this, Elijah's face darkened. The atmosphere around her seemed to shift. Elijah tightened her grip on the wooden sword and coldly asked the protagonist, "Are you serious?" "Of course I'm serious, but if I really want you to fight at full strength, this is the only way." Dodd screamed inside and reaffirmed it, just as if he hated her. At the same time, the system issued a reminder, "Deadly Charm activated. You are increasingly attracting villains and have added a reward to your gift bar." Back to Elijah, upon hearing Dodd, she decided not to hold back. "Is that so? Then I won't feel remorseful." Saying that, she pushed off with both legs and lunged forward like an arrow through the wind, bringing her sword down in a blinding swing. At that speed, her attack immediately cleaved Dodd's wooden sword in two. Luckily, he had kept his eyes wide to watch Elijah's movement, so he was able to jerk his head back and narrowly dodge. Although Dodd still couldn't hide the panic on his face, his evasion surprised Elijah a little. "Oh, you dodged that, so you're not exactly weak after all. Then I'll go a bit harder." Saying that, the swordswoman Elijah took up an attacking stance again. This time, she was obviously more serious. Just looking at the way she held her sword made Dodd's hair stand on end. A string of glaring red system alerts kept warning Dodd that he was in a dangerous situation. Danger, not life-threatening. Activate desperate plea for survival notification just appeared, and Dodd felt an invisible surge of power well up inside him. Then, as a natural reflex, he unconsciously thrust a punch straight forward, and it happened to hit Elijah in the face. The result was a punch rated rank X, the highest rank. Elijah's body flew backward like a cannonball, and slammed into the wall, the impact causing a massive explosion. This left Dodd and all the other freshmen staring in wide-eyed shock. Dodd Campbell, whose stats were all at rock bottom on his first day at Elefante Academy, had just defeated the protagonist of this world. As a consequence, the Academy's professors immediately called an emergency meeting. In the meeting, a green-haired professor spoke up. "The first possibility is that this brat Dodd is hiding his cards." At that, a teasing voice rang out. He changed his tune about him quickly. Conrad." Professor Conrad replied calmly rather than angrily. "Anyway, none of this adds up. Everyone here is knowledgeable. Surely they know he had no combat skill or strength before the duel. But that strike packed a punch." "What do you mean by packed a punch?" a professor opposite asked. Conrad fell silent for 2 seconds and then elaborated. "I mean not only Elijah Chrysanax. No one could have come out unscathed from that blow. First, I estimate the chance he defeated future warrior Elijah Chrysanax is 0. But by some banned substance or tool, by some method, he temporarily increased his strength. The remaining possibility is that he truly is a prodigy." His words rendered the other professors in the meeting silent, unable to reply. After a dozen or so seconds, a beautiful blue-haired female professor adjusted her glasses and shook her head. "But his victory is really hard to accept. Kendrid, the border marquis and Elijah's patron, won't sit idly by. But if we ignore a student with such great potential, it would be a huge loss for our academy. Soon we'll know whether he's a fraud or not, so let's wait and see what comes to light." Her remark made the green-haired Conrad frown in confusion and ask what she meant. The female professor replied calmly, "This year's incoming class has many interesting students. Some are so unique we must treat them specially. If this student truly is as special as you say, I'm sure he'll find a place among this year's new intake." Thus, Dodd defeating Elijah with a single blow sparked a huge uproar and even made the breaking news. All eyes turned to him. Dodd Campbell, who exactly is he? Maybe he's the son of the Imperial Knight Commander, or perhaps the greatest talent ever at the Academy. A new star shockingly collapsing right after enrollment. Looking at the paper in his hands, Dodd sighed as if facing death. "The news from where I came from and in this game, are they for real?" He tossed the newspaper aside and checked the system notification related to the character info gift for Elnor Aranariz La Tristan. Trust level 1 rose to trust level 2. Reward available, character event D1 from Baron Lupin, curiosity level 1 plus 50 points. Baron interest level 3 plus 140 points. Reading these notifications, Dodd quickly pieced a few things together. So curiosity rises to liking, then to trust, and I can spend the points in the point shop. The most curious person is Elnor, but why the final boss? Someone who shouldn't be interested in me is this intrigue. Despite his protests, Dodd immediately claimed the reward. Receiving Elnor's gift granted him the Tristan clan's swordsmanship trait. The unexpectedly good reward made Dodd's eyes widen. A clan famous for swordsmanship, let's see, their clan is tied to demons, but screw it. After that, he noticed Elijah now had curiosity level 4 about him. However, he couldn't claim a reward yet. Why am I here with them? Rewards are only for villains who have a positive interest in you. She's not a villain and doesn't have a positive interest in me. Just as he thought that and hadn't had time to study it further, a knock on the door from outside made him startle and turn around. Next, a familiar voice called out, "Is this Dodd Campbell's room?" "It's me, Elijah Chrysanax, can I come in?" Back in Dodd's view, he had sworn not to get involved with main characters or antagonists. So when this heroine approached, his face went pale. He bit his lips and wondered why she was here. Would she leave if he didn't answer? Outside, as if reading his thoughts, Elijah said, "Hey, I know you're in there. If you don't answer, I'll break this door down." Her threat made Dodd shout back, "Are you crazy?" Outside, hearing Dodd reply, Elijah softened her voice. "You're in there. Can you open the door?" "I have something to tell you. What is it?" Dodd stammered. "Oh, just things so we can get to know each other better," Elijah answered. Time passed quickly. Elijah the swordswoman paced the corridor, then sighed and muttered, He should have agreed. Why get so tense? What's his problem? I don't know how to make friends with boys. The thought made Elijah a little frustrated. And while not paying attention, she seemed to bump into someone, causing the food bag the other person held to fall to the ground. Oh, you should watch where you're going, the person opposite scolded, and Elijah hurriedly helped pick up the food bag. But when she looked up and realized she had bumped into Elnor, Elijah froze. An image formed in her mind of a blonde-haired boy standing on a sea of flames, telling her to run. Looking at Elnor, Elijah began trembling uncontrollably. Her hand gripping the food bag tightened until the veins stood out. I'm fine, Elijah replied hesitantly and loosened her grip on the sword's hilt. I grabbed the sword out of instinct. Elijah worriedly watched Elnor, wondering silently whether she could defeat her in her current state. Elnor Tristan, she must have seen my hand right, but why hasn't she thought to respond to it? Does that imply she doesn't even need to react to me anymore? Across from her, Elnor indeed paid no mind. Instead, she reached forward and demanded, give it back, hand it over. In response, Elijah's trembling hand returned the food bag to Elnor, while wondering inwardly, Dodd, how could he be connected to this girl? After returning the item, the two of them brushed past each other. As they walked, Elijah said the right corridor leads to Dodd Campbell's room. Hearing this, Elnor stopped and called out, wait a moment. Hearing the question, Elijah looked slightly surprised and casually said, I've been with him this whole time. Why? Elnor's face darkened at Elijah's answer as she asked, for what reason? Elnor's attitude shifted so quickly that Elijah was a bit puzzled. Why was she so hostile? Elijah scratched her head and said, just to make friends. Among the new students, I just want to make friends. Before the swordswoman could say another word, Elnor glared at her and warned coldly, new students are forbidden from socializing with the opposite sex. Forbidden? Elijah asked in confusion. Before she could finish, a red gleam appeared in Elnor's eyes as she said, I've just established one of those. So from now on, you must not set foot near his room. Elnor's uncompromising words made Elijah smell something suspicious. Excuse me, but what is your relationship with him? The council president asked. Elnor turned away nonchalantly and added, he's nothing to me. Still, remember what I just told you. Back in her thoughts, Elijah grew more suspicious the more Elnor spoke. There's something between those two, though it's just for gathering information, I should still keep befriending him. Time passed quickly, cutting to some massive building. Today, countless freshmen had gathered because it was the day of Alfonte Academy's class cooperation exam. This test is designed to thoroughly analyze every aspect of students. Pupils are divided into teams after one-on-one matches, and because I defeated that warrior candidate, I was placed into the highest level group. Everyone looked incredibly proud, except for me. I felt worried. The biggest problem is that girl. I rejected her yesterday, and now she's on my team. That's painful. Thinking that, Dodd spat and glanced at the system screen beside him. Elijah's curiosity level toward him had reached 5, but he still couldn't claim the reward. Near an interest level change for an important character, a special event will trigger when the interest state shifts. Seeing that, the protagonist could only force a goofy smile. Haha, she increased her interest in me again. What's going on? Thinking back to the letter and food last night, does that mean someone is watching me? Why is all this happening to me? But whatever, focus on the exam. Maybe not too much will happen this time. After all, it's part of the main arc. At the front of the group, Student Council President Elnor crossed her arms and announced, hello everyone, I'm Elnor. I am in charge of this exam. Her appearance startled the protagonist. What? No way, it's a coincidence. Elnor's event is indeed today, but is she really in charge of us? It would be stranger if nothing happened during the exam. As for why Elnor was assigned to supervise Dodd's group, the strongest group, that was also because of Dodd. In the professors' meeting the previous day, they agreed that if Dodd truly was a talent capable of subduing the warrior candidate, they eagerly wanted to see his performance in the class cooperation exam. Let the student council president proctor the exam as a precaution. Back in the present, the swordswoman Elnor turned and reminded them, first, move to the testing area, we'll receive the questions there. With that, the group filed into the testing building one after another. But not long after they started, the hallway suddenly went pitch black. Wow, this place looks cool, someone exclaimed as the lights had just gone out. Seeing this, the swordswoman Elijah involuntarily turned to Elnor beside her. She said she would receive the questions after we arrived here, right? So is this also part of the test? Hearing the question, Elnor only fell silent, scanning the surroundings without saying a word. As for Dodd, he was the clearest about the current situation. The system had just sent him a notification. The Elnor event was now active. Event: the next assassination, surviving assassins are still targeting her, protect this target. Reading the notice, Dodd could only sigh gloomily. This is a trap, not a test anymore. Up ahead, a few students nervously told each other they'd handle it, not to worry, and that they should move on. Who knows what could happen here? Back with Dodd, he glanced around and realized something. Wait, looking again, these people are all members of the protagonist's party. If I remember the plot correctly, this is where they first met. So the people in this room are quite important to the story. Thinking that, a spark lit in Dodd's mind. He immediately pointed at the map carved on the wall and voiced his thought. I think heading to the central hall would be best. There should be equipment and supplies there. More importantly, it's a spacious area where defending against ambushes would be far easier than in these narrow corridors. You must have felt it too. President and Elijah were not the only ones here, and I'm going over there. As he spoke, Dodd pointed in a different direction. This made Elijah curious and she asked, why? Because it's necessary, Dodd answered. Elijah still didn't fully understand his intent and reminded him why that way. That route is completely away from the central hall. Dodd replied with a very serious face. I can't say, but this is very important. I'll explain clearly later. Yes, very important. I wasn't lying to them. What's more important than saving my own skin, right? With that, though, the others didn't grasp the protagonist's true intentions. The group quickly split up. Elnor's team moved to the main hall while Dodd took a completely different route. In the quiet corridor, Dodd exhaled softly. This has to work. It seemed that defeating Elijah had made his words more believable. I just need to hide until the event ends. After all, the assassination target this time is Elnor, so they definitely won't pay attention to me. I'll just find a corner and sit quietly until it's over. That was what Dodd thought, but if things always went his way, it wouldn't be fun. Suddenly a voice sounded behind him. I'm here to fix the electricity. Can you guide me? My eyes aren't good in the dark. Hearing that, Dodd cast a slight glance at the man and the system immediately warned him. Danger detected. Back with Elnor's group, they had reached the large hall area. By now, all the freshmen in the group had sensed the presence of assassins hiding in the darkness. Then a girl dressed like a cleric in the group anxiously asked, Elijah, do you think Dodd will be okay on his own? What if something happens? Elijah, fully trusting Dodd's plan, replied confidently, even if he's scheming something, he must have a plan. Besides, it seems something is about to happen to us anyway. Back at Dodd's position, he was leading the stranger behind him. As they walked, the assassin thought the vanguard was wiped out by that cunning woman. But that would only be the case if we weren't here. Even this guy was easily deceived. A professional assassin like me can assess someone's skill just by watching their movement. This guy is a complete amateur. I can toy with him before finishing him off. I'll take over his body and eliminate Miss Tristan. Thinking that, the assassin gave up pretending to be Dodd. He tore away his disguise to reveal a completely different face, drew a sharp, short sword, and said coldly to the protagonist, well done, it's time I reward you. Turning toward Dodd's corner, after seeing the assassin's true face, he breathed a sigh of relief. All his worries seemed to lift. Phew, thank the gods, just as I thought, it's you, Hazem. If the opponent had been a bit stronger, I might have been in danger. I'm truly relieved. Your swagger still looks like the same guy I remember. Desperate survival, rank A. Opposite him, seeing Dodd so unfazed, the assassin felt a flash of anger. What the hell is he saying? I'm speechless. Still, he's just weak. I'll kill him at once. No sooner thought than done, the assassin lunged forward. Meanwhile, Dodd gripped a staff tightly. The duel between them officially began. Cut to Elnor's group's location. Their battle with the assassins was underway. More accurately, the assassins were being beaten to pulp. Each assassin's body was slammed into the walls. Magic, sword techniques, and spells were being used everywhere. Cries of pain and moans echoed from the assassins, as they couldn't stand against the students' overwhelming power. What is this? They're weaker than I thought, a red-haired student said. Elsewhere, the swordswoman Elijah called orders, Falkas, freeze them in place. She then glanced over at Elnor. With a single swing of her sword, she could easily send 4 assassins flying into the wall before her. The strike was so powerful that when their bodies hit the wall, it left large gouges. Next, Elnor drove her sword into an assassin's arm and interrogated him. Besides you were others sent. If you don't answer, I'll break your neck. As she spoke, she twisted the blade, opening the assassin's wound. He screamed in agony. Unable to bear the pain, the assassin spat out everything. After hearing that, Elnor asked again, you mean Hazem of the Crescent Moon? Is he in this building or nearby? In response, the assassin, not yet sufficiently broken, still blustered and refused to answer. I won't tell you. No sooner had he spoken than Elnor stomped his face into the floor and warned, he's here with us, isn't he? Below, the assassin felt as if his skull were about to be crushed. With no choice, he betrayed Hazem and confessed. Yes, he came with us, following behind. Watching this, the swordswoman Elijah asked in puzzlement why she had gone that far. In reply, Elnor slowly turned back and warned, they tried to kill me. And Hazem of the Crescent Moon is an assassin who can take another's form by killing them. According to her, who is the easiest target for him in the building right now? Hearing this, Elijah's mind immediately jumped to a name and she probed. Could it be Dodd? Did he use himself as bait to draw out the strongest enemy? They're assassins hunting her. Why would he go so far away? What is the relationship between him and her? Elnor cut Elijah off before she could finish. I've said it already, we have nothing, at least as far as I know. Return to Dodd's fight with the assassin Hazem. At this moment, Hazem's thoughts kept racing. I'm a professional assassin. A guardian spirit is supposed to be a barrier against slashing attacks that only reacts to weapons, so why is it here in a place like this? The academy is ancient and mystical, so I guess it makes sense. It's fine since an assassin is a weapon itself. But why has it come to this? Right now, Hazem's situation isn't much different from that of his subordinate assassins. Dodd had made him cough up blood with just a wooden staff. The strikes the protagonist unleashed were lightning fast. Hazem couldn't even react before taking countless blows. At the same time, Dodd received a system notification. You have successfully used a sword skill. Your Tristan swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Seeing this, Dodd paused briefly to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Hazem sat back against the wall, constantly coughing blood. He finally understood why Dodd was so strong. Tristan swordsmanship, maybe I shouldn't have touched him from the start. Thinking that, Hazem bitterly said, so you were the one baiting me. Who are you? The sudden question left Dodd dumbfounded. He had no plan. He was only slipping away from the crowd to avoid being drawn into the fight. Also, the assassin's delusion was triggered by the protagonist's charm skill. Charm had been activated and the villain was astonished by your meticulous plan. Thanks to the game system, you can't use weapons at save points. That's why I lured him here. It seems you don't intend to answer. Fine, kill me then. Hazem said calmly, as if death were no great matter. But contrary to what he expected, Dodd had no intention of killing him. I'm not going to kill you. Pass this message to the others. Stay away from Miss Tristan. Tell them even an assassin like you nearly died. When he said this, Dodd actually had a calculation in mind. I don't know who ordered it, but it's likely they'll strike again. If that happens, the chance of Elnor's gray demon being unleashed will increase, so try to prevent that possibility from the start. Across from him, Dodd's request made Hazem smirk mockingly. And if I come back after this, then what? Dodd replied in a very serious tone. Then try me, because next time I'll protect her again. Hearing that, Hazem frowned and asked, is Miss Tristan really that important to you? Let's assume so, Dodd answered. Immediately after, a series of system notifications arrived. Willpower charm activated. The villain's favorability skyrocketed exponentially. Seeing the alert and sensing something, Dodd hurriedly turned around. Sure enough, the swordswoman Elnor was standing behind him and had heard everything. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Elnor's close friend was sprawled over a desk, exhausted, buried under a mountain of paperwork. It's chaos. I understand why the Prime Minister lost it, but why immediately pursue and arrest the mastermind? I have a mountain of work here. The Academy's internal affairs are a mess, but based on the timeline of the assassination attempt, it's been confirmed there's a spy. Elnor, I know political schemes against you are common, but since this is the second assassination plot, it's clear they're determined. But this event is different. Whoever is behind it will certainly strike again. And those around her have all been commended. Despite that, everyone was knocked out without injury. The problem is Dodd Campbell. He's the only one not recorded as commended. There's no reason for him not to be, and I don't know why. It's as if he's deliberately avoiding the Academy's attention. In response, Elnor answered with a vacant look. I don't know. Her offhand reply annoyed her friend, who warned, if you say I don't know again, I'll hit you. Go ahead then. Elnor said nonchalantly, which made her friend so angry her eyes nearly bulged. Without hesitation, she hurled the ink bottle at Elnor and shouted, what on earth is wrong with you? Up front, the swordswoman casually reached out and caught the ink bottle precisely, then asked back, what do you mean? Explaining, the friend voiced her feelings. You've been spacing out all day. Why can't you focus at all? I don't know why, but if you don't tell me, I'm not helping anymore. Back to Elnor, who didn't want to hide it and spoke plainly. I feel attracted to someone. Hearing this, the secretary's hand froze mid-motion. Her eyes widened as if she'd misheard. What did you just say? I said I feel attracted to someone. You just mentioned him. At that, Elnor's face flushed slightly. Her assistant then probed, do you mean Dodd Campbell? After that question, Elnor didn't answer, and the two fell into an awkward, embarrassed silence. A second later, Elnor's friend snapped out of her daze. She hesitantly pointed forward with a look as if she'd heard that dinosaurs had come back to life. No, wait, you like that rustic fellow? I didn't say I like him, Elnor clarified. But her friend didn't believe it for a moment. She began to lecture, I don't see what's so captivating about him, but if Duke Tristan hears this, what will he say? In response, the swordswoman put the ink bottle back on the desk and reiterated, that old man will definitely be furious. And I'm not infatuated with him, not that ape. The assistant muttered under her breath, scratched her head, and added, oh well. Anyway, he treats you well, right? Normally you'd be suspicious. As a Tristan heiress, you should be more cautious. Elnor nodded in agreement. That's true, but I just want to test him. I only need to observe him closely. As she said it, she stared at Dodd's photo on the desk. Back with the protagonist, he lay on his bed staring blankly at the notice in his hand, baffled. The paper read, regrettably, Dodd Campbell, we cannot currently determine your class affiliation. The research team is conducting a project to produce the optimal result. You may expect good news in the future. Reading that, our protagonist could only complain to the heavens. Expect what? Just toss me into some old class and forget me. But if I follow the rules, shouldn't I be placed in a special class like Elijah's team? Why are they leaving me out like this? Thinking it over, Dodd sat up and checked the system notification. Main Quest 1 completed. Information updated. Main Quest, resolve the incident at the freshman welcome ceremony. D3 reward, exclusive equipment material. The next system quest made Dodd reflect. He slowly recalled memories related to the event. The freshman welcome determines a character's class, marksman, warrior, mage, cleric, and so on. Your specialized class is decided by what you focus on. Just as Elijah uses a sword, I'll build my character around strength. Accordingly, I'll obtain exclusive equipment materials compatible with that. At that, Dodd tapped the screen. The system interface switched to information on Elnor and Elijah. Elnor's trust in Dodd rose from level 2 to level 5, temporarily increasing affection. A special reward is available. She's a standout character. When affection shifts to love, a special event triggers. 3 days remain until the meetup event. For Elijah, her interest in Dodd reached level 5, nearly shifting to affection. She's also a standout character. When affection shifts to love, a special event triggers. 3 days remain until the meetup event. Seeing the key character's interest in him rising in the game, Dodd could only groan and rub his face. The only problem is that the protagonist's final boss and the main quest events happening simultaneously mean something big is definitely about to go down. Next, as if to soothe Dodd's fragile spirit, the system granted him Elnor's reward gift. You have obtained the copy skill. You can copy a target's skill. At that, all of Dodd's frustration vanished. His eyes popped wide like a cow's as if he might have misread it. Oh my god, what's this? Copy a skill. It's insane. I can copy the final boss's skill. Yeah, but using this now would be a huge waste. Even though Elnor is currently at the top of the Academy's food chain like Elijah as a lead, Elnor is a final boss with growth potential. She'll get more broken skills later, so there's no reason to use the copy skill right now. For now, I'll prepare for the event in 3 days. Luckily, I already know some things that will help survival. Thinking that, Dodd's eyes lit up. Time quickly passed to evening. Scene changes to the old equipment warehouse. Dodd was now wearing a black outfit and a half-face mask. He was using a low-tier agility potion, a low-tier shadow mask for increased agility, and low-tier silent step boots. All of these items came from the point shop. Feeling his body grow light and nimble, he nodded in satisfaction. Being able to use the point shop really is great. After bypassing the security measures, he finally reached what players call the nation's treasure farming spot. With that thought, he slowly approached the warehouse and immediately climbed the wall and jumped inside. At the same time, he used a stamina recovery biscuit that restored stamina faster than ever. It sounds like an ad, but the effect is real. Now it's time to rummage. Dodd whispered to himself and quickly dove into searching through the piled-up old gear before him. While eating the biscuit, he carefully inspected each item. I found everything else but not the most important thing. Thinking that, he gently pulled out a box and immediately found what he needed. What he was looking for was a golden censer. There it was, the pinnacle of divine artifacts, a censer housing ancient power thousands of years old. Nice, finally I have everything I need. With that, Dodd hurriedly reached to pull the sensor out of the pile. However, things never go as smoothly as he thought. Although small, the sensor was keeping the structure of the stacked junk stable. As soon as Dodd pulled the sensor out, that stability was lost and the stack began to wobble. And of course what had to happen did. 1 second later, the entire heap of old items collapsed down, sending up a cloud of dust throughout the warehouse. And by some chance, when the dust cleared, Dodd realized he was holding a beautiful girl with glossy black hair. But our protagonist had no time to admire her beauty. He recognized who she was. She was Yuria Greyhaunter, the Chapter 2 boss, nicknamed the Cursed Sword Goddess. What he just picked up belonged to her, so she frequented this place. Thinking that, Dodd began to sweat nervously. Then Yuria's body flashed, and she immediately sprang out of the protagonist's arms. At the same time, Dodd received several glaring red notifications. Dangerous situation detected, life-threatening desperate plea activation at S rank. Faced with the alerts, Dodd could only say awkwardly, sorry for waking you. Before his words even finished, Yuria's silhouette appeared behind the male lead. She swung the chain attached to her sword directly at Dodd with a wind-tearing whoosh. With that single swing, the blade shredded the wooden crates in front of them. Dodd had to jerk backward to dodge the strike. Faced with Yuria's storm-like, overwhelming attacks, every hair on Dodd's body stood on end. Our protagonist had no choice but to flee like a frightened duck. Yuria's attack range was enormous, so even if he wanted to counterattack, he couldn't get close to her. Last time was just a match with Elijah, now it's life or death. Even with special tier strength, his body still hurt. Thinking that, Dodd realized he couldn't run forever. To protect his little life, he raised his hands placatingly. It's a misunderstanding, I didn't mean anything, please. Opposite him, Yuria seemed not to hear his words at all. She continued swinging the chained blade like a machine, the sword beginning to gouge the ground into unrecognizable furrows. Meanwhile, Dodd kept dancing with death, narrowly dodging the blade again and again. But no matter how he evaded, everything has limits. Gradually, Yuria cornered Dodd. Then the swordswoman hurled the blade forward with a wind-tearing speed. But for some reason, just before the sword stabbed straight into Dodd's face, it suddenly stopped midair and could advance no further. With no choice, Yuria had to yank the sword back toward her. In fact, Dodd had predicted this. He knew what to do to avoid being sliced apart. It was all due to a curse Yuria bore. Within a 3.5 step radius, any enemy would be killed, but conversely, she could not take another step. Such was the curse's mechanism. Yuria pointed her sword at Dodd and whispered, "Would you mind taking 1 step forward?" Dodd, of course, immediately understood what she meant and refused at once. "Why, so you can slash me?" "Exactly," Yuria admitted matter-of-factly. Dodd looked at the swordswoman's resolute face and nearly wet himself. Was there no way to escape? As he thought that, a strange noise came from Yuria's stomach. Gurgle, gurgle, she immediately blushed with embarrassment. But that gave our protagonist a way out. Wait, this is her area where she isolates herself from others. Even teachers rarely come here. Realizing that, Dodd tried to probe. "Hey, do you want a biscuit?" He then took out his stack of stamina recovery biscuits to tempt her. But Yuria was sharp. A bit irritated, she said, "I won't fall for a trap. Are you trying to lure me with food?" Dodd didn't waste words and immediately tossed a biscuit forward, and Yuria's body automatically opened her mouth to catch it like a little pup. Seeing her own action, Yuria blushed and stammered that was a mistake just now, returning to Dodd. Her behavior didn't surprise him in the least. Anyone would be hungry in that state. You can't reason with someone who's starving. After filling the swordswoman's stomach, Dodd finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I was nearly done for." Behind him, Yuria asked between bites, "But anyway, who are you? Why are you here?" Our protagonist, of course, couldn't say he came to steal, so his big brain scrambled to come up with a cover. "A friend asked me to look after you. Someone I know asked me to take care of you." "Someone you know?" Yuria said, eyes full of curiosity, waiting for Dodd's answer. Meanwhile, Dodd had a bit of a plan, saying that might be useful later. There's no way I'd run into Yuria this early in the game. With that thought, he continued his performance. "Oh right, don't worry, your sister is doing well in the Holy Nation. The Emperor won't pay attention to the two of you for a while, but you already know that. For now you must lay low, I'll return later." Saying that, a memory about the swordswoman's background flashed through his mind. Yuria originally came from the Holy Nation. She fled to Alphonte because of the Holy Emperor. Uria's sword is notorious as an evil relic, so as its vessel she must bear the three-step curse. So it's better to tell her about the only relative she has left. She might endure a lot just for that small hope. With that, Dodd luckily took the sensor and left the warehouse safely. Time quickly passed to the next day, when the new students were assembled on some cliff. Before the group, a very pretty blonde professor smiled and said to them, "That is the school, that's the training hall, and that's the magic building. Can everyone see clearly? You all must choose your major and minor at the newcomer ceremony in a few days. Knight, mage, production engineer, and priest, you're all familiar with those, right?" Below, one student raised a question: do the tribes study together with the holy nation? In response, the teacher nodded and explained, yes, that's correct. The same subjects are taught here for war and representation, so don't think you can transfer out. Heh heh, I'll explain more about majors. Dodd had already learned this information earlier, so he calmly stood with his arms crossed, thinking to himself, this orientation provides more world info and I can't skip it, otherwise everything I've prepared so far would be pointless. Then a brown-haired student asked a question Dodd was also curious about. Headmistress Ophelia, that's the famous void region, right? At that, everyone turned their eyes forward, where they saw an area shrouded in a sheet of red light. They all looked at Ophelia with curiosity. Not making them wait long, Ophelia nodded and explained, yes, but that place is forbidden, entering it will be punished. As for Dodd, he quietly observed the area ahead. It is the void, left after the historic battle between heaven and hell. It's where God's messenger fought the warrior who received demonic power. Hundreds of years have passed, yet the clash of deathly and divine energies continues. This is the primary place where demons roam free. Therefore, the Holy Nation, the Tribal Alliance, and the Empire formed a golden triangle to watch over it, including Elefante and other academies. Nearby, the burly red-haired guy eagerly raised his hand and said his intention. Headmistress Ophelia, can we get closer to observe? To his question, Ophelia agreed but warned them. Look, standing right at the edge of the Archangel's protective barrier is fine. We're safe while inside it. Hearing that, Dodd couldn't hide his joy. Good plan now is to go eat lunch and then return so I can do some things. The shield was made by the angel known to leave the mortal realm and the Archangel, whose power is even greater. Thanks to it, students can survive in this dangerous place. Unaware of Dodd's thoughts, Headmistress Ophelia cheerfully said, all right, we'll have lunch here. In response, Dodd stepped forward and asked softly, can I eat somewhere else? I don't feel comfortable here. Ophelia nodded and reminded the protagonist not to go too far or he'd get into trouble. Yes, ma'am, Dodd replied and quickly left. Not far away, a few students glanced at Dodd with annoyed looks. That country bumpkin's showing off because he's getting attention. Unaware of this, after Dodd left, he quickly slipped to a secluded spot and pulled out the censer he had stolen from Uria. He filled it with powder from a unicorn's horn, phoenix feathers, and a piece of coral, causing the censer to emit thin wisps of pale purple smoke. Dodd puffed at the censer to make it burn brighter. He thought to himself that this was the ultimate portable incense of achievements. He'd come all the way here to use it. It would let him reach things ordinary people wouldn't even dare dream of. Through Dodd's eyes, the rising purple smoke formed a swirling vortex in the air. And from inside that vortex, humanoid silhouettes slowly began to appear. They radiated such intense auras that Dodd couldn't help but shield his eyes. Then voices came from within the swirl. Where are the allied forces? No, I told you to flatten everything. You just planted the drain and left. Ah, they say it was done by a boy named Jirian. Look over there, kid, did you think digging it up would be enough? Someone grumbled. Hey, the ground's really hard, another replied, stomping his foot to drive the spade deeper. Then the earlier voice chimed in, isn't that spade you're planting even harder than the earth itself? Saying that, the voice suddenly trailed off as they noticed the protagonist watching them through the vortex. Wait, does that human have a problem? He's been staring at us for a while. Wouldn't it be better if he just stayed silent instead of coming over to bother us? Hearing this, the spiky-haired angel noticed his companion using the chance to rest. His face darkened as he snapped coldly, who told you to stop? Why is your shovel idle? The curly-haired guy could only wearily resume his work and forced a smile. Ah, it's moving now. Beside him, the pointy-headed angel remained unsatisfied and shouted louder. No, spread it out evenly, don't just keep digging, you idiot. Behind the barrier, Dodd stood silently watching the angels dig. The scene of heaven wasn't quite what he'd expected. Next, an angel pulled up in a huge truck and honked to announce to everyone, attention, holy mud bricks have arrived, line up to unload. At that, the angels all turned to the truck and asked, how many are there in total? Infinite, the long-haired angel said as he pulled back the tarp covering the truck bed. But when a female angel saw him sneaking a cookie, she scolded, hey, why are you secretly eating cookies? The long-haired angel shot her a scornful look. You're the driver, right? And I'm not a soldier, so mind your own business and save your energy for driving, okay? Elsewhere, the pointy-headed angel kept shouting at his subordinates. Hey, don't you see the seniors are working hard? Pick up the pace. Hearing that, the curly-haired angel hurried over to volunteer for the brick molding duty. At least that seemed easier than shoveling dirt and didn't involve getting yelled at by superiors. Oh dear, top-tier merchant Elnor, leave those bricks to me. In another corner, a young angel handed a brick to his captain and asked, Captain, hasn't the food shipment arrived yet? The captain's voice sounded embarrassed in reply. Sorry, the food truck broke down on the way. They're fixing it, so it'll be a bit late. Please wait a little. Back with Dodd, witnessing the scene, he could only force a smile. So that's why angels aren't always free to descend to the mortal realm. If I had to describe these angels, I'd say they look more like military personnel, wouldn't I? They were divided into squads and ranks with chains of command. So it turns out this game's other world has its own set of rules. I can only meet angels after passing Chapter 2, and direct interaction with high-ranking angels is only possible after that. I know what they want, it's something very simple. With that in mind, Dodd laid out countless enticing food boxes before him and called out loudly, "Wow, thanks for the food." On the other side, the group of angels began to notice Dodd, or rather, the delicious pile of food he had brought out. That guy's still watching us. "Hey, what's he holding? He's eating so heartily, can we beg him for a bite?" The curly-haired angel stammered the question, but the long-haired angel brushed him off. "You're not qualified to descend yet. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up." Dodd knew the laboring angels must be starving, so he invited them. "Sir Angel, please eat well before doing heavy work. I'm afraid you might faint otherwise." Then Dodd's words seemed to trigger some rule of the world, and all the food before him was transported into the hands of the angels behind the gate. Seeing this, everyone brightened. Even the usually grumpy pointy-headed angel cheerfully told the group, "This fellow, fine, take a 10-minute break, everyone." After inspecting the food, the angels' eyes lit up. "Just some rolls, their steak too, wow," a thoughtful human. Watching their delighted reactions, Dodd stroked his chin smugly. "The rules of this world differ from my physical worlds, so a single serving of mine is more than enough for all of them." Time passed quickly after they finished the food Dodd provided. The pointy-headed angel nodded and praised him. "Haha, that hit the spot, perfect for folks doing manual labor like us. Bring that over here." "What?" Dodd asked curiously. "The sensor next to you, you're doing this for something you want from us, right? Let me bless it, bring it over." Hearing that, Dodd wasted no time and rushed the sensor closer to the gate. The angel chuckled, "All right, what do you want? But keep it reasonable, I'll do my best to meet your expectations." The reward from the angel startled Dodd. Things were going smoother than he'd expected. "Wow, all that without negotiation, I even prepared a bargaining token. Is everything in the original story this easy?" Dodd thought to himself. Before he could voice the question, the angel seemed to read his thoughts and spoke. "Why wouldn't I treat you well? It's not like anyone else. You're thinking that, aren't you? I can explain. I can see you've been well informed. You possess an interesting skill, but you failed to develop it. Even a little cultivation will yield benefits in the future. You should start nurturing it now." The angel spoke with certainty, making Dodd swallow nervously under his gaze. Is this clairvoyance, perhaps? With a single look, he seemed to know the true nature of things. Is he referring to that gift? Does he mean my attribute, the affection of evil? Ignoring Dodd's thoughts, the angel continued, "That gift is far stronger than you think. How you forge and utilize it is up to you. Because of it, you'll be caught by a monster that's cruel yet strangely friendly." Hearing that, Dodd had no doubts left. Damn, I knew it. After sealing that sensor, I learned all the tactics and abilities I could use. I definitely need to find the optimal channel for survival. Returning to the point of view of the Uncle Angel, for some reason he suddenly reverted to his youthful form with long hair and a smooth robe. An ordinary human immediately fell into a state of fear. "But you seem awfully calm, huh? I see a magnificent man taking shape. I suppose I no longer need to worry then. I've finished blessing you." "Ah yes, thank you," Dodd responded naively, since all he had seen was the uncle sit and speak for a while without displaying any power, yet the blessing was already complete. Nearby, another angel, seeing the uncle talking to Dodd, asked the sergeant, "Why are you telling a mere human things like that?" The Uncle Angel replied with a slightly annoyed look, "Have you finished moving those holy mud clods?" "Ah yes, I'm nearly done." The angel answered and hurried away toward Dodd. To be honest, Dodd still didn't fully understand the angel's cryptic words, cruel yet strangely friendly. What on earth does that mean? And a magnificent man, is he overestimating me? Dodd wondered. Meanwhile, before vanishing, the Uncle Angel cheered him on. "Believe in yourself, even the smallest things I pass on to you." Immediately after that remark, the gate in front of Dodd was withdrawn. Back to Dodd, he stood stunned by those words. "I'm just trying not to die, that's all." Still, it was a warning from an angel, so he should consider it carefully. With that thought, he turned to inspect the sensor to see what had been blessed. Quickly, notification windows appeared before his eyes. Sacred Sensor Grade C contains special power from a divine entity of another world, grants 2 skills. Austerity Grade C uses a small amount of mana to temporarily convert all bonus points into reserve. 20-second cooldown, can evolve via Proof of Destiny. Protective Shield Grade C uses a small amount of mana to create a one-time shield and grant a beneficial effect. 20-second cooldown, can evolve via Holy Mark. Reading these descriptions, Dodd was surprised that a little food could buy such pleasant blessings. That angel gave some really useful boons. The Constitution stat scales with HP, so it will directly help boost my survivability. My Desperate Lively skill also raises stats considerably. I'll make full use of these skills, and the most important part is evolution. In this world, crafted things can naturally improve performance. Getting something like this so early in the story is extremely lucky. But the issue is both skills only require a small amount of mana to use. It's a perfect dream for someone without any mana-related attributes. If I currently can't use much mana, I'll need to find another way to supplement it. And that's why I came here. Dodd now stood in a place resembling a plaza surrounded by countless other students. The person in front of him complained when he saw Dodd standing there in a daze. "Is being unfocused one of your strengths or what? You said you wanted to form a 2-person team, right? You do know what a 2-person team is, don't you? So where's your teammate?" In reply, Dodd smiled confidently and said she'd be here soon. His confidence made the staffer chuckle. "Haha, who would come for nobody like you?" Seeing the skeptical look, Dodd reaffirmed, "I'm not lying, this place will be packed soon. My teammate isn't just famous, wait and see." Saying that, he checked his watch, thinking that according to the plot she should be arriving now. As if answering Dodd's wish, the swordswoman Elijah's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Hello, is this the monster research room?" At the familiar voice, our protagonist turned, raised a hand to greet her. This change in Dodd's behavior was due to his encounter with the Uncle Angel. He didn't want to be tied to the protagonist, but he might have changed, especially after the Angel's advice. Across from him, Dodd's greeting made Elijah feel a bit strange. And Dodd also proactively followed up on what he'd mentioned earlier about getting to know each other. It's still fine to get acquainted now, right? Back to Elijah, she stood there stunned by Dodd's words. You're extraordinary, Dodd. Nothing you try here ever succeeds, so now you remember me. Because of that tactic to make them jealous, I've been harassed so much. How delusional is he really, she thought to herself. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to the simulated dungeon at Alphonte Academy. Dodd and Elijah were paired up and currently inside a simulated battle. Seeing the red eyes flashing in the dark, the swordswoman Elijah grew concerned and asked the protagonist, Dodd, are you really sure about this? Hearing her, our protagonist from behind complained with a groggy expression, have a little faith. Didn't you want to be friends with me? Remember when we first met you wanted to beat me up? You do remember, even though I was the one who got hit. Elijah replied hesitantly. Then, as if sensing the monsters beginning to attack ahead, Dodd immediately issued orders. If you want to be friends, follow my lead. At 9 o'clock, there are 3 in total. Following his warning, Elijah hurriedly turned to 9 o'clock, and indeed saw a wolf lunging toward her with jaws full of fangs. However, thanks to the prior alert, she only needed to swing her sword to easily sever the wolf's head. But before she could rest, Dodd from behind cheerfully added, there are 2 more coming from above. Time sped up, now they face giant bats. Using his knowledge, Dodd quickly recognized the monster type and offered a counter. Their weak point is on top, aim for the body, not the wings. Hearing that, Elijah in front swiftly swung her sword and sliced the bat in 2. But she felt a bit irritated and ground her teeth. Stop giving orders and help me a little, will you? Dodd seemed not to hear the complaint and continued issuing commands. 2 throwing knives will fly at you from the left and right, just knock them aside. Enduring for 10 seconds, Elijah swung her sword and deflected the 2 daggers that flew at her to the side. Dodd then smiled and gave the next instruction. Good, next is a paralyzing toxin, there's a sprayer on the right, destroy it quickly. Next, dodge the arrow that will come from my direction, just stand still. 3, 2, 1, there's an attack from behind. A rapid series of commands came so fast that Elijah began to lose track. She barely turned back in time and luckily blocked the blow from a giant one-eyed monster. Its heavy strike pushed her small frame backward. Elijah felt furious that all the heavy lifting had fallen to her while Dodd from behind merely pointed and issued orders. Unable to contain her frustration, she shouted, if you know all that, shouldn't you do it instead? We'd level up faster if we worked together. In truth, Dodd did not want to help. He simply couldn't even if he wanted to. Look, I want to help too but can't. I'm a lousy character with F-rank stats across the board. To explain, in a simulated match there's no murderous intent, so the desperate survival skill can't activate. These are merely artificial entities executing pre-programmed actions. Because the desperate survival skill isn't omnipotent, I must quickly raise my stats. Dodd silently reminded himself, while the swordswoman Elijah in front shouted to rally herself. Come on. Then she tightened her grip on the sword and charged at the protagonist with a somewhat fierce look. The action made the smile on Dodd's face freeze. Am I being too mean? But contrary to what he thought, Elijah was actually protecting him, because a monster was sneaking up on Dodd from behind. Fortunately, Elijah reacted in time. With a single stroke, she easily severed the one-eyed creature's head, saving Dodd from a disaster. The sight left Dodd momentarily astonished, but immediately after, countless multicolored paper streamers shot out from both sides, accompanied by a congratulatory chime. Too fast, you've broken the record ahead. Hearing that, Elijah's eyes widened in disbelief and she asked, what's going on? I fought alone but broke the record. This is a 2-person stage, what on earth is happening? In response, the protagonist just smiled calmly. Was it luck? The next area will be a bit tougher, let's keep going. Good luck falling on your face. His nonchalant words stoked the fire of Elijah's fury. She ground her teeth, eyes glinting as if she wanted to eat Dodd alive. At the same time, in a special observation room, professors watched Dodd and Elijah's battle through some magical device. After watching their performance, a girl dressed as the head mage of the magic department, Purse, nodded and admitted, it seems we should allocate more budget for simulated battles next year. Do you think so? Conrad replied, gently placing a hand on some man's head and answering, probably. This is the department's design, right? More importantly, it seems I'm quite lucky the person I'm watching is performing it. Hearing this, Purse was a bit surprised. You mean that girl, the candidate for the next round? They're improving extremely fast, worth paying attention to. Conrad, knowing Purse had misunderstood, clarified, not the girl, him, Dodd Campbell. Upon hearing that, Purse glanced at Dodd with some distaste, criticizing that island rocket, isn't he just clinging to the warrior candidate? Conrad sighed nearby, realizing Purse knew nothing. This is the problem with pent-whirling mages like her. A warrior candidate can never break records alone. Any ordinary person would see the warrior candidate as stronger and the key figure in battle. But he is the true key. The teammate's position, the way he issues commands with perfect timing, the seamless support. Each of his actions displays terrifyingly accurate judgment, as if he'd been on battlefields thousands of times. Thinking this, Conrad couldn't help but suggest, hey Purse, let's make a bet. Scene shift to Dodd and Elijah. Suddenly they heard Conrad's voice over the speakers. I am Conrad Balthador of the Knights Department. After observing you two, I've become interested. The head of the Magic Department and I have bet. Can you two break the record we set as freshmen? If you truly succeed, I'll grant you the right to make one request of purse. But if you feel pressured by this, I won't force you. Your current record is already an astonishing achievement. The request was nearly impossible from the start. Dodd didn't need the professor to say more, he immediately accepted. No problem, we can do it. Dodd's quick agreement left Elijah behind him stunned. Meanwhile, Professor Peirce found Dodd a bit arrogant and criticized him. Oh, look at him. Unfazed, Conrad chimed in, I bet you'll win, now begin. Scene changed to the training area. At this time, Elnor's close friend complained, what's going on? I get that you came here to blow off steam, but you've been overdoing it lately. What's really happening with you? In front, Elnor, her face drenched in sweat from training, spoke up. There's something I want to remember. When I was little, my mother taught me this technique, but I don't remember it anymore, so I'm practicing it again from the beginning. A demon exists in Tristan bloodline. This dark rumor has two sides, extraordinary inhuman talent they possess, and on the other hand, occasional bouts of madness, sudden violent outbursts, and the collapse of reason. That's why, although members of the Tristan family achieve extraordinary accomplishments, their later years are often filled with tragedy. As Elaine drank, her close friend asked, that isn't serious, right? Isn't it? Elnor shook her head. Don't worry your head about it, I don't care. Really, is that true? The assistant looked skeptical, which irritated Elnor slightly. I told you nothing can bother me right now. Hearing that, Elnor's friend immediately blurted out, I'll report the information you asked for right away. I just heard from a junior. Dodd Campbell is currently paired with the next term's warrior candidate, Elijah. The girl who fought Dodd before. Elnor frowned and asked, you mean the two of them are partnered? The assistant nodded. Yeah, probably because the simulated match requires two-person teams. Across from her, Elnor closed her eyes, trying to calm down, then exhaled long, I understand. Take me there, you're the one who said you didn't care. The assistant shouted, but whether she noticed or not, the boy downstairs had been completely twisted by Elnor, returning to Dodd's group's location. At this point, the swordswoman Elijah truly couldn't understand what was going on in our protagonist's head, that he could so easily accept Professor Conrad's challenge. She asked, what are you going to do? I know you have skill, but is it worth challenging the all-time record? Yes. Dodd answered calmly without a hint of hesitation. This made Elijah look at him with suspicion. His confidence was certainly odd. Was there any reason for him to do this? For Dodd, of course, he's a veteran of this game, so this small challenge wasn't a problem. Targeting their weak points would be easier because the artificial monsters follow consistent movement patterns. But he couldn't tell her that. Dodd thought silently, then answered casually, because you're here with me. His words made the swordswoman's face flush slightly as she exclaimed that he was unbelievable. In the observation room, Professor Conrad, seeing the two ready, spoke. This is Conrad. Are you ready? Ready, they answered in unison. Hearing that, the head of the Knights Department nodded. Perfect. There's one final step to adjust difficulty. The higher you set it, the more bonus points you get. Without hesitation, Dodd immediately requested it be set to the highest difficulty. Nearby, the head of the Magic Department, Peirce, couldn't help but be annoyed by the protagonist's confidence. Her brows furrowed as she complained, unbelievable, these new students. I like the energy, but this is too much. The highest difficulty is almost real combat. They might die during the challenge. Dodd seemed to hear it over the speakers and replied, even so, I think we should try. From Conrad's perspective, seeing Dodd so confident, he decided to trust him once and agreed, so do as he wishes. Then he officially started the simulated combat system. The loud noises made Elijah's lovely face break out in beads of sweat from worry. Beside her, Dodd smiled and turned to reassure her. Don't worry, the warrior candidate is reliable after all. As for Professor Peirce, she was happily sipping a cup of tea brought by a subordinate while complaining to Conrad, incredulous at him. In response to her complaint, Conrad reminded her, is this the first time you've done this? Didn't we do the same for the previous freshman cohort? Conrad's explanation failed to placate Peirce and only irritated her further. But this is different, they could actually die this time. Unlike her attitude, Conrad still trusted Dodd's group. Just wait, Professor Peirce, I'm sure he has a reason to be so confident. Even if things get dangerously out of hand, we can just intervene and rescue them, right? All right, slaughter mode activated, prove yourselves, new students. At that moment, from above, countless kinds of monsters of every variety dove straight toward Dodd and Elijah with bloodthirsty eyes. Seeing the scene, the swordswoman Elijah could only shout in frustration, damn it, let's go. Elsewhere, the design department staffer was inwardly crying, our design department is doomed. As for Dodd, the more dangerous the monsters, the more excited he became because the system had issued a glaring red alert. Danger detected. We have determined the danger level, life-threatening. Next, his desperate plea skill activated at maximum level, filling Dodd with energy. Without any hesitation, he swung his sword swiftly toward a falling rhinoceros-like monster. The protagonist's swing immediately produced a blade of light, cleaving off the giant creature's head in a single stroke. Seeing this, Professor Conrad in the observation room couldn't help but shout, I knew it, this is exactly what I've been looking for. See that, Peirce? The shout startled Peirce so much she spat out her tea, while the design guy's eyes went wide. At the same time, watching Dodd's power dispel her worries, the swordswoman Elijah seemed to relax. I knew it, Dodd could do it. Professor Peirce hurried to the screen. After witnessing Dodd cutting through the monsters, she was dumbfounded. Wait, how could this happen? He was completely useless earlier. In response, Professor Conrad voiced his thoughts. I thought he was just pretending, but I don't blame you. If I had known about his skill transformation, I'd have reacted the same way. Over time, the monsters would grow stronger, and so would he, meaning their development paralleled one another. Thus, the training match began to unfold overwhelmingly in favor of Dodd's two-person team. The number of monsters in the training chamber rapidly dwindled. On their side, the swordswoman Elijah had plunged her blade deep into the body of a giant red spider and held it fast. She shouted, "Do it, Dodd." Hearing that, Dodd immediately used her shoulder as a springboard and leapt high into the air. He then unleashed Tristan's swordsmanship, raining countless slashes across the red spider's body in the blink of an eye, forcing it to accept defeat along with the other monsters. After they felled the creature, an announcement sounded. Congratulations. This is extraordinary power. Dodd Campbell, Elijah Chrysanax, you two have succeeded in breaking the all-time record. But it wasn't over yet. The giant red spider wasn't quite dead. Before collapsing, it mustered its last strength and swung a massive leg straight at the protagonist as he was still reveling in victory. Dodd, duck, Elijah shouted from behind. But before the spider could carry out its plan, its body suddenly exploded into countless pieces. The one who had acted was Professor Conrad, who had just rushed over. Congratulations. It seems you've set a record that won't be broken for years. I never expected we'd have a freshman capable of clearing Elfante's artificial monsters as if taking a walk. Thank you for your effort, warrior candidate. Saying that, the professor sheathed his sword and teased the approaching mage Purse. I win, Purse. Enjoy that, Purse replied irritably. Next, the two received the rewards from the professors as agreed. Looking at the paper in her hand, Elijah gasped and exclaimed, permission to rent one item from the site warehouse and the right to request any favor from the head of the magic department. That's amazing. Beside her, Dodd glanced at her paper and remarked, this isn't accessible to ordinary freshmen. Are we getting the same reward? After celebrating, Elijah grew curious and asked the male lead, hey Dodd, I've noticed, how do you always stay so calm? No matter what happens, you act like you already know how things will play out or like you've planned it all. Your behavior gives me that impression. As she said this, Elijah put her fist forward and smiled. Hey guys, do that with friends, right? I mean the fist over there. Seeing this, Dodd sighed, well, say what you will, but he did bump fists with Elijah. With that, Elijah's curiosity about Dodd rose to level 5, nearly trust level. See you tomorrow then, Dodd, Elijah said excitedly and hurried off. Dodd watched her retreating figure and shook his head. He couldn't tell if she was friendly or strange. Then a voice suddenly sounded behind him, is that so? Hearing that, Dodd turned his head and yelped in surprise. Student Council President. Across from him, Elnor ignored Dodd's startle and bluntly asked, do you like me? At that question, Dodd began to sweat bullets. The only thing comforting him was that no red alert had appeared, his desperate plea hadn't activated. It seemed she didn't intend anything by it, but wait, wasn't this obvious? I'm not her boyfriend. When Dodd didn't answer, Elnor coldly asked again, I'll ask once more, do you like me? At the second question, the system cautiously warned Dodd, danger detected, danger detected. The alert made sweat soak his shirt back, every hair on his body stood on end. He told himself he had to say something. Thinking quickly to save his skin, Dodd blurted a lie. Student Council President, although I've been training with Elijah, I still want to meet you. His words left the female antagonist stunned. As soon as Dodd finished, he privately cursed at himself. What are you doing, Dodd Campbell? Did you actually make that believable, idiot? Elnor seemed to interpret something and smiled faintly. So you're saying you've missed me all this time? Hearing that, Dodd nodded quickly like a pecking chicken and played along. Yes, exactly that. Why? Elnor asked suspiciously. Dodd was left speechless. He wanted to avoid her, not pine for her, so how could he explain that? Dodd began to stammer, unable to answer. Then, as if remembering something, Elnor smoothed her hair and continued, forget it. Maybe it's just one of those friendships. I get it. It's because I saved you on that ship, right? Just remember that priority list. Ahead, Dodd's face looked like someone who'd just come out of a cave, completely lost. What list is she talking about? What's going on? Dodd wondered to himself. But before he could think of an answer, Elijah handed him an invitation and said, don't worry about that, I'm here to give you this. For Dodd, the letter made him a little fearful. He wondered, is this a love letter or a challenge? What is this? Nothing like this happened in the original story. Unaware of these thoughts, Elnor looked slightly embarrassed, glanced away, and explained, I plan to give this to you tomorrow, but remember to open it when you're alone. With that, the student council president hurried off. She left Dodd behind, who mechanically accepted the invitation in a daze. Time passed quickly. After returning to his private room, Dodd immediately opened and read the letter. He quickly understood Elnor's intention. So she wants me to be her companion. Tomorrow is the freshman welcome party. I forgot about that. Becoming her companion isn't a big deal. I just need to spend time with her at the welcome party. The only problem is the penalty. If I refuse her offer, not only will her favorability drop, but it could also make others hostile toward me. As he thought this, a knock sounded at the door, catching Dodd's attention. He went out and found Elijah at the door. I thought it was you, Dodd murmured. Elijah's eyes showed a hint of delight. She stroked her chin and smiled. You pick things up pretty fast. Then she handed the protagonist an invitation. This again. Dodd complained, prompting a curious look from Elijah. What do you mean? Did someone give this to you? No, what I mean is, what is this? Dodd hurriedly corrected himself. Internally, Dodd already suspected what the invitation contained and nearly died on the spot. Don't tell me she came with a request too. From Elijah's perspective, she didn't elaborate and instead said playfully, what do you think? A surprise. I decided during that simulated battle I have to run. It's all thanks to the rules set by the student council president, so read it quickly. After saying that, the heroine immediately ran off, leaving Dodd standing there stunned. In the end, he could only clutch his head and return to his room to inspect the letter. Why are there so many strange people in this world? What is this anyway? I think it might be another companion request. If it were from Elijah, it could be a challenge request, but she said it's a surprise, so I'm dead. This is the final boss companion request for the protagonist. Isn't this something that shouldn't happen under the rules? Couldn't they give me an easier choice? If I pick Elnor, I'll be viewed as the villain by the protagonist. If I pick Elijah, I'll make myself the enemy final boss and might die because of the priority list or whatever. What if I refuse both? I don't know what to do. This probably happened because both are still in the interest stage. Big problem, should I accept both? The more Dodd thought about it, the more he felt that choosing one and abandoning the other would feel like death itself calling him. Time flew until the day of the freshman welcome party. The scene shifted to an extremely luxurious grand hall, now filled with countless students. Someone's voice began to echo, "Hey, aren't you a student from Class A? I'm a student from Class A, Professor, they're here." Among the crowd, the radiant swordswoman Elijah fanned herself to ward off the hall's stifling heat. She complained, "Phew, so many people. This is like a pigsty. But anyway, thanks for coming with me, Dodd." She said this as she turned to look at the protagonist. Dodd, whose hair was parted to both sides, replied with a cold expression, Cut to some fountain. Another Dodd with a different hairstyle was sitting there. To explain, the Dodd who went with Elijah was just a decoy the protagonist had created. It was a clone image worth 1,000 points that Dodd bought from the point shop. It allows creating a duplicate and the original's beneficial effects applied to the clone. At the same time, the system sent the protagonist an event notice. The pair date has decided to date both of you. Wonderful. But don't get discovered until the event ends. Failure will incur a penalty. Back with Dodd, looking at his info on the system screen, he sighed, "I've had to spend all my points. Even if it's only for me, maybe it'll work." But even with many people attending, this plan could still fail horribly. If someone sees me and the clone in the same place, I'll be exposed. I'll set the clone's personality to the cold gentleman option. Before Dodd could finish his thought, a ferocious roar from some monster trapped in an iron cage sounded not far away. Making Dodd flinch, it was just an external monster. It seemed they intended to experiment on it and then it would escape. That would trigger the main event, and all I need to do is survive. With Elnor and Elijah, it shouldn't be too bad, right? Next. For some reason, the system suddenly issued another reminder. Your pheromone is no longer just a boy. Purchased. Applied. The notice left Dodd stunned, not understanding what was happening. Then at the same time, Elnor appeared. You're here, what's that smell? Did you spray something? She frowned as she spoke. Dodd awkwardly replied, no, the flowers here have a natural fragrance. Before Dodd could finish, Elnor's face suddenly flushed bright red. She admitted, I know this scent is from you, but it's driving me crazy. Seeing Elnor's flushed, aroused face, Dodd's biological alarm blared nonstop. The warning made him flail his hands as if trying to wipe the scent off himself. What the hell are you talking about? Pheromones? Please stop, he screamed inwardly. But in response to his plea came a disheartening system message. The pheromone effect has been applied to the target, Elnor. The target is exerting all effort not to be attracted to you. Beside him, icy Elnor began to flirt with the protagonist and said, Dodd Campbell, I wonder why I only realize this now, but you're more masculine than I thought. Hearing this, Dodd couldn't be happy. He felt death drawing another step closer. He silently prayed, please stop. Next, to break the tension, Dodd suggested they go to the event. Shall we check out the nearby booths? Elnor saw no problem with the idea and nodded. Okay, lead the way. Back in Dodd's perspective, his offer to take Elnor out had been planned. By now, the clone and Elijah have probably met. I must make sure we don't run into them. I hope nothing happens. Maybe nothing will happen if this continues. All the clone and I need to do is escort the two of them. Thinking that, Dodd suggested again, hey, how about we get some snacks at that stall? Upon hearing this, Elnor glanced at him with a suggestive look and replied, all right. Then Dodd led Elnor to the grill stall and said, want to try this wild boar skewer? This was the worst suggestion for Elnor. She takes great care of her figure. Dodd planned to lessen the pheromones effect. That was his intention. However, as if fate conspired with him and this villainess, her eyes brightened and she asked softly, how did you know I like this? Is it just a coincidence? Hearing that, Dodd began to scream inwardly. Oh God, if she sees I don't like wild boar and I have to both maintain the relationship and keep my distance, I also have to make sure Elijah stays as far away as possible. After that, they went to a stall selling decorative accessories. Looking at the sparkling items, Elnor stopped and said to Dodd, hey, it looks like they sell accessories here. Do you need anything? Dodd immediately declined and instead offered, no, let me buy something for you. That was his outward words, but inwardly he thought, buy a gift for Elnor. No way, I must minimize her affection, give her the worst present. With that in mind, he eyed a button and picked it up. This button will do, what do you think? Normally, when a guy gives a girl a gift like this, he'd probably end up blocked. But the pheromones effect on Elnor was stronger than Dodd expected. Even receiving such a gift, she happily accepted. I do need a button for my new uniform. She smiled while Dodd bit his lip, thinking this was going to be difficult. Next, they paused their wandering and sat down to drink in an area nearby. Then Elnor asked, thinking back, have you chosen your major yet? Dodd nodded and shared, I've decided, I'm going into theology. The protagonist's choice made the villainess curious, and she advised, theology, haven't you reconsidered? With your talent, it would be a waste not to join the Knights department. No, there's something I want to study in theology, Dodd replied, thinking there was a reason for his choice. My life and the downfall of the Holy Knights are necessary for my survival. They are crucial to achieving the outcome I want. It's about the secret organization's event, an event that will happen in the future. The chapter's boss is particularly weak against Holy Knights. Opposite him, Elnor grew even more curious and asked, something you want to study? Dodd answered, to protect what is precious, one must study there. Elnor asked what Dodd wanted to protect. Hearing this, Dodd turned on his acting mode. His face grew thoughtful as if recalling something. Since I was a child, I've wanted to protect that. Across from him, Elnor asked if it had anything to do with why he was so involved with me. Yes, it does, Dodd nodded. Before he could explain further, Elnor interrupted him. I know the Tristan family curse well. I'm talking about the curse that turns all our members into lunatics. Hearing this, Dodd shrugged and asked, isn't the only way to stop it through mental training? Dodd's words made Elnor's eyes grow cold. She stared at the protagonist and said in an icy voice, you know how to deal with it. To that question, Dodd had no intention of hiding anything, so he said plainly, the angel's blessing is a miracle where two archangels grant their blessing to a person, or so they say. The villainess nodded in agreement with Dodd's solution. Yes, it's that difficult. So even though the Tristan family has achieved much, we still fear it. Then how can you be so close to me? Why are you always present when someone tries to assassinate me? What are you exactly? Back to Dodd, he fell quiet for a moment, then answered, the thing I want to protect is you. At those words, Elnor's shoulders trembled slightly. She asked, what am I to you that you must protect me? Dodd replied with firm conviction, if I can't protect you, I will die. Yes, I have no other reason. Elnor brushed her hair and forced a small laugh. Ha, I knew it. But you really are strange. Dodd exhaled heavily and complained, I've said it many times. I told her the whole truth without hiding anything. Hopefully this will satisfy her curiosity. Dodd prayed inwardly and at the same time elsewhere. Dodd's double and Elijah, each holding a glass of wine, descended to the basement where countless monsters used for experiments were kept. They walked in silence. For Elijah, Dodd's behavior seemed a bit different today. Is he angry with me? Why isn't he talking? To break the silence, Elijah spoke up, why are we going to the basement? Behind her, Dodd remained silent. This made Elijah feel even more awkward. I should get closer to him to learn more about the Tristan family. I don't know what to do with someone like him. I know nothing about men, it's maddening. She looked around and frowned. What kind of hellish place is this? It's full of living monsters. It seems they're used as experiment subjects for students. The professors are socially irresponsible to keep them in the basement like this. Elnia complained, before she was distracted by the growl of a monster. She approached the cage holding that creature and peered inside carefully. There were larger monsters here. What? They're not even bound. Elijah's voice was full of suspicion. At the same time, suddenly a device mounted on the upper rim of the cage flashed a red light. Then a massive explosion followed. Fortunately, Dodd's double reacted in time, lunging forward to grab Elijah and leap to the side. But the blast's impact was enormous. It even made the entire hall tremble violently. Back at Elijah's position, she still seemed stunned that Dodd had used himself to shield her from the explosion. Why? Elijah asked without thinking. It's my job, Dodd replied coldly. Right after saying that, he fainted and collapsed to one side. Huh, what do you mean, Dodd? Elijah called out, but before she could call again, she sensed murderous intent aimed at her. It turned out that because of the explosion, the monsters kept for experiments had escaped. Their eyes glowed red and their gaze, full of brutality, fixed on Elijah. Yet Elijah showed no fear. She grabbed a length of iron strewn on the ground and spoke up. Anyway, thank you for protecting me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Turning to Dodd's location, he received a system alert. Main monster task has appeared. Suppress the situation quickly. If casualties are too high, you will suffer severe script penalties. Reward exclusive equipment crafting materials. Seeing this notification, Dodd didn't hesitate and stood up immediately. I have work to do, Guildmaster. I need you to find one of the warden. Behind him, Elnor didn't yet understand why Dodd reacted that way and wanted to ask. However, our protagonist cut her off with a serious expression. Please, we have to protect the students. With that, he sprinted down toward the lower basement, recalled his double and called to the swordswoman. Elnor, in front of the recently released monsters, asked, is that all there is? Meanwhile, Elijah, armed only with an iron rod, had taken down all the monsters that attacked her without injury. Seeing Dodd approaching, she breathed a sigh of relief. You're awake, thank heavens, but I missed a big monster. It's probably somewhere on the first floor. We can stop it quickly. I think I'll rest a bit. At this, Elijah's body wavered and she had to force herself to steady her stance with the iron bar. Although she defeated the monsters, she seemed nearly exhausted. Back to Dodd's perspective. Hearing this, he deduced the escaped creature must be the bear from before. The script priority is paramount now. If we fail, I'll face heavy penalties. I must prevent that. Cut to the main banquet hall, as Dodd suspected. The escaped monster was a huge, ferocious bear. It was trying to attack the freshmen, but a man among the group quickly used his magic to form a barrier enclosing everyone. Hold out until the professors and knights arrive. Make sure the barrier doesn't break. No sooner had he finished than the giant bear roared in fury and slammed its massive paws against the barrier, creating spreading cracks in all directions. In another corner of the hall, Elnor watched the beast anxiously and said, currently neither the headmaster nor Professor Conrad are here. In response, the warden beside her shook his head, then we cannot lose the angel's blessing. His words angered Elnor, who retorted, you call yourself a warden? There are still students here. The warden shrugged, not taking it seriously. Such remarks are heavy coming from a professor. Miss Elnor, a high-tier barrier like the angel's blessing isn't something just anyone can use. The knights will arrive soon, let's wait for them. This is why I tried to stop them experimenting on those monsters. I knew we shouldn't have given that authority to the Tristan family. Beside her, Elnor could only grit her teeth, but at that moment, Dodd suddenly darted past them both like a gust of wind. He even snatched the warden's necklace and shouted, "I'll handle this." From behind, the warden's eyes widened as he asked, "Who was that?" "Give it back at once, he's just a student. Do you even know what the angel's blessing is?" Ignoring his shouting, Dodd quickly pulled out his sensor and tossed the necklace inside. The system immediately confirmed. The Supreme Holy Relic has fused with the Warden's bead chain, skills unlocked, asceticism, Holy Shield. Danger detected, each threat is life-threatening, desperate survival activated at rank S. Dodd then launched into a long slide, rushing past the giant bear toward the man casting the barrier. Seeing Dodd, the man anxiously said, "Wait, why aren't you running?" In response, Dodd urged, "I'll stall, get the students out of here." Then he turned back to face the giant bear, which was winding up a massive paw to strike him. Without hesitation, Dodd used asceticism to convert all secondary attributes into physical strength. Next, Dodd activated Holy Shield. A radiant crucifix symbol appeared before him, shining brilliantly. Then the phantom image of two pairs of wings manifested, enveloping him and forming a protective barrier. Thanks to it, the bear's heavy strike could not reach Dodd. Around them, guests witnessing the scene gasped, "Is that the angel's blessing? How can an ordinary student use that?" Elsewhere, the warden tore at his hair and cursed, "That fool. Does he know even official wardens must undergo countless prayers to use it?" Back to Elnor's viewpoint. She had been ready to charge forward with her sword, but when she saw that skill manifest, her feet suddenly stopped. "After everything that's happened, I'm not surprised anymore. I've seen him hide so much," these thoughts raced through Elnor's mind. Not knowing whose side the warden was on, she heard him bitterly say, "Why couldn't that stupid monster break a simple barrier? And a student was the one maintaining it." His words annoyed Elnor, who turned and snapped, "Are you really a professor? You won't even help, what are you doing?" By Elnor's count, Elijah had just arrived after a short rest. She immediately dealt the warden a chopping strike to the neck, knocking him out. "Sorry, student council president, he was useless to us." Ignoring Elijah's action, Elnor asked, "Why were you late?" "I was unconscious in the basement, I just came up." At that, Elijah's body began to tremble as if still not fully recovered. She looked ahead and said, "Forget that, Dodd. Did he really dare to use the angel's blessing right here? He's not even a warden. They say it takes at least 10 years of training to use it. How could this happen?" Elijah's voice was full of disbelief. Elnor stood beside her, and hearing this, she recalled what Dodd had told her over tea. 10 years before holy power can be wielded. Elnor's expression grew complex. And with just a glance, Elijah seemed to guess what she was thinking and continued. Even if it was the angel's blessing that had been recorded, there should still be limits to how much he could control. "You must feel very lucky, right? He did all of this for the Tristan family and for you. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for him to do any of it." Elnor wasn't stupid, so of course she vaguely suspected something. "I've had a bad feeling about him from the start. He's really a strange one." Within Elnor's dark inner world, it seemed a ray of light was appearing. Across from them, Dodd gritted his teeth to maintain his holy shield while the giant bear treated him like a punching bag, its massive arms swinging like machinery, making Dodd sweat profusely. But poor stupid bear, it's focusing on the protagonist without realizing who the real threat is. To everyone's astonishment, Elnor drew her sword and dashed toward the beast like a flash of lightning and plunged straight into it. The powerful strike flattened the creature's massive body to the ground, cracking the floor in countless places from the impact. But that blow only caused the giant bear tremendous pain. It wasn't enough to bring it down. Enraged, it charged at Elnor like a tank, each step shaking the ground. Opposite it, Elnor softly closed her eyes, drew her sword slowly back, then thrust forward with wind-tearing speed. Her stabbing strikes were like a burst of machine gun fire hitting the monster, whether the giant bear had been given some stimulant or not. Despite countless wounds pouring blood, it still barreled forward crazily. Seeing this, Elnor spun and activated a skill. Her blade immediately formed a semicircular wave of energy that sliced straight at the beast, blasting its massive body backward and finally causing a huge explosion. Beside her, Dodd stood stunned. Was that Tristan's sword technique? It was completely a different class from the knockoffs. Wait, something's wrong. In the original work, Elnor was never involved in events like this. As if to confirm the situation, the system announced, "Main objective complete, defeat the monster with no casualties, achievement unlocked. Time until the knights arrive, 30 seconds. Ignoring the notification, Dodd studied Elnor with concern. All the professors who justified experimenting on live monsters were supporters of the Tristan family. If Elnor got involved, it would essentially be admitting her family's wrongdoing. Elnor wouldn't care about political maneuvers, so why is she helping us? I don't understand, we must finish this mission quickly. Politics can wait." Elnor gently sheathed her sword and murmured, "It's over, but things always hold surprises." At that moment, Dodd's eyes went wide and he shouted, "Princess, behind you." Following Dodd's gaze, Elnor saw the giant bear's body surge up from the flames, swinging its bony arms straight toward her. Like a natural reflex, Dodd immediately lunged in, activating his holy shield to block the blow for the villainess. However, faced with a full force strike, Dodd spat blood and fainted on the spot. Time quickly passed. Dodd woke up to find himself in the infirmary. A voice beside him said, "You're awake." Hearing that, Dodd hurriedly asked what happened to the monster and Elnor. Explaining, the blue-haired girl calmly read and said, "The monster was defeated and Elnor is fine. Of course the other students are all right too. This answer surprised him considerably. After speaking, she closed the book in her hands. She was Prime Minister Adelante. And of course, our protagonist quickly recognized her identity, Adelante, the immortal who had lived over 1,000 years. Why would someone like her come to see me? Because I used the angel's blessing, Dodd wondered inwardly. Unaware of these idle thoughts, Adelante spoke up. I haven't had a chance to talk with you since the freshman confrontation. I'm here to deliver some bad news and even worse news. She gave a small smile, prompting Dodd to ask anxiously, what is it? Adelante's tone shifted and grew serious. You've attracted more attention than any freshman before. No one has ever been involved in so much trouble at your stage. In my experience, you'll run into even more trouble in the future. As for other bad news, what do you know about demons? At Adelante's question, Dodd's face remained calm, as if not overly surprised to hear the name mentioned. Her amusement evident, Adelante smiled. Interesting reaction, Dodd Campbell. Even with the Prime Minister bringing this up, you show no sign of worry. In reply, Dodd answered with a bored expression. I don't think I should reveal too much of what I truly know. If I do, I don't know what schemes you'll set in motion. What do you mean by schemes? Adelante asked back. Dodd then began lamenting his own problem. He's the only one not yet assigned to a class, unable even to attend lessons. Ahead, Adelante understood why Dodd was upset. So that's it, he's frustrated by his situation. Because of recent events, I've had to deal with the fallout. Saying this, she snapped her fingers. Immediately, a pitch-black space enveloped them, ensuring no one could overhear their next conversation. Adelante's voice then grew very serious. You may not realize it, but the ruling powers currently lack strong control over our society. This is a bad time for them. They'll do anything to recruit talented individuals, even if it means dragging them up from hell. Hearing this with his gaming experience, Dodd immediately grasped what she was referring to and continued. The tribal alliance coup, the power shifts within the Holy Empire, and the succession to the throne. Aren't all the recent incidents caused by these? Adelante couldn't hide her surprise at how clearly Dodd spoke, yet she nodded in agreement. You're right, the Golden Triangle may seem like friendly neighbors on the surface. But beneath that veneer, there's fierce competition to capture talent. Most students wouldn't care about this. Adding on, Dodd said indeed, and that's why the entire continent is affected. All the incidents you're involved in have surely attracted their attention. Although things have happened, they've taken no action. That makes no sense unless someone is deliberately controlling the information flow. To Adelante, hearing this from our protagonist, she was even more surprised to realize Dodd was astute about politics as well. Unaware of Adelante's thoughts, Dodd continued the topic. So if I draw their attention now, it'll be very dangerous, right? A cold voice answered Adelante, yes, the world will be destroyed. As she spoke, the ground beneath them shifted, revealing a scene of countless houses below swallowed by seas of fire. Then Adelante produced a sheet of paper with a strange symbol printed on it and asked, do you know this seal? This is exactly why I asked you about demons. On the other side, of course, Dodd was familiar with the mark. It was the seal of the Purifiers. The Purifiers were a cult that worshipped demon gods and operated in the shadows, a group with a single goal, to summon demonic deities to destroy this world. Both Elnor's failed assassination and the monster escape were suspected to be their work. Both were plots aimed at the Tristan family. There's no guarantee it won't happen a third time. Adelante said calmly, while Dodd wondered aloud why she was telling him this. To Dodd's remark, the female professor offered little explanation. Instead, she took out a black card with white markings and handed it to the protagonist. I can't tell you why, but I want you to take this. Seeing that, Dodd reached out and took the card. He recognized it, the interdynastic key, a relic that broke rules and could open a door to another world. From Adelante's perspective, seeing Dodd neither astonished nor inquisitive, she said, judging by your face, I'm sure you know what it is, right? Keep it safe and show me how far you can go. If I'm pleased with your progress, I'll give you more gifts. This conversation must remain secret. With that, Adelante snapped and lifted the darkened space. Dodd hastily promised he would not breathe a word about their talk. Afterwards, as she poured herself a cup of tea, Adelante seemed to recall something and asked, by the way, how are you getting along with the warrior candidate and the Tristan heiress lately? Her question carried an implication that made Dodd frown. He didn't understand why she asked, but he replied, we're fine. Adelante smiled back, I hope you stay that way. Why is there a reason I should? Dodd asked, curious. Adelante's smile widened until her eyes nearly closed. Yes, if you don't, the world will be destroyed. Again, why is the world so easily destroyed? Dodd shouted. Adelante burst out laughing at his reaction. Haha, I'm not lying. After all, the final objective of this plan can only be achieved through the three of you, she mused inwardly. Time passed quickly. Dodd looked at the black card in his hand and sighed with heavy respect. Phew, Apocalypse, I'll think about this later. I can't believe she gave me this. This item shouldn't be obtainable by a player. Something's definitely wrong with the main script. A sense of unease began to creep into the protagonist's mind. But before he could dwell on it, Professor Conrad's voice called from behind. Oh, there you are. I've been looking for you, Dodd Campbell. Hearing this, Dodd turned and replied, you were looking for me. Is something the matter, sir? As he spoke, he hastily hid the black card behind his back. Meanwhile, Conrad seemed aware that Dodd was worried about not being assigned to a class, so he came to resolve the issue. Even if you haven't been placed yet, I can't let you skip school forever. This is your temporary assignment. Starting tomorrow, you'll study with these people. As he spoke, he tossed a sheet of paper to Dodd. After glancing at it, Dodd's eyes widened. he realized he would be placed in the same class as the two people he least wanted to be entangled with. First, Class President Elnor Aaron Arise Tristan and Vice President Elijah Chrysanax. Seeing those two names, sweat broke out on Dodd's face immediately. "The apocalypse is coming," he shouted. Back to Dodd, he could only sigh inwardly. They'd been like this for a while, and thanks to them all the attention was on him simply because he stood between the warrior candidate and the Tristan family. "Whatever, focus on my own business." He said this while checking the system screen. Elnor's trust in Dodd had shifted from trust level 5 to favor level 1. A reward was ready to claim. "Nice," Dodd shouted and hurried to check the reward. The system displayed Tristan Sword Technique Basic, 58% effectiveness, sword technique of the prestigious Swordmaster family. The user can apply this effect effectively with any weapon. Basic deep breathing technique, a breathing method that pushes the body's endurance and stamina to the limit. This skill enhances the effectiveness of Tristan's swordsmanship. Reading that, Dodd stroked his chin in thought. Both skills complement each other through physical enhancements. This might be one of the best skill combos. The only person who could combine both skills effectively was Elnor. The reason she became a boss was her extraordinary use of the 1-4 division technique. Thinking that, he glanced at the info screen for Elijah. Elijah Chrysanax's curiosity level 5 rose to interest level 1. A reward was ready to claim. "You have received Elnor's Demon Law skill. Use your influence to act against the virtuous individuals connected to you. The following individuals will be forced to accept a request from you. Keep your allies close and keep your enemies even closer. The higher your influence level with virtuous individuals, the greater the valuable rewards. If you can minimize the virtuous aspects, you may receive larger rewards." Back to Dodd, the cryptic description left him puzzled. What does this mean? Can I earn rewards by turning good people bad, he wondered. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to some forest. At this time, Dodd's class had gathered here. Seeing everyone present, Professor Conrad raised his voice. "Welcome, you bunch of chicks. In Survival 101 will train essential survival skills. If you don't want to die in a dungeon or ruin, you'd better prick up those ears and listen. Today's task is simple. Go into the forest and bring back what you think will interest me. You have 10 minutes. In response, someone in the student group raised a hand and asked, "Sir, are there no grading criteria?" Answering the question, Professor Conrad smiled and shook his head. "No, it's arbitrary. The student council president and I will grade. Good luck." Up front, of course, the students couldn't accept such subjective grading. Voices of protest rose immediately. "That's unfair, sir." Hearing this, Conrad had no intention of changing his decision. He even barked at them. "Life is mainly experience. You chicks start in 5 minutes." So there was no alternative. The students split into groups and discussed what to collect for the arbitrary teacher. While they debated, Dodd withdrew to a corner and pondered the skill he received as a reward. "Keep allies close and enemies closer. What does that mean? How could I turn good people into bad?" Dodd wondered. But before he could think of an answer, the swordswoman Elijah approached and asked Dodd, "Do you want to team up with me?" The offer surprised the protagonist, who asked back, "Shouldn't you be teaming up with your friend?" "Come on, we're friends too. Why don't we work together?" Elijah said with a smile. Dodd inwardly grumbled, "Join the protagonist's team. No, if that happens, I'll just be in the way." Turning to Elijah and seeing Dodd not answer, she fiddled her fingertips together and gently asked, "What's wrong?" "Not feeling well today." The reply was a cold expression from the protagonist. "No, it's just that we're not that close." His words froze the smile on Elijah's face and it vanished. Then, whether out of irritation or not, the heroine turned and walked away. "Too bad, fine." Not far off, the nun watched this with some concern for her friend. Meanwhile, Dodd glanced at Elijah and thought, "That sounded harsh. She looks upset." As he thought this, a long-haired guy came to bother Dodd. "Dodd Campbell, what's your relationship with the warrior candidate?" Hearing the call, Dodd looked up and quickly recalled the information about the person standing before him. Talion Armand. He was the second best in the class after Elijah. Later, he also became a mid-tier boss in Chapter 1. Any problem with him? Dodd wondered, then answered aloud, "Just acquainted." Talion's face grew angrier and he said coldly, "There's been a lot of unpleasant talk about the outcome of that fight. Why do you keep dragging her into it?" At the same time, a notification appeared, reminding the protagonist that Elnor's demon law had ensnared a virtuous person drawn in by your reputation. Reading the notice, Dodd began to understand how it worked. A gleam appeared in his eyes as he realized a state had been updated. "Seems I met the condition by making him angry, huh? Since he'll be a sub-boss later, I might be able to use him." He also triggered Elnor's demon law. Unaware of Dodd's schemes, Talion ground his teeth and demanded, "Tell me the truth, was that fight fixed? You can't hide it from me." Dodd stood, leaned in, and whispered into his ear with a loaded tone, "Yes, it was fixed. Either you wanted it that way, watch your target get defeated by a mere flick. Have you realized the gap between us yet?" Dodd said with a mocking smile, while Talion's eyes widened in fury. Then, as if to teach Dodd a lesson, the blonde-haired Talion proposed, "Then why don't we make a bet? Let's wager on who will score higher on this exercise. What do you say?" Unable to refuse, Dodd accepted the challenge immediately. "Fine, perfect." Back with Professor Conrad and the Student Council President Elnor. The professor seemed to notice something and said, "Hey, Student Council President, didn't I ask you to help grade? Don't you think this is a bit arbitrary?" Hearing this, the swordswoman Elnor shrugged. "I've been serious from the start." Her casual reply made the professor look at her in puzzlement. "Really? Then explain why Dodd Campbell has a dark score before submitting his work." "Because he deserves it," Elnor said, glancing to the side as if avoiding Conrad's gaze. Of course Conrad couldn't accept that reason. He shouted, "What did you just say?" Ahead, Elnor glanced at Conrad with an annoyed expression and replied, "It seems you're unhappy with how I grade, aren't you?" Conrad said, "Why don't you try putting yourself in my position and think about it?" Elnor shot back immediately, "Then why don't you observe him a bit to verify for yourself why he deserves a dark dod score? I'll go check now." Having said that, the student council president turned as if to leave. But how could Professor Conrad let her go so easily? Immediately he reached out, grabbed her shoulder, and pulled her back. "Hey, wait a moment. I know you're trying to get close to him." Elnor stood there. She replied with a bored expression, "Of course not. I just don't want her alone with the warrior candidate. Something could happen between them. Let me go check." Conrad answered firmly, "Yeah, even if I won't allow you to join, I can certainly kick you out. How about that?" Hearing that, even the villainous Elnor fell silent. Cut to the nun's position, Elijah's close friend. She watched Elijah ahead with worried eyes. Today she seemed unusually different. From the nun's perspective, Elijah was fighting the monsters with fierce enthusiasm. It seemed she was using them to vent all her frustration. Not far away, the big red-haired guy exhaled and remarked, "All the strongest monsters are gathered here. Has something unusual happened recently?" In response, the blonde archer nodded and explained, "You're right, this is a rare mineral area. If we can get some gems, we might avoid low grades." Hearing that, the brown-haired friend with glasses directed, "All right, stop hunting for now. Luca, help me move those mineral deposits." Up ahead, Elijah's inner discomfort seemed to grow, causing her to unleash all her anger on the monsters. With each punch, a wolf was sent flying high. More strikingly, a dark purple-black light appeared to be gathering at Elijah's chest. The only one who could sense it was the nun behind her. It made her feel uneasy. The color of darkness, thick emotions, I can see it all. Though not shown outwardly, she was certainly very angry. Thinking this, the nun couldn't let it continue and spoke up, "Hey Elijah, how have you been lately?" Elijah relaxed her frown and replied, "These days nothing special." Hearing this, the nun couldn't hide her worry and added, "Even so, if something is bothering you, I can help." Elijah refused the concern. "What are you talking about? Nothing's wrong." Behind them, the nun found the situation hard to handle. "Even if he says that, I'm worried his emotions could overwhelm his reason." She thought to herself and continued, "I know something is troubling you." Opposite her, Elijah sat down at the tree root and sighed, admitting, is it that obvious? I can never lie to you, Trisha." Then the nun Trisha quickly grasped the story about Dodd Campbell. "He keeps his distance from you. Does he just want to be friends with Dodd?" Beside Elijah, she replied with some annoyance, "Even though we've been through a lot together lately, I don't think there's any need to create such a boundary between us." Given the situation, Trisha asked with some doubt, "Could it be that Dodd doesn't mean it sincerely?" Hearing that, Elijah glanced over and said, "Not sincere? What do you mean by that?" To answer, Trisha voiced her thought, "He's just a boy from a minor noble family and you're a warrior candidate. Being seen with him will certainly make people gossip." Hearing this, Elijah's small face changed slightly and she asked in alarm, "Is that how he's trying to help me?" Although Trisha didn't know if it was true, she agreed for now to reassure Elijah. Yes, he might be worried he could cause unnecessary misunderstanding. Although he's keeping his distance now, once his reputation is established, he'll still regard you as an important friend. Does he really think that? Elijah stroked her chin, wondering, thinking about Dodd again. At that moment, he was hauling his butt away, fleeing Talian's attack. Meanwhile, numerous necessary notifications appeared beside him. Talian's wrath was nearing its limit. You have brought him utter humiliation. Your negative influence has become permanent. You activated the demon rule and received a command reward. From behind, he gripped his spear tightly and charged forward as fast as he could. His voice and face were full of rage. "You bastard, I'll kill you. I'll skewer you into shish kebab." Saying that, he gritted his teeth and thrust the spear forward like a machine gun, making Dodd's scalp tingle. Dodd gritted his teeth and poured all his vitality into accelerating. Seeing Dodd only run and not fight back made Talian even angrier. "Don't run, fight like a real man. Why do you always steal the finishing blow after I've dealt most of the damage?" Up ahead, Dodd heard this, suddenly turned and reached out to stop him. "Wait, stop." His words made Talian involuntarily freeze and wait for the protagonist's next words. But once again, Talian was disappointed when what came from Dodd was only a teasing remark. "If so, want to split the spoils." Looking at Dodd's infuriating face, the blonde seemed to feel he'd hit his limit. He slowly pulled the spear back and got into a throwing stance. Mana gathered at the spearhead, causing bolts of lightning to crackle outward. Then, without hesitation, Talian put force into his arm and threw hard. The spearhead sliced through the air and shot forward. However, it hadn't flown far before it collided with some sword. The spearhead split in two by the blade. The surprise left Talian stunned, while the protagonist forgot all about fleeing. Turning to see who had intervened, it was none other than Elijah. "Don't touch my friend," she said coldly. Seeing Elijah appear made Talian go dumbstruck, and he greeted Elijah, "Long time no see. This must be our first meeting since the monsters ran off." In response to that well-meaning remark, Elijah lunged forward, pressing the sword at Talian's throat and warning, "Wrong, this is the first time after you lost to me." Beside her, Dodd watched this sweating, silently wondering where on earth she had come from. Back to his perspective, staring at the blade at his throat, he forced out, "Ha ha, it's so good to see you again." Elijah didn't intend to waste time on meaningless greetings and snapped, "What were you trying to do to Dodd just now? Don't tell me you were harassing him." "No, Elijah, I was just," he stammered to explain. But the swordswoman didn't even let him finish and executed a leg sweep, sending Talian tumbling to the ground. Then she put her foot on him, pointed the sword at his face and warned, "I don't want to hear your excuses from beneath me. Talian, you're so scared you could piss yourself." "I know, I get it, but why do you keep defending him? Someone as capable as you, if he wants to give advice and Elijah doesn't want to hear it," she cuts him off. "You don't need to care who I befriend. I hate people who think they're better than others and then get angry at them. But he's deceiving all of us, Talion shouted. Then he shook his head to deny it. He's just doing this to teach us a lesson. He's not the cruel, unreasonable type. Dodd isn't like that. Do you want to be taken down in one blow like last time? Elijah said, staring at Talion with a sharp gaze. Those words seemed to snap him awake. Could I have died, thinking that the fine hairs on Talion's body stood on end. All his fighting spirit evaporated, and he hurriedly turned to kneel before Dodd. Sorry, Dodd, I won't come near you without permission again. On this side, seeing Talion accept defeat, Elijah sheathed her sword and calmly said, try to get along with each other. Having said that, she left coldly just as she had appeared. This made Dodd a bit pensive. Truly a warrior candidate, she's good at teaching people lessons. I wonder if we'll still be considered friends. Right now, I guess we're still friends, at least for now. Wait, that's not important. I still have to get my assignment graded. Time quickly passed until late afternoon. Our protagonist was now carrying a sack on his back to return and report the results to Professor Conrad. However, at that moment, Trisha blocked his way. Wait, Dodd, we've met before, right? I'm Trisha. Hearing that, Dodd quickly recognized her and nodded. Oh, you're Elijah's friend, I remember now. After saying that, Dodd sighed inwardly. In both the original story and now, she always prolongs the conversation. Unaware of Dodd's thoughts, Kissa got straight to the point. Yes, I have something to ask. This might be a bit troublesome, but Elijah. At that, Trisha's voice stopped when she noticed the protagonist walking off ahead. Dodd waved and said, let me get my grade first. Oh, all right. Kai replied, watching the protagonist retreating back, unable to hide the worry on his face. He had Elijah fight Talion. Usually she'd try to talk things out instead of drawing her sword immediately. That's the real problem, Dodd. Back to the protagonist's perspective. Just after he returned to the gathering point, he was overwhelmed by the sight before him. The ground had cracked into many pieces, while Council President Elnor lay with her arms crossed like a dead fish. This made Dodd exclaim, what the hell happened here? Explaining the situation, Professor Conrad said irritably, that damned president insisted on going into the forest, so I told her she had to get past me first. As a result, I won. Seeing Elnor still motionless, he teased her. But you're better than before. Hey, are you pretending to be dead? Conrad smiled while Dodd was shouting inside. This school is crazy, just punish her. Thinking that, he then put on a bright smiling face. All right, I'm here to get my grade. The reminder made the professor startle and turn. Oh right, we're still in class, aren't we? Let me see. Ooh, how did you bring back so much? Hearing that, the protagonist shamelessly took credit and waved his hand. No big deal. It just took some time because I wanted to make sure I picked the best ingredients. By Conrad's eyes, when he opened the bag, it contained countless multicolored minerals, and he couldn't help nodding at these materials. Perfect, your first place. I'm sure Purse will love these if you give them to her. You already have a wish agreement. Why not use this chance to score points with her? All right, I'll do that. Dodd replied as he tied the bag closed. At the same time, Trisha, seeing Dodd had finished reporting his results, shuffled over and asked, hey, are you done? Up front, Professor Conrad stood and told the two of them, okay, you can go. Class is over, but Kai, please take care of her. Yes, sir. Kai hurriedly replied, then turned to Dodd. Dodd, please take care of Elijah, but don't be too nice to her. Whenever she mentions you, she seems to lose all reason. I'm worried things could get worse later. At this sister's remark, our Dodd could only offer a crooked smile. I'm grateful for the warning, but I'm also a little scared. Thinking that, he waved in agreement. All right, don't worry, Trisha, I'll do my best. You should do that if you want to survive this. She might not realize it. But I do, just one misstep and Elijah could cross the line. Trisha told herself this and began using her magic to heal Elnor. Time quickly passed, cutting to the School of Magic, where Dodd was present to meet Professor Purse and state his request. The professor, sipping her tea, raised an eyebrow and asked, you want to use your wish this early? Yes, I need something from the goddess of magic, Dodd said with a smile. Purse asked, you can't wait any longer. Dodd said Purse wouldn't be doing all the work alone to fulfill this request. Purse replied that no one would have to do anything if Dodd didn't use his wish. Putting aside the idle talk, Dodd hadn't come to casually request Percy. He wanted to prepare something for what was coming. To survive the upcoming battle with the Purifier, he had to prepare everything possible. Not knowing Dodd's true purpose, Purse sighed and asked, I've been ordered by Prime Minister Adelante to support you as much as possible. As long as it's not used for other purposes, what do you want? Hearing that, Dodd unconsciously swallowed hard. He began to recall the rewards he had received in Professor Conrad's lesson earlier. You received a reward from Elijah, 500 points. You received an evil seed. You can exchange it for a special skill in the points shop. The list of skills available for purchase has been updated. Elijah Krisenak sealed a negative once. You can use the evil rule once. Talion Man sealed a negative once. You can use the evil rule once. The special skills effect is far better than any item. That's fine for now, but there's still much to prepare. Dodd Campbell is still too weak to withstand the Purifier's Dodd form attacks. That's why I need it. Thinking that, Dodd stroked his chin as he described what he wanted. I need a cannon that could blow this entire academy away. On the other side, Professor Purse heard the protagonist's request and her face went vacant. She stared at Dodd with dead fish eyes and after a few seconds seemed to come to. She rose from her chair and demanded, Dodd, are you crazy? Creating it is one thing, but where do you plan to use it? Hearing this, Dodd knew Purse was about to explode with anger, so he immediately took out the pledge paper and cut her off. Wait, Professor, the agreement clearly states you must fulfill any ordinary request. Something this simple surely can't stump the head of the School of Magic. In response, Purse's brow tightened. She stared at the paper and complained irritably, "You want me to craft a weapon? This is not an ordinary request." Dodd kept persuading her, "But a promise is a promise, right? I don't intend to use it to harm anyone. I just have something I need to destroy in a single strike, otherwise it'll be a huge hassle. That's why I'm even more worried." "You idiot," Perse shouted. But then, as if remembering Atalante's instructions, the professor sighed. "Fine, I suppose you must have your reasons. And since you've helped deal with the monsters recently, I'll make the cannon for you, Dodd Campbell." "Yes, thank you, Professor Perse," Dodd replied. On the other hand, for some reason the female professor also blurted out, in disbelief, "Not only do you have 4 people in your harem, you even make people believe you'll save the world." "A harem?" Dodd asked curiously. Perse suddenly realized she'd misspoken. She immediately grew flustered and turned to scold Dodd. "Oh my, what's wrong with my head? Talking to you has completely distracted me. It's all your fault, Dodd." This was because Professor Perse was 30 and still single, a worrying number for any woman. Seeing the professor panic, Dodd hurried to reassure her, "Please calm down, I have another request in my wish." The professor also promised Elijah and me that she'd give each of us an item from the Phantasmal Archive. "Can I receive it now?" Time passed quickly. Dodd walked down the corridor, thinking about what he needed to do next. "Good, so I've been permitted to make the cannon. Now I just need to gather the materials to make it. I can collect all those materials with the interdynastic key. It seems everything is going according to plan." At that moment, an orange-haired man dressed like a noble, carrying a cane, stood before Dodd and called out, "Hey kid, you're Dodd Campbell, right?" Hearing someone call him, the protagonist looked up and answered, "Yes, that's right." Across from him, the stranger smiled when Dodd confirmed and continued, "I didn't expect to meet you here, what a coincidence. My name is Galdier Riverback, I'm from the Purifiers Charity Fund." Facing Galdier made sweat bead on Dodd's face because he quickly recognized who this man was. What a farce. That fund is just a front for money laundering. Galdier Riverback is the chapter's final boss, also known as the Purifier. He is the leader of the Scorching Flame. Unaware that Dodd fully grasped his identity and background, Galdier still smiled and handed him a business card. "I've heard some rumors about you. You stopped a monster from escaping all by yourself, didn't you? That's not something an ordinary person could do without courage or extraordinary skill. Truly impressive. Whenever I meet an extraordinary student like you, I wonder what their future will be. I'd very much like to have dinner with you. Are you free? I also very much want to talk with you." In response, Dodd naturally didn't want to chat with a chapter boss, so he brushed it off. "I think now is enough time to talk." After saying that, he silently pondered the plot in his head. In the original story, this guy should approach and bother Elijah, so why is he coming to me? Don't tell me this system considers me the protagonist. No, no way. The more he thought, the more confused Dodd became. He scratched his head and said, "I'll think about it." Across from him, Galdier took Dodd's confirmation as agreement and turned to leave. "Meet me at Sunset Eye in 3 days. I'll be waiting." Seeing him decide unilaterally like that, Dodd silently cursed his ancestors 18 generations back. "Hey, I said I'd think about it, damn it." He then glanced at the shiny business card. Its gilded sheen nearly blinded him. "Good grief, my eyes hurt. Fine, I'll go," the protagonist complained inwardly. "In truth, I have no way to avoid this event. As before, things are either on or off. What I can do, what I know, what I don't know, and all the risk factors. If I consider everything in this situation, defeating the Purifier isn't impossible, but I still don't understand why I have to take Elijah's role. Maybe I messed everything up from the start, but for now I'll handle the present and worry about the rest later." With that in mind, and to ensure his safety for the meeting with that Galdier, Dodd went to find his medical insurance. In front of a certain room, Dodd gritted his teeth and raised his trembling hand to knock on the door, calling inside, "Elnor, are you there?" Hearing the familiar voice, Guildmaster Elnor sounded a little surprised and asked back, "Dodd, what are you doing here?" Answering hesitantly, Dodd said, "Ah, you don't have to come out, I just have a small thing to say. Are you free 3 days from now?" At the same time, Elnor's assistant was in the room, complaining about returning books on time to the Guildmaster. "You haven't read any of them and they're just gathering dust. Did you rent them just to look at the covers? Aren't I the one who has to pay the late fees because of you?" Not letting her speak further, Elnor raised a finger to cover her mouth. Unaware of this, Dodd continued with his request. "Guildmaster, that day I'd like you to spend a little time and go with me to a place. Just the 2 of us," Elnor asked again. "Yes, just the 2 of us." Dodd nodded, whereto Elnor asked, "There's a place called Sunset Eye, do you know it?" Dodd named the location Galdier had arranged. The assistant in the room widened her eyes. "Hey, that's a famous date spot." Before she could say more, Elnor pushed her aside and asked Dodd directly, "I know, so why do you want me to go with you?" Explaining, Dodd simply stammered that he'd tell Elnor when they met that day. Cut to some time in Elijah's past. She was sulking alone on a hill of flowers when a voice called from behind, "Hey Elijah, so you're here after all." Elijah muttered in reply, "Shut up." The voice continued, "Come on, I said I'm sorry, I won't tease you anymore." Hearing that, Elijah spun around, angry, tears welling. "Liar. You think pushing me down the hill was a joke?" That accusation made her brother scratch his head awkwardly. "Well then, I'll attack you next time when you're still on the ground." "Stop bullying your sister," Elijah shouted. Her brother rubbed his hands and laughed it off. "Ha ha, I'm just joking. I just want you to be stronger, right? I don't want my sister to be beaten by someone. Try some cookies I brought from the Viscount's house," he said, offering a paper bag, but Elijah, still annoyed, refused, "No thanks." Despite that, she snatched the bag and asked, "Did you steal these?" "Don't say stole, I only took the leftovers," her brother hurriedly corrected. He then sat down beside Elijah and shared, "Thanks to the Viscount, I'll be promoted to Squire immediately. I'll go to the battlefield, I'll have the chance to experience new things and explore this world. Who knows, maybe I'll even earn the title of a guard." Elijah ate a cookie and said with a skeptical look, "Yeah, keep dreaming. A guy who bullies his sister all day can't possibly become a guard." "Hey, who says people have to stay stuck in one place forever?" their brother said gently, and sensing some worry, Elijah asked, "If you go to fight, will you die?" "If unlucky, maybe, but he's pretty good, so it probably won't happen," their brother replied calmly. Still annoyed with him, Elijah sneered, "I hope you get unlucky and die. Go ahead, you're always teasing me, bothering me, never listening to our parents, always taking your sword to fight. I wish death were waiting for you," she thrust out her tongue. To that, their brother simply smiled softly and affirmed that if he became a guard, he'd always be there to protect her. Back in the present, Elijah was sleeping in her room when she was suddenly woken by someone calling. Though a bit tired, she got up, opened the door, and asked the person outside, "Huh, what's the matter?" The visitor was none other than Dodd. He awkwardly scratched his head, "Sorry. I'm from the countryside, so I'm not used to things here yet. About what I said about not being friends with you, I'm sorry," he said as he offered the bag in his hand. "Ah, I brought some cookies from the kitchen, they're pretty good." This made Elijah fall a bit silent. Then she quickly grabbed the bag and shrugged, "Why apologize? That's not cool at all, we're friends. Anyway, go back to sleep." Before she could close the door, Dodd revealed his real purpose. "Wait a moment. I need your help with something. Can you come with me for a bit? It's urgent," he said with an eager face. Elijah felt a bit uneasy. Is he crazy, she thought inwardly. Cut to the position of Guildmaster Elnor. She was busy with miscellaneous paperwork while her assistant's voice kept nagging beside her. "So we've processed all the teaching material. I'll also review the fees from the clubs. The rest concerns transfer students. I heard we'll be receiving some students from the Tribal Alliance. She belongs to a sect that collapsed after a coup, surely the daughter of one of the tribal leaders. Now they're basically exiles and she'll have many retainers with her. In reality, her whole family is seeking asylum here. Her name is Roro Garuda. Have you heard of her? They say she's rather famous, probably yes." Elnor replied with a bored expression. From her face, it was hard to tell whether she'd actually heard the name Ruru before or was just humoring them. Noticing this, her friend added, "And next term, a true saintess from the Holy Empire will arrive. She's coming here in person." Elnor frowned. It seems like something Elnor should pay attention to. In response, the assistant elaborated that people said a delegation would accompany her, but given how things were being handled, the rector had likely used some of his influence. Cut to Elnor's perspective. Naturally, having two important newcomers join the academy left her a bit weary. Preparing to receive a saintess and the daughter of a tribal leader at that. This academy is definitely up to something. It's always been like that, Guildmaster. The assistant's remark made Elnor startle and realize it. That's true. It seems every trouble gets funneled into this place. Oh right, I forgot. Seeing Elnor so worried, the assistant asked why she was bothered. "Haven't you only been here a day or two?" Elnor sighed and replied, "It's just that I'm in a bad mood." Cut to Dodd and Elijah. The two of them were lying together, gazing at the moon. Who knew the school even had an observatory? The night sky is beautiful. Responding, Elijah seemed uneasy and asked Dodd, "Do we really have to do this right now?" Dodd answered calmly, "I have no other choice. This is the only way to make everything line up perfectly." "All right, wait a moment," he said as he checked the controller in his hand. At the moment, both of them were lying in the cradle of something that looked like a catapult. And it truly was a catapult. "With the catapult I got from the observation storage, I can reach that place. Although it's an area for high-level players, I have the secret card the rector gave me." Thinking so, he pressed the button on the controller. And immediately, the catapult flung both Dodd and Elijah high into the sky. "What the?" Elijah screamed, feeling betrayed at being left uninformed. But she didn't stay scared for long. Dodd loudly called out, "Elijah, focus, open your eyes." Before them now hung a red spatial gate. Dodd took out the black card Atalante had given him and explained, "This is the spatial link gate. We're about to step inside. Don't worry, Elijah, it might be a little dangerous." Hearing that, Elijah couldn't help but feel anxious. But an image of her brother suddenly flashed through her mind. His voice seemed to echo in her ear, "Hey, why are you crying? What are you scared of? Look at me, Elijah." That memory steadied the swordswoman's expression. Then the two of them flew into the spatial gate. The gate vanished from the night sky as if it had never appeared. Inside the gate was a space with a deep purple sky. Countless large rocks floated everywhere. Dodd and Elijah stood on one such rock. Dodd warned, "Hey, we don't have much time. This is interrealm space. Don't touch anything. It can be very dangerous." Then Dodd leapt off his rock, startling Elijah into shouting, "Dodd, what are you doing?" Explaining his action as he swooped, Dodd said, "Don't worry, gravity here is unstable. Anyway, we need to get a little higher." Below, Elijah, curious about why Dodd risked this unstable place, asked, "What are you looking for?" In reply, our protagonist didn't explain much. He just gave a knowing smile and said, "You'll see, just jump, the rock is being pushed back." "Are you crazy? You'll die if you fall," Elijah shouted. Still, Dodd encouraged her, "We won't die, just jump." Hearing that, Elijah gritted her teeth, trusted the protagonist, and leaped as he said. As a result, she fell straight downward. This left Elijah stunned and panicked because it seemed completely different from what Dodd had said. "Huh, am I falling?" While terrified, an image suddenly flashed through Elijah's mind. The surroundings were a sea of flames. Little Elijah trembled, clutching a sickle and wearing her blood-stained nightclothes. Ahead, her brother shouted, "Elnor is in danger here. We must run out the back door and get to the granary at once." From behind, Elijah replied, trembling, "Are we going to leave mother and father behind?" Her brother answered with a resolute face, "We have to go now. I'll take care of mother and father. If you see any harbinger of the end, just run." But before he could say more, little Elijah grabbed his cloak tightly and sobbed, "What about him? Mother and father are gone. I'm not stupid. Mother and father are gone. It's just the two of us left. If you die too, what will I do? That's why we have to escape together." Hearing his sister's words, the brother couldn't hold back and a single tear fell. But quickly he turned forward, hiding the weakness on his face, and gently instructed, "Idiot, if I go with you, will be in more danger. Besides, before I'm your brother, I'm a guard. Don't overthink it, don't worry, just run as far as you can. Don't worry, if you reach safety, we'll meet again on the hill where I always train. Answer me, Elijah." His voice was almost a shout, which frightened Elijah a bit. She involuntarily released his cloak and flustered answered, "Yes, sir." Hearing that, her brother nodded in satisfaction. "All right, stay calm. Everything will be fine. Now run, little sister. I'll be right behind you." Back in the present, while Elijah was still falling, Dodd quickly reached out his hand and grabbed Elijah's hand firmly to stop her from falling. Seeing this, Elijah widened her eyes and demanded, "Hey, where's that gravity you promised? You should have explained better. I nearly died." Above, Dodd remained calm as if nothing had happened. "Relax, Elijah, you'll get used to it. Look up, we found our target." Then Dodd hauled Elijah up onto the rock. Not far from them, a wisp of seven-colored smoke drifted in the air. Seeing it, Dodd excitedly took out his pouch. "Okay, grab this." With that, the seven-colored smoke was sucked into the brown pouch, and Dodd quickly tied the bag shut. Watching Dodd's action, Elijah was completely baffled and asked, "What is this? What am I supposed to do with it?" Dodd explained that they would need it later when they had to run. The explanation left Elijah stunned. She asked again to be sure, run away." At that, Dodd broke into an amused smile and asked, "Do you see it?" Elijah scanned the surroundings for a moment and puzzled said, "It's just the sky." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the space before them suddenly went pitch black. Then two gigantic rows of razor-sharp teeth abruptly appeared before them, freezing Elijah in terror. Even Dodd broke into a cold sweat at the sight. He forced out, "This is a creature of interrealm space. It looks like it's time for us to leave." From a distance, the creature attacking Dodd and Elijah resembled a giant whale, but its eyes were blood-red and its jaws packed with extremely sharp teeth. Dodd could feel that if they delayed even a moment more, he and Elijah would become that monster's dinner. He hurriedly said, "We need to make sure everything it spews is collected." Like this?" Elijah asked as she opened the mouth of the pouch, trying to inhale the strange smoke pouring from the giant fish. However, the weight of the things being sucked in made her grimace. "This is disgusting," she shouted. Instantly, Dodd grabbed her hand and lunged forward. Behind them, the giant fish gaped its massive maw as if it wanted to swallow them both in one bite. But just as the razor teeth were about to close, Dodd and Elijah shot through a spatial gate, escaped the purple sky, and landed safely on solid ground. The brush with death made Dodd sweat. "Just as I calculated, it timed perfectly with the card's duration," he thought, then asked, "Hey, Elijah, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Elijah didn't answer immediately. Instead, she angrily pulled her hand out of Dodd's grip. With eyes blazing, "Don't tell me you planned all this in advance, even the escape." Of course, everything went according to plan. Dodd smiled brightly, proud. "The Gregory Phantom trick is an easy move for a veteran player like me." But from Elijah's perspective, her anger surged like never before. "Why didn't you tell me we were going into interrealm space?" Dodd hesitated slightly, then replied nonchalantly, "Because I thought you wouldn't follow me here." "You were right." Elijah ground her teeth and threw the pouch to the ground. "I'm complaining it's tied up now. I can't believe you woke me up just to do this." Saying that, she turned and strode back to her room without looking back. Dodd watched her retreating figure, feeling a bit guilty. Finally, he called out, "Thanks and sorry for not telling you beforehand." But no sooner had he finished speaking than the system notified him that Elijah's favorability had rapidly increased. It was now at concern level 4. Dodd stared blankly. "Wait, I thought this would lower her opinion of me, but it actually shot up. What the hell is going on?" While Dodd spiraled in confused thought, Elijah sank into recollection. The moment Dodd gripped her hand and confidently pulled her from the monster's jaws, her heart involuntarily beat a little faster. Time passed quickly. Cut to Adelante, the headmistress. She seemed to have just finished exercising, sweat soaking her body. As she tied her hair, she asked someone ahead, "Hey, is this the item I was thinking of?" Hearing that, the person opposite replied, "I don't know what you're thinking, but this is the spiritual entity." Adelante immediately realized something and asked, "So you've been using that in inner space, right?" Hearing this, Dodd took the card, held it up, and admitted, "Yes, but didn't you give this to me to do exactly that?" Headmistress Adelante replied with a slightly reproachful tone, "I didn't expect you'd be so quick. And what's with your hair?" Before her stood Dodd, looking utterly disheveled, his hair all frizzed. The corners of his eyes still held a trace of tears from the harrowing experience. I just got struck on the head by department head Purse's lightning. I was on my way to deliver the spiritual entity obtained from inner space when before I could finish, Adelante understood everything." "I see. Purse must have been quite panicked. She's a powerful witch but rather timid." Putting that aside, Dodd casually asked, "Is this item enough to meet your request?" "Headmistress Adelante, you said if I could satisfy you, you'd give an extra reward, right?" Hearing that, the headmistress shrugged and replied, "If it's just that item, other magic towers could buy it for me with mountains of gold, so you don't need to worry about that." Returning to the main point, Dodd knew Adelante wouldn't be fooled by such words, so he spoke bluntly, "It's not really about the gift. I actually have a favor to ask. Whatever it is, a spiritual entity is the consciousness left behind in this world by great predecessors. I want you to bind it into my item, can you do that? After hearing Dodd's request, Adelante was slightly surprised and praised him. While doing that will let the consciousness gradually awaken and grow stronger over time. This is truly a strategic and clever choice. Dodd, which item do you want me to bind it into? Dodd answered, that item is. But before he could finish, Adelante cut in. There's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time. How are you so strong? You defeated assassins with your bare hands and knocked out a hero candidate in one blow. Lately you've even stopped demonic beasts from attacking people. Now this too. Why are you so obsessed with power, she said, staring at Dodd, waiting for his answer. But our protagonist only fell into thought. The duplicates appearing in the main plot here are on par with demon lords, and the script's ending is closely tied to Elnor and Elijah. I've inadvertently been drawn into their storyline, so of course I can't tell her that. That's really troublesome, Dodd sighed inwardly. Instead of answering, he reversed the question. I have one to ask you, why do you always treat me so well? Hearing this from the protagonist, the headmistress asked with amusement, what do you mean by that? Her tone was teasing and Dodd spoke plainly. Actually, you have many questions to ask me, like how did I find the location of inner space? How do I know and understand the spiritual entities left by predecessors? How could I beat assassins, defeat the hero candidate Elijah, and stop demonic beasts? Ordinary students like me couldn't possibly do those things. I'm just a freshman. But recently, I really feel like everything in this academy revolves around me. Maybe I'm being a bit paranoid, but in every class, every activity, I sense your presence. It's like you're trying to say, do whatever you want. I'll support you from behind, you don't need to worry. So why do you challenge me yet also create opportunities to help me? Explaining this, Adelante's tone didn't change, remaining teasing. Honestly, I don't understand how you can talk to a headmistress like me and say things like that. It's unacceptable behavior, but anyway, you've realized it right. Why do I favor you? Could it be because I find you cute? The unexpected answer left Dodd momentarily stunned. He began to complain inwardly. I knew she would say that, so I shouldn't have asked. But at least she agreed to transfer the spiritual entity to me. Now I just need to nurture it to raise synchronization. The consciousness inside will awaken. If I persist in nurturing it from chapter 2 onward, it will be quite useful to me. But first I need to complete this mission. Time passed quickly into evening. The main mission was to lead a purification meeting to resolve incidents occurring at the Sunset Eye. At this time, Dodd was near the Sunset Eye restaurant area. He scanned the surroundings as if searching for someone. Just then, Elnor's familiar voice sounded beside him. You're here. Hearing the familiar voice, Dodd turned and replied. Head of the association, have you been waiting long for me? Not long, only about 6 hours. Elnor said as she casually reapplied her lipstick. She was now dressed very elegantly, her hairstyle changed and the red dress hugged her small waist, accentuating her sultry figure. Even Dodd was momentarily stunned by her beauty, his face flushed as he thought, wait 6 hours. So she arrived here before nightfall. Across from him, seeing Dodd's flustered expression, Elnor smoothed her hair and explained further. That's right, full moons are rare, so I wanted to prepare everything thoroughly. This is your first time going out off campus, right? Yes, the protagonist admitted, but he couldn't even look Elnor in the eye like usual from embarrassment. This amused and teased her. Why won't you look me in the eye? This is Dodd's first outing with a girl off campus. You could really call this a date. So it's understandable he's shy. Elnor reached out, took Dodd's hand and tugged him along. Come on, we have lots of places to go and the line's long. Soon after, the two of them arrived at the Sunset Eye restaurant. However, a crowd was waiting ahead. Oh dear, don't push. Who knew it would be this crowded? Someone shouted. Seeing this, Dodd had already half expected it. As he thought there were way too many people, will we even get in, he wondered. At the same time, Talion, dressed as staff, checked his list and called out, number 27, last call. If you're not here, I'll cancel the reservation. Number 27 cancelled, next is 28. Hearing that, Dodd was surprised. That's Talion, why is he here? Talion, seeing Dodd approach, came over to greet him. Dodd, you remember me, I'm working here part-time. My family won't give me spending money, so I'm a bit short. His gaze shifted to Elnor, head of the association, you're here too. Then Talion's tone grew hesitant, as if he had a thought. Weird, Dodd, why are you with her? What's your relationship? Is it a date? Before he could finish, Dodd quickly denied it. He also reminded himself, sure, walking with the head like this invites suspicion. To everyone else, this looks like a date. From Elnor's perspective, unfamiliar with Talion, she asked, hey staff, do I get priority as student council president? Of course, Talion replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, Dodd noticed something odd on Talion and asked, wait, Talion, are you wearing a necklace? The blonde friend looked surprised but quickly took out a pendant and explained, I'm wearing one the Purification Guild gave me. You know, it's run by Viscount Riverback. Back in Dodd's view, a notification popped up. The target control skill had been activated on Talion. Seeing that, Dodd quickly grasped the problem and urgently warned, right, but don't wear that anymore, and tell the other staff not to wear them either. Dodd's tone was serious, and though Talion didn't understand why, he nodded in agreement. Okay, I get it. Returning to the protagonist, the fact that all the staff were affected by a control skill made him uneasy about this meeting. After raising enough favor with Elijah, the main scenario had shifted significantly. That means Viscount Riverback's attention would now turn to me. In short, I need to be more careful. If the script has changed, I must act accordingly. If he's targeting me, I need to prepare a counter and teach him a lesson. With that, Dodd and Elnor hurried inside the restaurant. As they stepped in, a familiar voice spoke up. Viscount Riverback was already waiting for them. Politely he greeted, pleasure to meet Miss Tristan and you as well, Dodd. Then the sly Viscount Riverback told Elnor, "Miss, let me borrow student Dodd for a moment. We have some matters to attend to." Hearing that, Elnor froze briefly, but she immediately refused. "No way, who gave you permission?" Before she could finish, Dodd hurriedly intervened from behind. He whispered into her ear, President, it's fine." Then he began to say something else to Elnor. It made her eyes narrow, and she turned to look at Dodd with a shocked expression. Unaware of this, Riverback gabbed on at the front. "Miss, you'll be escorted to a private room, won't take long. It seems Miss Tristan and student Dodd are quite close, aren't they? After you're done talking, follow me." He smiled with his eyes nearly closed, but there was a slyness in that grin. With that, Dodd and Elnor were led to separate private rooms. And no sooner had he sat down before he could take a sip than the old man opposite cut straight to the chase. "Do you know why I summoned you here?" Dodd replied to him. It seemed the protagonist didn't want to waste time with these villains, so he laid his cards on the table. "Isn't it because you plan to cause chaos to resurrect a demon during the full moon? When security is lax, it's easy to slaughter many students, generating powerful malicious aura from blood and death, and release demonic beasts everywhere. Use assassins to take out the knights, create more chaos and fear to awaken the demons sleeping in the Tristan bloodline right. From the start, the assassinations and demonic beast attacks were caused by you. But I already reported this whole plan to the headmaster, and everything has been dealt with. So what do you intend to do?" Dodd said, staring at Riverback. Riverback's eyes widened. He had no idea how Dodd knew the details of his plan. He thought to himself, what? Now I understand why the seer took an interest in this one. Harmless in appearance but with a mind deeper than venomous snakes. He's no ordinary man. Thinking that, Riverback's face tightened. But thinking of what he had prepared in advance, he regained his confidence and said, "Impressive, but my men have Tristan under control already. You didn't expect that, did you?" No sooner had he finished than Elnor burst in, sword in hand, kicking the door open. Her kick shattered the door into splinters, sharp wooden shards flying everywhere. Riverback, seeing her bloodied appearance, shouted, "Impossible, Princess Tristan, how could this be?" To explain this, we must go back a few minutes to when Elnor was being escorted away by Riverback's men. Perhaps overconfident in their own strength, they made no effort to hide their arrogance as they ordered, "Princess Tristan, come with me, we have places to go." Their haughty faces reminded Tristan of the whispers Dodd had told her before. "President, the demon worshippers are about to surge in. Regarding that frenzy, have you felt uneasy lately?" She thought a little release might be good for her. With that thought, she slowly stood and said coldly to the group, "By imperial law, demon worshippers can be dealt with immediately and reported afterward without issue." Behind them, a brown-haired hunter mockingly laid a hand on her pale shoulder and sneered, "But do you have the capability to carry that out?" "All right, hurry up, since we intend to capture her alive, behave." Before he finished, his face suddenly froze as a terrifying murderous aura began to radiate from Elnor. Her mental state seemed to change drastically. "You think I can't do it?" As she spoke, she seized his head with one hand and slammed it down so hard that the tea table shattered into pieces. Around them, the remaining hounds gritted their teeth and drew their weapons. "Damn it. Do not kill her, she is the most important target in the plan. Injure her as much as you want, but do not kill her." They shouted to one another and surged forward to attack her in overwhelming numbers. But these weaklings weren't even enough to warm Elnor up. With the terrifying power of the Tristan bloodline, she began kicking each of them flying. Her razor-sharp sword slid across their throats, leaving these hounds to howl in despair. The more she fought, the redder Tristan's eyes became, making the thug's hair stand on end. In the end, they realized the person before them was not a lackey they could handle. In short, these were the events that unfolded when Riverback's men tried to abduct Elnor. Back in the present, Riverback stood dumbfounded, unable to speak. Meanwhile, the protagonist anxiously asked, "President, are you all right?" Elnor replied in a refreshed voice, wiping blood from her sword as she nodded. "Yeah, I actually feel better. But that was no stroll. Come out with me again next time." At that moment, Dodd received two system notifications. Elnor's affection had risen to amiable. "The frenzy had eased thanks to you. A private quest appeared. Gideon Law Tristan has noticed you." Hearing the alerts, Dodd was startled rather than pleased. He wondered, what is this? Why would Elnor's father take notice of me? But anyway, the task was completed, he thought. However, things never go as smoothly as one hopes. Just then, old Riverback realized he had failed. To salvage the situation, he produced something that looked like a chunk of flesh and snarled, "I didn't expect I'd have to use this." His words caught Dodd's attention, and he quickly recognized the item. Riverback held demonic essence. "How did that appear?" Reacting fast, Dodd shouted, "President, don't let him eat that." Unfortunately, Dodd's warning came a moment too late. Riverback had already tossed the chunk into his mouth and whispered, "Receive the grace of the god." Next, from outside the Sunset Eye restaurant, a jet of ink-black energy suddenly burst forth, blowing the restaurant to pieces. Back where Dodd was, he was crawling out of the rubble of the building, battered and broken. At that moment, Riverback's voice rang out again, but his tone had shifted. "Splendid, I didn't intend to use this until the seer dealt with you. Dodd Campbell, can you handle this?" he roared. At that instant, his body transformed into a monstrously fierce demonic form, and the chunk of flesh he had swallowed on his chest glowed without cease. With his combat experience in this game, how could Dodd not recognize this state? A human who absorbs demonic essence can wield part of a demon's power. A demon since Chapter 1. This world really is insane, Dodd grumbled inwardly. Meanwhile, the system kept issuing warnings. Defeat the purifier. Failure occurs if there are too many casualties. Above, Riverback howled like a mad dog as he felt the power endlessly surging through his body. From now on, this is the moment of purification. Back in Dodd's view, the sound of rapid footsteps came from afar, catching his attention. When he saw who was approaching, his face twisted further. Damn it, the problem wasn't just that man but those monsters as well. Man-eaters the demon worshippers Elnor had dealt with had revived. From Dodd's perspective, Riverback's hounds had also transformed into half-human, half-demon forms. Their eyes glowed blood-red as they lunged toward the protagonist. But at that moment, a shout rang out, the piercing thrust technique. With the cry, a beam of blue light shot straight at the demonic creatures, shredding their bodies to pieces. It seemed the one who struck was their friend Talion. Surveying the devastation around him, Talion wore a sheepish grin and asked, "What the hell is going on? What are those monsters? And where's Viscount Riverback? Oh, you saw my move, I'd love some feedback." In response, Dodd explained things bluntly. "They were all your teammates turned into those. If you wear that necklace, you'd become like them too." Hearing this, he began trembling uncontrollably. Then he looked at the protagonist and asked, "Could this be a situation engineered by the Viscount?" Dodd nodded and answered, "Yes. If you don't want to witness true hell, follow my orders from now on." Dodd's serious tone altered Talion's expression. He quickly nodded and asked, "Understood. But what about Dodd? What will you do?" Dodd replied, "I have to handle something else. I must protect the civilians and stop the Viscount. Now run, Talion." Talion realized staying wouldn't help Dodd or Elnor, so the young man immediately ran off. After he left, President Elnor looked at Dodd and asked, "Do you know where the Viscount went?" Dodd stroked his chin, thought for a few seconds, and replied, "Yes, I have a guess. The goal of demon worshippers is always the same. They sow despair and chaos everywhere, and bring pandemonium, the demon realm, into this world. There's only one place he'll target." Time passed quickly and the scene cut to Viscount Riverback. He had flown to a yellow energy barrier. In the distance lay the sealed land where the battle between angels and demons once took place. Staring at the massive barrier before him, Riverback wasn't confident he could destroy it completely. "Even if I can't break the entire protective ward, at least I can deal some damage." Saying that, he began gathering mana in his palm, forming a black orb of energy that radiated a menacing aura. But before he could unleash it, a cold voice from behind rang out. "Okay, don't just stand there." The familiar voice startled him. Riverback couldn't hide his surprise. He turned back to Dodd and said, "Dodd, how did you know I'd come here?" Dodd answered with a mocking smile, "Too obvious, your actions are predictable. You obtain demonic power, so of course you'd head to where the demons are sealed." At that moment, Dodd was being carried piggyback by Elnor to get here faster. It was a bit humiliating, but Dodd didn't care much. High above, Riverback wasn't panicked by their arrival. He was even slightly pleased. "Thanks to you being here, I don't have to search. After I kill you, I'll capture Princess Tristan." Back in Dodd's view, he looked at the guild president and warned, "No matter what happens, we have to survive, understood?" Elnor replied with a nod. Yes, and inwardly she thought that the level of trust he placed in her was genuinely hard to get used to. "But I must be worthy of that trust. It's the pride of the Tristan family," she thought as she tightened her grip on the two swords in her hands. Then she drove power into her legs and stomped hard, launching her small frame into the air like a cannonball. Riverback the demon was stunned, but quickly raised both hands to his chest to block. Below, Dodd seized the opportunity to act. As he ran, he shouted, "President, over here." Seeing this, Riverback up above, although unclear what Dodd planned, couldn't allow him to act freely. He shouted, "Don't you dare touch him." Having said that, he unleashed bolts of black lightning slamming down below. Too bad for him, Dodd's incredible dodging ability evaded them all. This made Riverback's eyes widen. "How is this possible?" he blurted, still stunned and baffled at how Dodd avoided every attack. At that moment, President Elnor's blade edge was already closing in on him. Seeing that, Riverback hurriedly swept his arm to counter. The two devastating blows collided, creating a shockwave that hurled them both apart. Meanwhile, black lightning continued to rain from above, and Dodd could only get his ass up and run as fast as he could. Riverback grew increasingly uneasy and hastily chased after Dodd from behind. "Come back and fight. Don't just keep running," Riverback barked. Right behind Riverback, President Elnor kept close, not letting up. This began to irritate the Viscount. "What a nuisance, Princess." After saying this, Riverback's whole body contracted slightly and released an extremely powerful burst of energy. The blast sent both Dodd and Elnor flying like trash. However, the attack was far from over. Before Dodd could regain his footing, Riverback used a skill called Shadow Fangclaw and fired a black arrow imbued with destructive power, aiming straight at the protagonist. He shouted, "I will finish you off." As a result, our protagonist was struck by a bolt of lightning. That made him vomit bile from the pain. Finally, his body was blasted backward like discarded refuse. Above, Viscount Riverback saw Dodd's eyes roll back and laughed triumphantly. "There are more of you here than I thought. It seems your tricks are up." Hearing this, Elnor stepped in front of Dodd to protect him. "Get up and go, I'll buy you time, go now." Looking at her determined face, even Riverback was somewhat moved and spoke, "You two are stubborn, Miss Tristan. To be honest, you two are a perfect match." Switching to Elnor's perspective, just before the dangerous moment, she felt a strange thought stir within her. "All this time I've only taken and never given. Isn't it time I repay at least once?" She vowed silently and urged the protagonist, "Get up, I'll trust you to the end." Saying that, she slowly advanced. Sparks of rose-red lightning crackled from her hand gripping the sword. Meanwhile, Riverback sneered coldly, "How touching. So your little strategy meeting is over, is it? In reply, Elnor asked, Viscount Riverback, may I ask you one thing? Do you think tonight that he and I make a good couple? The unexpected question left the monster's face blank for a few seconds. Then he answered, frighteningly perfect. If you make it out alive, why not consider marrying each other? His voice dripped with mockery. After receiving his answer, Elnor stamped her foot hard and lunged straight toward him. Her eyes had turned pitch black like a demon's. Immediately, Elnor drew her leg back and unleashed a kick. That knocked Riverback off balance. Before he could regain his footing, Elnor launched a flurry of slashes at lightning speed, leaving the huge monster howling. Finally, Elnor unleashed a new technique. She swung her sword, releasing a terrifying surge of energy that sent Riverback flying backward. But the assault was far from over. Moments later, a powerful force struck down from the sky onto Riverback, shattering the ground around him into fragments. After that blow, the monster coughed up blood. He scanned the spot where Dodd had been and found no sign of him. That bastard Dodd, where did the rats run off to? What else are you hiding? Riverback roared in confusion and sped off in a direction, the scene cutting to the city interior. By now, the chaos Riverback's monsters caused had been eliminated by the Academy professors, who had the situation under control. Professor Conrad looked around, saw no more monsters, and nodded, looks like it's all cleaned up. Not far off, the swordswoman Elijah chimed in, good thing the heads of departments were here. If even one was missing, we'd be done for. Above, head of magic purse agreed. Right, good thing we followed Dodd to follow that Roz. That guy kept telling us to just have dinner nearby. If we hadn't been present, things would have been terrible for Elnor. Could this all be coincidence? Coincidence to such a terrifying degree. The more he thought about it, the more Uncle Conrad felt suspicious. Back to the protagonist's position. His body had just recovered after the monster's attack. He thought to himself, all right, Talion, well done. Phew, that really hurt. Elnor, hang on a bit longer. Just as he thought that, Elnor's body flew past right in front of him. Behind them, Riverback's cold voice rang out, Miss Tristan. Student Dodd, you still have unused tricks, right? If you have nothing left, it's time to die. As he spoke, he fired a bolt of black lightning. That pierced Dodd's body, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Everything happened so fast that Elnor couldn't react in time, and Dodd took the hit. In that moment, as she witnessed it, the scene seemed to collapse into stark black and white. Back in Dodd's view, the attack had left him in considerable pain, but it didn't seem fatal. He clenched his teeth against the pain. At the same time, the system issued a reminder, enchantment of the mind activated. The message felt fragmented, but Dodd sensed something. He hastily looked up and saw that Elnor's appearance had completely changed. A pair of demonic horns had sprouted from her head. The aura around her was utterly alien. The demon within Elnor had truly awakened. Returning to Dodd's perspective, the moment the demon manifestation within Elnor appeared, he immediately registered the situation, thinking to himself that part of the system had been disabled and some abilities were being nullified. This was an incarnation through Elnor's body, the shard of the Grey Fiend. At the same time, as if sensing Dodd hadn't been unlucky enough, the system announced, deadly charm easily attracts favor from those of evil inclination. The more extreme the inclination, the stronger the effect. With this notification, the Grey Fiend slowly descended before Dodd. She gently raised her hand to touch the spot on his chest and murmured some strange words. Suddenly, a dark energy began to gather over the protagonist's chest. It healed his wounds while leaving a mark on his chest. The system notified, you have received the Sate Seal, effects unknown. Seeing this, Dodd's eyes went vacant. He thought to himself that the time on the wound had been rewound. A being this powerful in the world being so friendly felt strange. No matter how the future changes. For now, he'll take whatever is necessary. The pressure was so intense it felt like his brain would short-circuit. He felt as if his flesh was burning from the connection to this entity. I'll copy a necessary skill right now, and I'll definitely need it later. With that thought, Dodd didn't hesitate for another second. He used the skill copy reward he received earlier to copy a skill from the Grey Fiend. Whether sensing this or not, the Fiend clapped delightedly. Then she said something to Dodd. When her words ended, time which had been frozen began to flow again. Above, the Fiend roared, scattering into dust. Dodd. Accompanying the shout, he unleashed a destructive bolt of lightning, firing straight downward. It caused a massive explosion. Smoke and dust billowed everywhere. After unleashing that ultimate move, Riverback himself felt a bit spent and panted heavily. However, when the smoke cleared, all he saw was a large lake shattered into fragments by the lightning strike. But he saw no sign of the protagonist. This made the Fiend mutter irritably. That one disappeared again. At the same moment, Dodd's figure suddenly appeared above him. Riverback sensed something and spun around, but it was already too late. At that instant, the protagonist's attack struck him. It sent his body flying like a cannonball, plummeting straight down. His impact immediately created a huge crater in the ground. What astonished Riverback most was Dodd's current strength. He yelled, what the hell is this? When looking at the protagonist who had just descended from above, he looked like a superhero. When he faced Riverback directly, the system issued several glaring red warnings. Emergency situation. The system assessed this as a direct life-threatening danger, applying absolute emergency level X. Activated the new skill King of Pandemonium for 5 minutes, granting absolute advantage against all enemies with demonic attributes. At this moment, through the eyes of the vassal Riverback, Dodd was in an extremely strange state. A high-level demonic aura radiated from him, and his eyes had turned completely black. Just sensing the power Dodd emitted was enough to make this big guy break out in a sweat. He screamed like a madman. How could a maggot-like creature do that? The prophecy about this word still hadn't fully left his mouth. Dodd dashed forward like a gust of wind. He landed a punch squarely on the demon's face, sending his massive body flying far away once more. Seeing this, Dodd exhaled and said, "Round 2, come on." In the distance, Count Riverback lay in a large crater where his body had collided with the ground. His face still dazed. He couldn't understand why Dodd's power had suddenly increased so much. He slowly sat up, glanced at Dodd as the aura emanated from him, and thought to himself, why? Using an upgraded version of the very skill I possess, the power I've twisted my body for years to obtain, yet that ragged nobody has mastered it so well. Unfair, truly unfair. The more Riverback thought, the more an invisible rage rose within him. Black chi flowed from his body with a terrifying killing intent seeming to take on substance. The system issued a reminder to Dodd. The black mist releases demonic essence to amplify power. A dark blessing enhancing physique and resistance, reinforced with demonic essence. Then the demon Jever howled like a rabid dog. He focused his strength into his fist and lunged forward. Seeing that, Dodd did the same. Thus, the two charged straight at each other and threw full power punches. The instant their fists collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted, spreading in all directions. The ground cracked into many pieces as a result. Next, the demon Riverback took advantage of his long reach and reached out to grab Dodd's face to hold him while attacking with his other hand. But the male Lade reacted quickly. He used his defensive skill to create two pairs of wings of light, blocking the black lightning from Riverback. This made Javerback's eyes widen. Holy power. How the hell can he also use holy power? Without answering that question, Dodd took advantage of his daze and lunged forward. He drove a knee into his face, making his features cave inward. Dodd's kick was so strong it sent his body flying forward and smashing repeatedly into a twin tower. Then, not giving Riverback a chance to react, Dodd leaped lightly and appeared directly above him. He delivered a full-force kick, launching the demon down into the launch platform he had prepared earlier. At the same time, the skill he had copied from that gray she-demon expired. However, Dodd had prepared everything. At that moment, he pressed the start trigger of the catapult, causing Riverback's body to be hurled forward. "Dodd, you bloody bastard!" he shouted, and Dodd mocked him since that's all he could spit out. "Don't you have a cooler final line?" Then, as if from nowhere, Dodd produced a cannon and fired straight ahead. The powerful fire it unleashed began to burn Riverback's demonic body to pieces. Before he died, he finally understood everything. Could it be that all of this had been part of his plan from the start? Thus, after Jay Verbeck's body was reduced to nothing, the system issued a congratulatory notice. Main quest completed. You received 1 essence of evil and 1 hero shard worth 5,000 points. Hearing the notification, Dodd sighed. Did I really get all this? Looks like rewards scale with difficulty. Normally you only get to choose 1. But anyway, now I have 2 items that could even bend the storyline. At that, he noticed Elnor was still injured somewhere and hurried to search for her. But Headmistress Adelante's voice sounded right beside him. The student council president is safe, but more importantly, that was insane. Dodd, I want to hear everything that happened with the Grey Demon. Of course, Dodd wasn't about to admit anything. Instead, the general pretended to be bewildered and asked, "What do you mean?" In response, Adelante spoke plainly, "I'm asking because I already know, student. You were involved with a demon, weren't you?" Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to a medical room. Elnor remained unconscious and was receiving a blood transfusion. A voice asked, "Is the transfusion ready?" Another answered, "Not yet, but nearly. What's her current heart rate?" "Below 50 beats per minute, damn it. Why hasn't that cleric arrived yet?" Hearing the frantic noises around her, Elnor's eyes slowly opened. While she awaited recovery, Dodd and Adelante had a serious conversation. Adelante spoke first. "One of the Grey Demon's abilities is corrosion. It is spread outward with you at the center. The Church and the Holy Kingdom will certainly take notice. You have become the Storm's Eye. Did you act knowing something this serious would happen?" As for him, he had long since decided to give up living as a background character, especially now being dragged into matters with such a demon. He shrugged and replied, "Honestly, I just got lucky." Adelante frowned and steered the conversation back to the Grey Demon. "The strongest of the Lords of Pandemonium is the Grey Demon. As I suspected, it used Student Council President Elnor as its host." Hearing this, Dodd's expression shifted and he asked, "Headmistress, you knew about this beforehand?" In reply, the beautiful headmistress nodded. "As soon as possible. First, thank you, Dodd, for fighting to protect the school in Elnor. You can come in, but listen closely. What I'm about to tell you is top secret." As she spoke, she snapped her fingers to levitate Dodd in front of her and had him rest his head on her lap, then continued. "After the hero's final battle, the demon's soul shards scattered everywhere. If even 1 shard appears in this world, the others will automatically gather around it. Because the Grey Demon awakened, even if only briefly yesterday, the remaining shards will soon appear." No need for her to say much. As someone who completed this damn game, Dodd naturally understood perfectly. It's the same in the original storyline. A demon's host always brings catastrophe. The host of the Red Demon once caused the Red Knight incident, a tragedy that wiped out Elijah's entire family. These soul shards and hosts are randomly selected each playthrough, except Elijah and Elnor are fixed. Not sure what you're thinking. Headmistress Adelante continued sharing information. "The Holy Kingdom's intelligence network is terrifying. They've listed potential host candidates and Elnor was among them. I did my best to gather them all at the school." Hearing that, Dodd found a Tia N letter 1 EF3S decision puzzling. Select and gather them in one place. It sounds good, but putting all those dangerous people together seems reckless. Adelante, seeming to notice Dodd's confused look, explained true love. Once a demon's host truly loved someone, and the demon's soul shard was completely destroyed as a result. Love eradicated the seed of destruction, and it seems the gray demon really likes you. Hearing that, Dodd felt a sudden, uneasy premonition. He hurriedly shouted, What are you saying?" He protested, "No way." However, Headmistress Adelante had already observed everything. She said, "I saw it from afar. It healed your wounds and even clapped happily, didn't it?" Dodd stammered in response, "Maybe I just looked pitiful then and didn't let it finish." Adelante cut him off. "The point is whether there's any connection. The demon seems unusually affectionate toward you. Dodd, your judgment, knowledge, and actions have been proven. So I'm honestly asking you to do one thing. Please seduce the demon host." As she spoke, she brought her face close to Dodd's. The move made him flinch. He quickly turned aside and refused. "What? No way." Seeing Dodd repeatedly decline, the headmistress offered, "I'll do everything to help you flirt effectively, don't worry." Dodd shouted in panic, "No, that's not the point." Adelante continued to persuade him, "Don't worry, all current candidates are female. This is perfect timing and place. Even the demon applauds you. You can probably hit on ordinary girls easily, right? Use whatever means necessary to seduce them all. And destroy the demon's soul shards. Then the world will be saved." Returning to Dodd's perspective. If swearing were allowed here, he'd probably have done it. "God, if that were the case, I'd already have a lover." He complained, then asked, "Wait, didn't you say it requires true love? How many people do you want me to juggle?" Adelante knew how difficult that was, but besides asking Dodd, she had no other option. "It won't be easy. Demon cultists are targeting them, and the hosts aren't ordinary people. But even so, I still must ask you, please save humanity." After saying this, she bowed with deep sincerity, making Dodd want to quit this whole game. Thinking that, Dodd didn't dare refuse aloud and could only ask, Headmistress, I know the answer, but what if I can't seduce them?" Adelante replied, I mentioned this in chapter 14. Humanity will be annihilated, the world shattered, and a dark empire ruled by demons will arise. Time quickly passed as the scene shifted to Elnor's sick room. At this time, the student council president had also woken from her coma. She quickly looked around, and upon realizing she was in the infirmary, she murmured, "Have we won?" At the same time, a voice outside scolded, "You can't just barge in like that." A student replied with a groan, "Come on, I was here yesterday too. I even skipped class over this." She couldn't have woken up so soon. At that moment, Elnor's assistant rushed into the room and burst into tears of joy when she found Elnor awake. She hurried over to hug her close friend and scolded, "How could you do something like that? You drove me crazy. I thought you were gone for sure. What the hell was that? What kind of battle was that?" Elnor, remembering Dodd who fought alongside her, asked, "First, calm down a bit. How is Dodd?" In response, the assistant wiped her tears and explained softly, "Dodd, he's been discharged. Actually, he wasn't seriously injured. The one who was badly hurt was you. We really thought you wouldn't make it this time." The words made the president uneasy, and she asked, "If I'm like this and Dodd is fine, how does that make sense?" The perspective returned to the secretary. At this point, she began recalling her recent conversation with Dodd. Looking at her friend still lying unconscious, she couldn't hide her worry and whispered, "He hasn't woken for 2 days. If she doesn't wake up Dodd Campbell, I'll personally deal with you." Hearing that, Dodd could be confident that Elnor wouldn't go down so easily. So he solemnly affirmed, "Senior Elnor isn't someone who would die over something like this. I guarantee she'll wake within a few days." Dodd's confidence made the secretary scratch her head in bewilderment. "How can you be so sure?" Dodd replied with a gentle face, "Because I'm still alive. Someone willing to risk his life to protect another. The Chai S-letter 1 EDF family has never been weak." Returning to the present, the secretary smiled and changed the subject. "Anyway, forget that for now, President. Since you're awake, there are a few things needing your approval." Elnor, annoyed at being put to work just after waking, complained, "Hey, I'm still a patient, you know." Ignoring that, the secretary quickly opened her notebook and handed over the tasks. Now for some unpleasant news. 2 important figures are coming to meet the president. The first is the Saintess Lucian. Hearing this, Elnor stroked her chin, frowned in thought, and asked, "Isn't she due to enroll next semester?" The secretary explained, "That's true, but they've decided to enroll her next week. Because of an incident involving an ex. The Holy State and the Inquisition are beginning to take action. Well, I didn't intend to bring that up. But Lord Gideon will come to the school." At the mention of that name, Elnor's face showed surprise as she murmured, "My father is coming." Meanwhile, in a distant room, a figure looked out and said with satisfaction, "The bustling atmosphere of this city is quite pleasant." Inside the room, the Saintess Lucian, smoking, complained, "Hey, can you shut the window? The light is bothering me." Her remark almost made the stranger burst out laughing. How amusing, a saintess nowadays doesn't like the light. From behind, Lucian exhaled a plume of smoke and mocked, "If you spend most of your life in a dim prayer house, you'll be like that." Her words left the young blonde man silent for a few seconds before he replied, "Isn't that a somewhat dark twist in the story?" Saintess Lucian continued, "Close the window, night." In response to that request, the blonde companion said, "I want to enjoy this peace a little longer." Hearing that, Lucian sarcastically questioned the notion of peace. A demon worshipper and a saintess in the same room and you talk about peace. The blonde knight laughed, "I thought we'd grown a bit closer by now." With that, the initial tension of their meeting faded. Not letting him say more, the saintess's face turned cold as she set clear boundaries. "We're cooperating toward the same goal. Don't assume I want to be your friend. Do you think that's possible?" Her expression was full of teasing, but the blonde knight did not take offense. He said, "Those who hold the binding cord control you. Two fates are choking our lives, we're the same in that. Returning to Lucian's perspective, she exhaled another white plume of smoke, then whispered, think whatever you want, at least I still have someone I must protect. At that moment a figure flashed through her mind, her younger sister, the favored daughter Dodd had encountered earlier. The secret beloved son of their father. Summer is almost here. Father said summer where you are is much hotter than at home. Remember to take care of your health. Father sent some fruit, share it with your friends. I heard there's a parent meeting coming up, but our household is busy preparing for the harvest, so your parents probably can't attend. Instead, Father will send Heckman. If you need anything, tell him. Everything at home is fine. Don't worry and keep a low profile. Don't try to stand out. A crowd of students hurried forward. You're clever, so Father isn't too worried, but absolutely no causing trouble. Live quietly for him. Remember, if you get a girlfriend, bring her home during the summer vacation. This father wants to see his grandchild, doesn't he? In short, take care of your health. Your loving father, Armin Campbell. Luckily, Father couldn't come. After reading the letter, Dodd looked up at the friend before him and asked, so you're Heckman? Probably the trainee butler or something. Heckman adjusted his glasses and politely replied, yes, that's right, sir. Master, if there's anything, please tell me at your leisure. At his words, someone chimed in, hey you, that attitude is a bit too obsequious. He brought the cluster of grapes up to him. These are grapes the Lord sent for the master, Dodd asked as he brought one to his mouth. Seedless grapes, he answered honestly, they must be very sweet, right? At that, some passing students glanced at him judgmentally. That guy's always putting on an act, now he's even bringing a butler to school, trying to play noble, huh? Look, he's eating them all by himself. Hearing that, he wiped his mouth and pushed the grapes back toward the butler. Heckman, we need to pretend to be friendly like buddies here. Do as I say and finish these for me. The sudden request flustered him. He bowed, took the grapes, and complained, yes. Dodd then said, you'll probably be a trainee butler your whole life, huh? All right, enough, now is not the time to relax. The principal's words were truly unimaginable. At this moment, Atalante's words surfaced in his mind. Charm all the demon vessel candidates and save humanity. The system displayed a notification. Elnor Tristan, affection level stage 1, mission activated, hereditary curse will appear in 7 days. Gideon Tristan, curiosity level stage 1, mission activated, hereditary curse will appear in 7 days. And in his head he thought, forget world peace for now. The immediate missions are the ones to worry about, but things didn't stop there. The system reappeared. Main mission chapter 2, the king's demise will appear after the chapter 2 boss fight. That's the real problem. We need to plan ahead for the boss battle. Wait, by the original rules I never even met Gideon. What should I do? Back in reality, Heckman looked up at the sky with a satisfied expression. Master, it's unbearably hot here. Dodd paid it little mind, other thoughts kept circling in his head. In the original story, that man appeared already dead. Though not an affectionate father to his daughter, a father is still a father. Originally, Gideon's death was the trigger for the awakening of the White Demon. But I woke him during the Chapter 1 boss fight instead. Damn it, all of this is a mess now. His being recorded as alive means the script I know could change without limits. He thought to himself, fine, Elnor's father, I'll meet him. He must be avoided at all costs, no, avoid him. But if we do run into each other, we have to dig something out of him. Only then would there be a chance to deal with the Chapter 2 boss. Dodd looked at Talion, who was pinching his butler's cheek, and asked confusedly, hey Talion, what are you doing to my butler? His question made him uneasy. Hey butler, I thought he was being bullied or something. Can someone like that even do the job? Dodd pointed at him and said irritably, because you touched my butler, I'm borrowing your sword for a day. This sudden declaration surprised him. Huh, why? But then he immediately knelt and offered his sword. Such an unexpected honor, Dodd, please take and use it. He couldn't escape his own embarrassment and quickly explained, no, I'll return it. Not long after, our protagonist Dodd went to ask Elnor for a favor. Elnor glanced at him with amused interest. Interesting, you enrolled in theology and now you want me to teach you swordsmanship. Dodd raised his hand and began to explain. After that demonic incident, I realized many things. I realized that relying solely on holy power leaves you too weak in physical combat. So I want to learn the Chai S letter 1 EDF swordsmanship, even if only the basics. As he spoke, he thought privately that, thanks to an innate boost in goodwill toward the wicked, Elnor would keep getting involved with him for a long time. She bowed her head slightly and smiled with disdain. That's the first thing you've said that sounds reasonable. If it's a constructive request from a junior, I'll help a little and see. Watching her draw her sword, he thought to himself he must use this chance to copy her techniques as much as possible. To build ties with Gideon later, there may be no path other than swordsmanship. Suddenly a voice rang out, what a rare sight this is. The busy student council president has spare time and refinement. Elijah approached from afar, offering private tutoring. Elnor glanced back and said she'd already asked him. Hearing that, she looked at him and asked, is that so? But the president specializes in single sword style. Dodd here uses a single sword. He raised his hand, forced a smile, and explained it's fine, single sword or whatever, it's all the same. At his attitude, Elnor glanced with eyes full of killing intent. The type of sword doesn't matter, who teaches you is the core issue. Elijah sighed softly, exactly, so if you're experienced as an instructor, teach, it makes much more sense. Hearing that, her face immediately darkened as she looked toward him. Was he implying her swordsmanship was superior to mine? That junior has no way of beating me, Elijah said as he placed a hand on his sword and stepped forward slowly. They moved toward each other, trading words. But I'm sure the Chai S letter 1 EDF sword style has a flaw. Then show me that flaw, okay, on the condition you don't use your power. Seeing the situation worsening, Heckman suggested, Master, isn't this what people call a duel? Elijah raised his sword before him, eyes resolute. The Tristan family's power must not be used, Madame President. Elnor stood opposite, her gaze cold as it fixed on her. I want to see how far this goes. Dodd, hearing their words, was alarmed. You were going to teach me, so why are you two charging at each other? Heckman at his side could only force a smile. Apparently they've been itching to clash for a while. Elijah lunged with his sword, then allow me to instruct. Faced with his haste, Elnor barely reacted, lifting her eyes in a casual motion. As the blade neared her throat, Elnor gave no response, only watching in silence. A cold flash lit Elijah's gaze. Unexpectedly, she raised her sword to block his strike. Elnor braced her arm, trying to hold it as firmly as she could. After gaining momentum, she quickly surged forward and shoved him away. Witnessing that power left her a bit astonished, too fast, not only fast but also very forceful. What are you doing, Elijah, letting a demon overpower you? Suddenly Elnor's eyes widened in great surprise. Elijah was no longer at a disadvantage and immediately pushed back. Elijah withdrew his sword, watching with extreme caution. Elnor feared her clan was a demon clan. No matter how noble the bloodline, sooner or later it would be seized by demons and driven mad. Whether you wanted it or not. At the same time, in her mind, she recalled the scene she had witnessed as a child. Seeing the desolation before her, Elijah looked as if he could hardly believe the reality. Returning to the present, her gaze grew cold. After all, she was merely a sacrifice to the demons. She slid her foot back to gain momentum. She unleashed her power, a blazing red flame enveloped her sword. With momentum gathered, she immediately surged forward and attacked. Seeing the streak of sparks hurtling toward them made him and his butler stare in astonishment. And a huge question mark seemed to appear in Dodd's mind. Elnor remained utterly calm, watching her movement, struggling to control what could truly be called emotion. Then she leapt in front of him, intercepting the attack. The flames seemed to subside gradually. Elijah looked at them, eyes both astonished and remorseful. Sorry, but Heckman was so terrified he foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. Dodd was utterly amazed, studying them. Is this human reflex, faster and stronger than before? Could it be starting to fuse with the shard already? Elnor, seeing them silent, watched as Elijah tried to explain. I went too far, I'm sorry. President Elnor looked at her and slowly advised, your swordsmanship isn't bad, but as a candidate champion, you need to train things beyond swordsmanship as well. You can't have teammates getting injured, right? Realizing she was completely wrong, she stopped being stubborn and bowed an apology. Yes, Dodd, I'm sorry. Seeing he had regained consciousness surprised her. Where did it go? In the great forest. Seeing Elnor's condition, there was no time to delay. If she stayed careless, it would be ruined. She had to risk everything and grow stronger. After all, I never intended to become a pure swordsman. To survive, holy power is essential. Not only swordsmanship, but also divine power must be improved. And to do that, Uriah was intently eating an apple. Suddenly, his voice rang from afar. How have you been lately? You look all right. She looked at him in surprise. He is. Uriah Greyhaunter, the Saintess's blood sister. Now it's your turn to help me. In the deadly space, a strange voice echoed. Still longing for someone to come rescue you, or hoping someone will become your friend, will only make your suffering worse. You must realize that soon. Hope is merely the overture to despair. Accept it like your sister did. Bright red drops of blood fell straight onto her face. Everything around under her eyes began to dance. It seemed Uriah was falling into a deep pit of despair. A cold gaze looked down at her and a voice said, You are nothing but a cursed sacrifice destined to be lonely until death. That is the path to protect everyone and also your mission. A dark space seemed to be gradually swallowing her. Uriah jolted awake from the nightmare, drenched in sweat. She found herself lying on a white sheet, her face still sunk in fear. From above, a beam of light shone down where she lay. Uriah reached up and plucked an apple from the tree. Then she slowly ate it, bite by bite. When finished, she now pushed the basket of red apples aside. While chewing, she glanced to the side. Dodd stepped up from behind and asked, How have you been lately? You look like you're in good health. Hearing his voice, she immediately turned her head. A chain suddenly appeared. Uriah grabbed it in her hand and quickly attacked toward him. Dodd drew his sword up, then swung down to block her attack. Why did you step into my attack range? You knew it was dangerous. A smug look crossed his face, as his sword slowly revealed itself. Not stopping there, Uriah spun the chain skillfully, and Dodd was no slouch either. He dodged just like that. Seeing she still wouldn't stop, he kept pleading in his head, Please back off, I told you to back off. He used his sword to push the chain away, then slid across the ground. Dodd glanced to the side as the chain suddenly whipped back toward him. Startled, he immediately fell over. Dodd sighed tiredly and looked at Uriah with a look of admiration. Seeing her swing like that, it was clear she was still strong. Uriah stared at him in surprise. His voice rang out again. I told you I'll drop by occasionally with food for you. You haven't forgotten me, have you? I didn't know what you liked, so I brought a bit of everything. With this amount, you can eat comfortably for 2 or 3 days. Don't you feel lonely living isolated like this? Occasionally I'll come keep you company like this, would you mind? His attitude left her startled, but then the cold, hard voice suddenly surfaced in her memory, reminding her she needed to understand it soon. You are only a cursed sacrifice destined to be alone until death. Accept it. Back in the present, Dodd looked at Uriah and urged her earnestly, Help yourself, I'll be going now. That memory reappeared. He's standing before Yuria, uttering words that extinguished her hopes. Hoping someone will come rescue you or wishing someone will become your friend will only make your suffering worse. Yuria stared blankly at the pile of food before her. Then she slowly picked up a loaf of bread. She tossed her weapon aside as well. Yuria held the bread in her hands like a treasured possession. Tearful drops of sorrow slowly fell onto the bread. It didn't hurt, not at all. Time quickly passed. Back with Dodd, the system notification appeared. Critical attraction, villain goodwill increased. Yuria Greyhunter interest level, stage 1 reward available. Dodd jolted awake in panic. What now, after only a few days with her and already stage 1? Might as well check the reward. The system displayed, Swordsman Focus Skill B rank, increases reflex speed and combat accuracy. He slowly opened the tab. Not bad, combined with the 1,000-pound hair trick it would be very effective. He also thought, wait, is that Brett Heckman still asleep? What a useless layabout. Parents, nobles, royalty, and merchants will all attend. I've been training hard with Yuria because today the system board shows the Chai S letter 1 EDF sword style, weapon agnostic, can now occasionally bypass defense at a low rate. He turned his head and called his late-rising butler. Heckman, and the sleepy-faced man slowly replied, I'm up, sir. Dodd quickly fastened his last button, face full of excitement. Today he only needed to impress one person. And he thought to himself that Gideon La Tristan, a sword genius, didn't appear in the original story. At the same time in town, the armored man looked toward the old man and spoke a request. Commander, if the ground is uncomfortable, please step onto me. The old man replied, it's fine. Every so often one should stroll in the countryside like this. Nearby, a few people approached with eager faces. Word has it the Holy Emperor's realm is coming this year. Could it be true? That splendid cavalry we saw earlier, wow, maybe it's real. The Holy Emperor's realm is indeed participating. Hey, our son is competing. He entered school as second place. How could he not take part? On the stage, after seeing everyone had gathered, the MC began the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, parents who have traveled from far and wide, welcome. Our Elefante Academy is the Empire's premier educational institution. We are deeply honored to host you at this observation session. The traditional Bot T letter 1 ED5 Royal welcoming event will begin soon. A man slowly stepped forward, his expression betraying surprise. Wait, could that person be? The two people seated nearby were equally astonished. Hey, are you kidding? Why is he present in a place like this? The man was said to never appear unless there was a war. Why is he attending a school observation session? His daughter is the student council president here. That's true, but there's a rumor he didn't even show up for the matriculation ceremony. Is that true? People say that man is a cold-blooded swordsman and nothing else, so no one dares approach or speak to him. Gideon narrowed his eyes and glanced toward the crowd whispering about him. Conrad hurried over from the side and asked, isn't that Gideon? What wind blew you here? He folded his arms and asked calmly, Senior Conrad Balthador, aren't you tired of teaching these kids? Conrad quickly sat beside him, not tired. What wind brought you all the way here? Training. Is the attempt to catch up with the great Chai S letter 1 EDF from the first era going well? Gideon folded his arms and sighed wearily. Just training, stepped out for some fresh air. I'm still practicing according to the written records. They say you must make Mount Tai your own. Hearing that, he grew curious and asked, strange, how are you proceeding? His face darkened and he answered, first I cut the mountain peak, an undeniably crude and brutal method. Below, the MC's voice rose again. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. The contest will begin shortly. The students participating are volunteer freshmen. Conrad looked down and then explained. The contest will proceed under the supervision of faculty and medical staff. The MC smiled at the audience and continued. All desired weapon types have been prepared in wood. Contestants, please enter the arena. Immediately the crowd erupted. Come on, our girl, you must make the top 10. He slowly stepped onto the stands, thinking to himself, damn, I'm shaking right before going out. Did my character feel this way back then? Damn, I shouldn't have entered. Does he really have to catch Gideon's eye? Talion beside him smiled and said, in this match, Dodd and I will face each other in the final duel. Elijah as a candidate champion had withdrawn, so it's not impossible. The MC's voice rang out, contestants needing weapons, please come collect them. Elijah looked ahead, thinking, Dodd, why insist on entering this match? Does he enjoy toying with the weak sometimes? Or is it that noble sense of duty? The host continued, choose calmly, 1 minute until the match begins. The objective is singular, be the last survivor. That student will receive special points. Those who make the top 10 will also receive bonus points. Heckman below called up to cheer, Master, I think you only need to reach the top 10. Dodd sighed to steady himself. He thought Gideon must be sitting somewhere right. Look at me. Elijah was also nervous. I'm watching, so don't worry. Dodd, I trust you, but if anything happens, I'll help. The MC began, all contestants bow to one another. Elnor was up high at this time, silently looking down. In the audience, Gideon looked up. She announced, prepare to begin. As soon as the MC's voice ended, all contestants on the arena seized their wooden weapons and charged at their opponents, attacking non-stop. Talion swung his sword at him. Dodd, I won't go easy on you. His strange behavior puzzled him. Why does this guy keep targeting only me? Still, there was no time to ponder. Dodd reacted quickly and blocked his attack. Dodd glanced over with a very pleased expression. What is this about? The brat in the stands watched silently. Dodd raised his sword, ready to strike. The man frowned slightly at the sight. Those two look amused, don't they? The system suddenly issued a danger warning. Ruru came up and launched a kick at him from behind. Seeing her appear surprised him. Ruru smiled at him smugly. What are you doing? Jump in then. Ruru Garuda, the younger daughter of the great clan of the allied tribes. This character will appear in Chapter 5. Talion was struck. He squeezed his eyes shut and cried out. He thought to himself above all. Elijah looked forward and asked confusedly, who is she? Ruru stepped forward with a haughty expression. If you won't go, I'll go. He looked at her, thinking to himself, she's just a brat who likes fighting. Her magic is the body enhancement techniques of the allied tribes. Even with my 1,000-pound hair activated, I couldn't be sure of winning. At this point, she's definitely stronger than Elnor. Talion collapsed to the ground, barely able to stand from the pain. Did the master protect this weakling? Dodd, are you shielding an opponent you're supposed to fight? Dodd silently sighed and looked up at the sky, thinking, why would Kid Ruru participate in an event like this? She isn't well known yet. Suddenly, his attitude shifted 180 degrees. I'll definitely make you number one today. Seeing this left him helpless. If you have time for that, then run, Talion. Talion stepped forward to block him. Hey, new face, if you're aiming this way, you have to get past me first. Here I am, freshman runner-up Talion. Amen. Can you swallow that? Ruru asked him, you're the runner-up. Then I won't go easy. She suddenly pointed straight at his stomach. The system notification appeared, swordsman focus activated, reflex speed and accuracy increased. Dodd looked on in surprise. Ruru smiled brightly and said, don't die on me. Ruru moved like lightning. Talion's eyes widened in terror. With a single simple move, she sent him flying. Dodd planted his sword before him to brace, and several others nearby were also knocked away. Talion was hit until blood spattered. He placed his sword before him, trying his hardest to block her attack. Clearly it had taken effect, yet the impact still surged inward. Seeing this power, the stands erupted. Wow, that's a freshman. Elfante really sent her. Ruru looked at him smug. What's this? Thought she was just ordinary. You're holding back too. If you can take that hit, good, then I'll go all out. He looked at her, thinking to himself whether, with his current stats, he could win. Unexpectedly, Guy and Elnor exclaimed in unison, no way, even in a dream, that's absurd. Ruru rushed in, continuously launching kicks. She switched from legs to hands, unleashing a flurry of punches at him. Dodd tried to keep his sword in a defensive stance. Now is not the time, don't act recklessly. Suddenly he cried out, wait, I forfeit. Ruru was stunned to hear that. Above, people kept murmuring, what a coward, a noble with no pride. Your classmate says you're forfeiting. He answered honestly, yes sir, I'm stepping down. Elijah nearby observed and sighed, a wise choice, Dodd. Dodd took a few slow steps down to the arena floor. What the hell are you shouting for? You dared them to come up and fight but wouldn't when called. The MC looked a bit embarrassed. Well then, it seems the winner has been decided. Isn't that so? There are still contestants on the field, so continue. Ruru seemed dissatisfied. It's only just getting interesting. She clenched her teeth, her face showing clear anger. Damn imperial bastard, who do you think you are? The system notified. Lethal charisma has sown the seeds of an explosive popularity. Dodd turned and seeing the terrifying strength she displayed when angry, breathed a sigh of relief. Running was the right call, who forbids forfeiting. Suddenly, a bubble-like bag appeared from nowhere and covered his head. When it was removed, he found himself in a different room. Beside Gideon, a strange voice spoke. Dodd Campbell, what is your relationship with my daughter? Hearing that startled him, wait, I'm not mentally prepared. Dodd sat up straight, looking a little anxious. She's someone who's helped me a lot during school life, just a friend. Guy sat nearby, leisurely sipping tea. You learned swordsmanship from him. Dodd widened his eyes in shock, watching. Calm down, stay calm, only then can the plan proceed. He then replied, no sir. The man added, so who did you learn from? Tristan's swordsmanship. In his mind he thought, as predicted, great Lord Gideon had recognized it. Then he spoke up, so you noticed. In response to his question, the man asked back, the foundational lineage of the family's swordsmanship, how could I not recognize it? Answer me, who did you learn from? Dodd frowned, calculating carefully, absolutely must not show nervousness. The man before him was like a blade, reveal a flaw and everything would collapse. Then he answered cautiously, someone even the great lord knows. The Sword Emperor is so prodigious, he once visited a baronial family in our rural region. At the same time, he silently prayed, please believe me. Hearing that, the man suddenly said, your master taught you. That's an interesting boast. Go on, best way to hide a tree is to make a forest. A small lie requires a bigger lie to cover it. Dodd looked at him and asserted seriously, it's the truth. He also entrusted matters and people to me. Hearing this, the man asked again, entrusted matters to someone like you? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, precisely, he assigned me a task. Great Lord Gideon La Tristan asked me to teach swordsmanship on his behalf. Gideon slowly turned his head to look at him and asked, and this was at my master's request? He answered, yes, that's correct. At his confirmation, the man's face immediately darkened. Can you be held accountable for those words? He replied without hesitation, I can. Gideon, hearing this, did not refuse and immediately agreed. Very well, very well. Can you be held responsible? I don't really know, I'll just have to trust the power of the original work. After all, this is also my first time meeting him. Among all the players, I was the only one to meet Elnor's father first. There are countless rumors, but his strength is beyond question. This person is evaluating me, and rightly so. Suddenly someone crawled out of nowhere spouting all those unreasonable claims. It's understandable. But this pointless silence is really annoying. Gideon pointed his finger at him and asked, "You won't block it." Hearing the question, he was stunned. Huh. His eyes narrowed, a cold, murderous gleam flashing. "You're dead." The wooden table and the teacup on it suddenly split in two. This is the invisible sword, an ability that slashes without a blade. The final, ultimate skill in the knight's skill tree used so effortlessly. Seeing this, his gaze turned horrified and speechless. Gideon pointed at the table, another one dead, truly terrible. Against an opponent who can't even react in time like this, what could I possibly learn? He recalled the earlier scene and thought, indeed the knight's swordsmanship is the strongest in the Empire. It was said to have pierced dragon scales, but it isn't complete. Dodd pointed to the ground and asked, as formidable as the rumors claim, "Lord Gideon, if it's a perfected technique, shouldn't some motions be omitted? Isn't that how it would be?" Hearing his question, Gideon was somewhat surprised. "What do you know to dare say that?" In his mind, he recalled, "I'm just bluffing because I know everything." The journal found after Gideon's death in the original work recorded the entire process of how he became so powerful. It covered details about his master, his family, and everything. He turned his face, a worried look flickering as he glanced at the man, about the goal the Lord wished to achieve. "I've heard there's such a thing." At his words, Gideon frowned thoughtfully. He added, "To break the family's curse, there is one thing that must be cut." At the same time, Gideon recalled his master's admonition. "Disciple, cutting the sea with your teeth is easier. Then you will begin from the sea." Back in the present, his voice rang out, "The rotational force is the key." At the moment the mental image forms, the sword's path must be drawn perfectly with the rotational force. "Try channeling a bit more into it." Gideon did not respond, and sat in silence with his eyes closed. "Honestly, I don't really know what this thing is. I'm just recalling what Gideon wrote in his journal. Advice his future self had given to his present self. The rest is up to him." Suddenly, large cracks appeared in the ceiling. A beam of blazing golden light flashed in the space. Gideon stared up at the source of the light in astonishment. He stood facing him, suspicion clear in his eyes. "Who exactly are you?" Unfazed, he smiled and replied, "I'm simply someone who wishes Lord Gideon to become stronger." At the same time, he thought to himself that this way the Lord wouldn't die and Elnor wouldn't be corrupted. Besides, it's already obtained. The Tristan family's Fung Distro Letter 1EB7C immunity privilege. No matter what they do, they are not subject to legal judgment. This is a one-time authorization document written by Gideon himself. Gideon currently serves as the Empire's shadow minister, the one who handles the royal court's dirty work in the shadows. His status is no different from a dog with a collar. In any case, this pardon will be very useful for proceeding with Chapter 2. The system notified lethal charisma. The number of villains with favorable impressions has increased. Skill enhanced. The more villainous recognition the fate attraction skill gains, the greater Dodd's rewards. In the room, Dodd pointed at the letter, eyes somewhat astonished. This can be enhanced too. The system kept popping up. Received enlightenment from Gideon. His butler was still blissfully asleep. When an enlightened one awakens a villain's ability, they receive a similar power. The added ability can be used identically for a time. Seeing those system messages left him a bit puzzled. What kind of skill is this? Gazing at the light through the window pane, he murmured inwardly, "Perfect timing. This ability will add wings to what I'm about to do." A moment later, Dodd looked at the letter, his expression a little flustered. After finishing his plan, he immediately closed the book. "Is this enough for the upcoming plan?" Dodd smiled with satisfaction. "It won't be easy, but I've said I'll take responsibility to gone. The Tristan family. I will definitely protect everyone." In class, the lecturer taught energetically, explaining that within every human there is divine energy granted by the gods. This is completely different from demonic mana. Why? Because anyone can use it without being chosen. However, reaching a level where one can truly wield divine energy takes time. The lecturer glanced around the classroom, and seeing many empty seats, he couldn't help but be disappointed. "Is that brat here to sleep or to listen? Why are vacancies increasing like this? Haha, damn it. It's all that bastard Bach's fault. Bringing monsters to school or zombies, whatever, screw him. A devil worshipper like that is beyond the limit. Besides, this semester's litters of students are unbearable, all rebellious. Some even dare strike the professor's head. No one yet knows things between me and Jay Verbeck have soured. She'll endure a bit longer and then quit. Right, just quit already, after all, it's here." He spoke up, "Do you have a question? How does one cultivate divine energy?" This made him furious, that smartass. Seeing his students uninterested in study, he asked irritably, "Divine energy or whatever, use it continuously and your proficiency will rise." "Is that even a question?" Dodd propped his chin on his hand and replied casually, "Questions are still good, sir." Hearing that made the lecturer furious. The dignity of the lecture was ruined. Looking at the papers in the desk only made him angrier. That bastard, has he always been a thorn in my side? He frowned in annoyance, thinking he should quickly take this stack of confidential information and find a job elsewhere. That way he wouldn't have to see those damned students, and let the stupid principal leave this wretched empire too. Good. Unexpectedly, a loud knock came from outside. Professor. He heard the call and immediately stepped toward the door. "These lice-like students are finally leaving. I'll teach you one last time." Opening the door, he grumpily warned that it was about to break, "You lot." But as he opened it, a burst of force hit and sent him flying. Outside came a voice, "Still haven't run away." He turned back angrily and shouted, "What? Are you insane? How dare you kick a professor?" Elnor raised her foot in front of the professor and replied coldly, That just now was the door. And the professor is right here now. You lot are insane. One of the two voices rang out. What are you saying, sir, the theology professor? When he came to, he found himself tied to the front chair. Seeing the two before him, he panicked. Oh, what is this? Dodd looked up casually and said, this isn't a joke. We're detaining you now. The more he heard, the angrier he became. What nonsense are you barking? Detaining me? What crime did I commit that entitles you to do this? His voice rang out, you are a spy. Hearing that, he froze immediately. What? Elnor hurriedly continued, accused of negligence in the monster escape incident. I've reported it to the headmaster. A professor letting Imperial students die. There's only one conclusion, your purpose was never education. Moreover, at Marquis Riverback's house a correspondence exchanged with you was found. Caught out, you still refuse to admit it and keep arguing. Ridiculous, what does that pathetic devil worshipper have to do with a priest like me? I'm merely networking, I'm a victim too. Dodd checked the time and ordered, noisy enough, no time to waste, so confess quickly. Start with the names of spies like you in the school. Hearing that, he snapped irritably, go ask your mother about that. But no sooner had he finished than Elnor lunged forward to attack. Now will you talk, then begin. He stammered with a bruised face and replied, Guard Badino. Kogani. Dodd suddenly placed his hand on his head to heal his poor pronunciation. At that moment, Dodd put a hand on his head and began restoring him so the man wouldn't be too weak and croak. As he began to recover, the professor immediately raised his head and glared at him. What are you doing, you bastard? Dodd looked up at him with an utterly cold expression. I'm restoring your health, sir. Using divine energy. You said proficiency increases with frequent use, so when there's a chance I have to try it. Seeing him about to leave made the professor panic. You madman, where are you going? Dodd turned coldly and replied, this isn't something that ends after nomming a few people. Elnor, standing nearby, added, search his desk, something will turn up. He begged out loud, please don't. At that moment his body emitted a pink energy trying to break the binds. Dodd held the folder, expression slightly surprised. What's this? You teach in theology and you even know the Empire's military roster. If that's the case, just enlist. He quickly lunged to grab the folder. You madman, give it here. Elnor wasted no time and swung her arm to attack. He turned in time to see it but couldn't react. A single simple move sent him flying, his back slamming hard into the wall. Yuria below heard the commotion and couldn't help but be curious. What sound was that, earth-shattering? Watching the paper slowly fall, he smiled softly, sir, is this everything? It seems to be all of it. Now hand this over to the school's night squad, right? As for him, he lay motionless on the ground. Suddenly he spoke up to stop them. Wait, senior, I'm still a freshman, and I'd like to learn a bit more about divine energy. He lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Right, now I understand why I can't stand that brat. Last time it matched the one I met with Riverback. In his mind he recalled a past scene. He was kneeling on the ground, speaking respectfully, O pioneer, first time meeting you. A strange voice from above thundered down, if you ask about me you will die. If you reveal that you've seen me you will die. If you forget me then death would be a mercy. He looked down, expression thoughtful, and thought to himself, it must be that unfamiliar, bizarre, whimsical feeling. One of their voices rang out, all right, begin the treatment. Sir, he looked toward him, eyes a bit startled, thinking it was as if something was ordering him to act. A voice in the house called out, thanks to you, senior. My divine energy has increased to the point it's affecting the soul seed. We've caught a rat disguised as a professor. Senior, have you managed to relieve some fatigue? Elnor, standing behind him, said, well, I don't take pleasure in torturing the elderly for fun. The system displayed a notice. Elnor's madness has shown good progress. He thought inwardly, clearly she's been venting already. Tough luck, senior, this isn't something you can reason away. Suddenly she asked, isn't there anything you want to tell me? He was staring at the keychain in his hand and replied, no. She suddenly stepped closer and asked, you met my father, didn't you? Why did you meet him? Dodd flinched, sweat beading. Me? What? She repeated, I'm asking you that. He stammered but affirmed clearly, yes, the meeting happened, but I never revealed it outside. Elnor still looked puzzled. Dodd was in a panic, trying to calm himself. Damn, a variable, think of something, that brat, she continued questioning. Eventually, Dodd came up with a story to tell. Last time in the match, I used the real sword move you taught me. His Highness was just curious who the kid was and called me over, nothing major. Finally, she decided to turn away. Maybe that's her limit. She pulled her hood down, blushing, and warned, before you protect me, show some manners, call me guild president. Heckman followed behind, complaining, young master, did you just go out with Lady Tristan? Seriously, the Marquis told you not to attract attention. Dodd turned back cheerfully and emphasized, I only have 3 friends at this school, and one of them is Princess Kaiso from before. Heckman looked worried. Young master, isn't that a bit autistic? Dodd clarified, they're more like complicated connections than true friends. Dodd changed the subject, curious, and you're pretty conspicuous for a butler. Where did you get that? Heckman, holding a half-eaten ice cream, explained they were giving them out for free outside to cheer on the midterms. There were 31 flavors. Dodd suddenly remembered something important. Right, the midterm survival exam. When the soul seed and trial fragments and heroic divine energy shards meet fusion conditions, they can awaken a soul's consciousness. He turned and ordered Heckman, instruction, go taste the remaining 30 flavors and report back. Heckman promptly obeyed on it, young master. He briefly wondered if that kid really wasn't a butler. Dodd sat down, lost in thought. Now he could awaken the ghost of the Gregory Manor. He recalled important details thanks to the increase in divine energy when he healed the priest. Dodd sighed, trying to find an answer. When you awaken a ghost, a great person's spirit that helps the player grow will appear, but it's random. You never know which great spirit will show up, it's always an event. His biggest worry was not finding a suitable match. If someone incompatible appears, Dodd narrowed his eyes tensely. It's essentially a loss. Then he began the opening ritual. What's this? The damn train pass is here too. On the stands the flags fluttered alongside cheers. So cool. Dodd went pale, sweating as he examined. A knight, who is that? Weapon Master Frederick Tankard Johan. He tried to rummage through his memory. Who are they? I feel like I've seen them before, at least they don't seem evil. That's already good. Who is that? Oh, the person turned their face back. The Dawn's guardian Caliban Chrysanax. Dodd panicked, realizing he was Elijah's brother. He was utterly helpless. This is completely over. In the desolate scene, Caliban Chrysanax stood there dazed, just standing around. Come here and help, truly hell. Elijah wept over the tragedy of the Red Knight caused by the Red Demon vessel. And Elijah's brother rose up. Guardian Caliban, who sacrificed his life to prevent the Red Knight disaster. Caliban Chrysanax became a great hero. He became a hero through that sacrifice. The image of his father. The image of his mother. Elijah cried endlessly. He had said he'd return. He said if she waited he would come back. From that event, Y also followed in his brother's footsteps. But all deaths were just tragedies for their family. On the day they lost all their relatives, Elijah decided to follow his brother's path and become the demon slayer who left her an orphan. The cheers rose, hitting harder. The one who ranks first among you will fight Elijah. When grown, Elijah was awarded the sole Special Class Warrior title of this National Defense Training. Give Elijah a round of applause. The Empire's official commission. The candidate warrior will also be presented. From then on, she became a champion. The teacher was announcing their exam. The midterm will be held fairly in four-person team battles. Who are the Empire's main enemies? Beastmen and demon worshippers. Right. Effante is the organization set up to fight them. Combat and survival ability are the main scoring points in the midterm. Dodd turned to ask, how is it? Caliban, your sister here is still doing well. Caliban Chrysanax seemed incredulous and asked, so you mean the girl? Yes, my sister is currently an official candidate warrior of the Empire, he reiterated. Yes, it's official. Caliban Chrysanax chuckled with pleasure. This kid was just a green-nosed child not long ago. Dodd stressed that Elijah is an adult now. Caliban suddenly uttered something strange, truly worth it. Dodd turned puzzled. What? In Caliban Chrysanax's heart there was nothing but overflowing joy. Having been reborn as a spirit, he simply felt odd seeing his sister grown. Dodd stammered a hint. Well, after all I resurrected you, right? So, Caliban, do you mean I should cooperate? Yes, can you help me? All right, just don't tell my sister about me. Dodd respectfully replied, yes, thank you. Caliban turned and smiled brightly, and the intuition of one who had died told him, I don't know what laws you've mastered that I haven't, but I feel you're a good person. Keep an eye on my sister, please. I'm counting on you. Dodd awkwardly scratched his neck, embarrassed. For now my goal is to keep no one from dying. He called out Elijah's name. She turned around. HM Dodd. Dodd cleared his throat and made a suggestion about the midterm team. If you still haven't decided on a team, would you like to form a team with me? Elijah suddenly froze. Elijah looked slightly skeptical and hesitated, asking back, you want to team up with me? Dodd didn't hide it and answered, I'd really like us to be on the same squad. Elijah, surprised, exclaimed, you said you weren't that close last time. Dodd hesitated, then honestly replied, I already apologized for that, didn't I? She began calculating something again, brow slightly furrowing as she continued thoughtfully, HMPH, saying it like that, you probably plan to make me do weird things like last time, right? At the same time he stepped forward, cheerfully lifting the veil of awkwardness, barring his teeth in a big grin. Hey, just accept it. After all, that girl studies you day and night to win. He added casually, always playing teacher and student, don't you notice? Dodd heard it and could only force a smile, avoiding his gaze. Then no more politeness, lend me your teammate. From the other side she excitedly shouted in alarm, this one is asking you, please join our team. But when she saw him get scolded down to silence, her tone shifted. Well, it's not that bad, right? Elijah awkwardly rubbed her neck and said, but this is an opportunity for us to interact and grow. Are you really okay with leaving your friends? It should be fine. Each member of the group is quite capable. In his heart, Dodd understood one thing clearly and told himself, of course, after all, it's the protagonist's team by principle. Seeing him silent, Elijah winked and snapped her fingers toward Dodd. Then teacher and I will cooperate after so many days apart. Dodd leaned over decisively and looked at her to refuse. We're forming a team here. Hearing that, she seemed to lose all energy and languidly added, we need about one more person. A stunned sound from Dodd reached the luxurious palace outside, catching the headmaster's attention. Dodd regained his composure and hesitantly spoke clearly, you're being so generous, thank you, sir. The headmaster calmly sat in the chair and replied, it's not a big deal. Her eyes showed no emotion as she glanced down. Strange business, the saintess arrives with a night guardian, intentionally coming all the way here. I cannot fathom the monarch's intent. Dodd smiled naturally and answered sincerely, what intent? Lucian can't be locked up forever, right? Taking advantage of this routine diplomatic envoy. The girl stepped forward, recalling Lucian's innocent image, and the headmaster still looked somewhat pensive. The saintess also needs to learn about the world, doesn't she? Hearing Dodd, the headmaster couldn't help but ponder. Though called a saintess, according to my investigation, the more I think the more mysteries appear. She is also one of the demon vessel candidates. Therefore, I have quietly prepared so that one day she might come to Effante. Sending her twin sister Yuria out was the first step, and yet they proactively sent the Saintess here. Then she looked back at Dodd. He kept a smile on his face but was skeptical. Why Pope Credo? The one opposite noticed the doubt on her face and explained, Liuyin is a symbolic figure for both the Empire and the Holy Republic. I should say in advance that this was a bold decision, not an easy one for us. Hearing this, the headmaster suddenly realized a hidden motive. Could this drastic action be because of the recent monster incident? Seeing she grasped part of it, Dodd happily replied there was that incident, and an Elefante priest was discovered to be a spy. That side cares a lot about that matter. Finally, unclear how the headmaster felt, she asked, wouldn't this chaotic situation be bad for the Saintess? She inwardly considered it bait to see who would take the hook, but Dodd answered opposite to what the headmaster expected. No, on the contrary, it's good. Coldness flashed in Dodd's sharp gaze. He spoke through gritted teeth. If one is truly a saintess of the Empire, she must have the courage to face justice and not flinch where evil runs rampant. Instead, we hope Elefante will assign Lucian. And based on what the headmaster knows of Lucian, she asked further, I heard the school is in the middle of midterms. Hopefully the girl will help train the students. What do you mean? Dodd couldn't disclose everything. He closed his eyes slightly and replied, we'll convey the specific details privately later. Just understand that all of this is for the purpose of eradicating the evil spreading in Elefante. The headmaster hesitated, studying Dodd's expression, then asked, Your Holiness, are you being sarcastic right now? A loud laugh rang out, recalling Lucian's cold gaze. The headmaster began to lose patience. She coldly reproached, Do you intend to order Lucian, no, the Saintess, to do something? Can't we just refuse? Dodd showed no anger and replied calmly, If the Saintess volunteers, it's a different matter, isn't it? He merely smiled softly as the image on the orb gradually disconnected. Before vanishing, he said, That girl will surely be useful. When he disappeared, the headmaster rubbed her face in fatigue and sighed with impatience. Damn, she silently cursed Dodd through several lifetimes, so inhumane. The Pope of the Holy City, that old man is as sly as a venomous snake. Then she looked at the mirror beside her. She still couldn't believe she could meet the Saintess so easily. Yet the headmaster harbored doubts about the unequal terms he offered, terms that would make her a puppet of the Empire. So I'm truly asking you to charm those demon vessels, she thought. At this moment, could Dodd really be trusted? The more she thought, the more annoyed she became. Instinctively, she took out her lipstick while inwardly snarling, hypocrite Adelante. Now the headmaster revealed no hint of emotion, her gaze distant and unreadable. If forcing others for one's goals is needed, she is no different. Switch to a different scene. Yuria was washing a cloth by the stream, but Yuria's mind wasn't on the present. She gazed pensively, longing, why hasn't he come? Around her there were only plants and flowers. The silence felt strange, contrasting with her anxious anticipation. It's been days. Her lips pressed tight, a restless unease she couldn't describe. He usually comes around this time. In Yuria's memories, there was only the image of the man with the mask, always cheerfully saying, You defended well today, good job. I'll come again tomorrow, so wait for me. What should I bring? Steak, cake. His image seemed to invade her entire mind, gradually corroding her emotions. She sadly told herself, you don't have to bother bringing food, just. It turned out that for her now, all she needed was for Dodd to come and stay with her. A silence settled in Yuria's mind. Her eyes looked hollowly ahead. The space seemed to tell her it was bored with her. Yuria bored, the answer was simple. Each word seemed to erode her will, as if she were falling into a bottomless abyss. Yuria Greyhunter, the lone one, had betrayed the Holy Empire. Yet a familiar voice from her past when she fled with a sword rang in her mind. Weren't you mentally prepared? That damned fate must cut down anyone who approaches you. It was an answer Yuria had pasted onto herself. Haven't you been able to bear it? That voice planted resignation and hidden hatred in her head. This is the cursed life you chose, Yuria. It was a trembling feeling born of a fleeting illusion. Reality remained unchained. Yuria's small body hung in the fixed space. Each phrase seemed to want to swallow that tiny form. Fortunately alone, it engulfed her unstable emotions. She would be alone forever. In panic, Yuria finally broke free. She clutched her chest, trying to draw in breaths. Questions kept echoing relentlessly in her head. When left alone in an empty forest like this, who will you look for and who will come to you? It broke Yuria down. Those beautiful eyes welled up. That voice kept urging in her mind. Someone who can't even call for help like you. It was trying to seize the gentle feelings Dodd had given her. It could succeed. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded. Why are you crying? It was Dodd. He looked rather tired, clearly hurried to get here. He held a packet of snacks in his hand and asked, Did something happen while I was gone? Ah, the biscuit you said wasn't sold. Seeing that, all of Dodd's previous emotions vanished, and Yuria ran joyfully toward him. The notice board showed Yuria's interest level skyrocketing from 1 to 4. She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes and stammered, You don't hate me, right? You're not bored of me, are you? Dodd tilted his head slightly, his face full of confusion. What are you saying? On the contrary, I came here because I wanted to ask you for a favor. She was about to say she had to leave when Yuria suddenly sprang up, making him freeze. Are you okay? But instead of answering, Yuria broke into a radiant smile, and as if guided by an invisible force, she swung the chain in her hand hard, knocking the bag of snacks Dodd was holding out of his grip. Anything is fine, I can handle anything. He stared blankly like a startled fawn at the torn snack bag in his hand. Yuria, tears streaming, pleaded, I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. Doing this, please don't hate me, I'll do anything, please don't do that. At that moment she lunged forward, whipping the chain as she chased after Dodd. Don't go please. Dodd panicked and bolted, running as fast as he could while shouting, You're the one making it impossible for me to stay. Yuria, hurt, kept choking out, "I'm sorry." Cut to the academy, a measured voice rang out. "Starting today, Elfante will begin the midterm exam. The task is to depart from this great plane and reach the target location. Encounters between students during the exam are free competition. The more collars you steal from opponents, the higher your score." Elijah regarded the person before him with a judging look. "On a day this important, Professor Dodd, there are many things I want to ask about the current situation." Dodd, having run like in a marathon to escape Yuria, panted and tried to catch his breath. "Oh, let's talk about it later." She cut him off. "No, I want to ask right now." Elijah couldn't hold back and pointed at Yuria, who was being led by a chain around her neck. "Is this a fetish, or what the heck is going on?" Dodd, sweating, stammered an explanation. "There are reasons for it, of course. From some perspectives, it might look like I'm a major pervert." She shouted back, "You knew that all along." Yuria hurriedly spoke up, embarrassed, to diffuse things. "It's my idea. I suggested moving like this because it feels more comfortable and much more secure." Hearing that, Elijah looked thunderstruck. "Why on earth? Is that part of some concept of interaction? Where did people's dignity go, you perverts?" She shot him a glare that could burn, reminding him, "Listen, I don't know what your relationship with my sister is, but it seems we need to clear up some misunderstandings before we proceed." Dodd suddenly turned serious. "Elijah, I don't know how this will sound to you," but his next words left Elijah stunned and frozen for several seconds. Dodd earnestly declared, "I hope you'll absolutely not leave my side, and I strictly forbid you from approaching this friend." She frowned. "What kind of perverted arrangement is that supposed to be?" Dodd insisted, "It may sound that way, but this is purely a strategic request, so please trust me. Truly, this friend has a personal reason to stay at a distance." In Elijah's mind, dozens of indecent images flashed, but she calmly replied, "I understand, but don't even think about putting a collar or anything like that on me. If no one else shows up, let's depart." Then Elijah urged in a cold tone that cut through the air, "Let's go, Yuria." While walking, her curiosity popped up again. "By the way, what's your specialty?" Dodd cried out in despair, "I told you not to get close, Elijah." She fired back without yielding, "I'm not going anywhere, you perverted teacher." Elsewhere, a figure limped forward, muttering in a faint voice that startled a nearby rabbit nibbling the grass into leaping away, "I nearly died." The blond man, drenched in sweat, panted heavily. "Is everyone okay? Is anyone hurt?" He sighed as he looked at everyone. "For now, we're safe." The person sitting against a tree struggled to say, "Talion, you couldn't take on the transfer student from the allied tribes, could you?" Talion raised an eyebrow and stepped forward with a hint of mockery in his voice. "If it weren't for me, your protective magic would have broken and you'd all be eliminated already." The other stammered, "That's true, but that girl really did try to kill someone." The black-haired guy beside him suggested, "Why don't we play it safe and target weaklings like Dodd first?" The man next to him, eyes half closed, agreed, "Sounds good, that fraud. Let's crush him while we have the chance." "A country bumpkin getting into Elfante makes my skin crawl. Maybe we should ambush him." But unexpectedly, Talion refused flatly, "No, I'm not interested." This left him surprised. "Why, go ahead, you hate that guy too." Talion shook his head. "I used to, but not anymore." The black-haired man, suspicious, "What, you've been won over by Dodd too?" Talion's pendant swung gently in the wind as he replied with a worldly tone, "It's just that my perspective has broadened. There are many strong people in this world." Elsewhere, after taking someone down, Ruru looked up with hollow eyes and sneered, "There are far too many weaklings in this world." She frowned, showing clear displeasure. "Why isn't there a single decent one among them?" Rising to her feet, Ruru lifted her leg high. "Battlefield fight, a life-or-death duel." Her face seemed to sink into shadow, her voice cold-edged. "You can't find it at all. How is it sustained exactly?" Ruru spat an oath, "Damn Empire scum," then brought her foot down to stomp the unconscious person below. Just as she was about to strike, a flash of light appeared. Elnor arrived in time, her sword stopping Ruru's foot from coming down. Upon seeing Elnor, the corner of Ruru's mouth lifted into an amused smile. "Well, well." Elnor returned a cold glance, her eyes probing. Suddenly a slash was unleashed, knocking the opponent's foot aside. White light and black streaks of lightning intertwined, erupting into a seismic burst. The ground was now pocked with cracks as Elnor warned in a cold voice, "A transfer student seeking refuge is already drawing too much attention, Ruru Garuda." Ruru's eyes were bloodshot and hunting, like a beast that had found its prey, found one. In her mind she sized up the opponent, a real girl then. Elnor, still composed, pointed her sword at Ruru and cautioned, "Excessive violence is something I, as a supervisor, cannot overlook. Control yourself from now on." Ruru burst out a contemptuous laugh, her voice full of provocation. "Don't like it, so what?" Elnor held the sword steady and said, "If this were a battlefield, your head would already be pierced, but since it's not, consider this a warning." Unfazed, Ruru stepped up to the tip of the blade, nearly pressing her forehead against the steel. "Doesn't matter, to me this is the battlefield. Stab me, then go on, try it." The sword brushed against Ruru, but she kept taunting in a sultry, poisonous tone. "If you drew your sword, you ought to see blood, right? Can't even manage that when it's handed to you." Elnor's hand gripping the sword tightened. Ruru, like a madwoman, spat insult after insult. "Imperial women are all the same in the end. We've got ones like you in my tribe sometimes. They have strength but lack decisiveness, fools who, when their lovers are taken, just cry and do nothing." Elnor's eyes narrowed, her gaze icy as a blade. Ruru strode forward arrogantly, "Just seeing them makes me sick." She curled her lip, a challenging smile spreading across her face. On the surface, Elnor remained calm, but inside the demon quietly stirred away. Black bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, causing Ruru to widen her eyes in shock. She froze, and her father's admonition echoed in her mind. "Ruru, the tribe isn't the whole world. The stronger you become, the wider and mightier the world will be. Ruru inwardly admitted, that's true, father. Watching the black bolts of lightning gather toward her, she narrowed her eyes with thrill. This really is massive. Ruru Garuda leapt up to strike, her face fierce and murderous as she aimed at her opponent. On the other side, Elnor kept her icy expression as she watched Ruru move. Now Ruru's eyes had turned fully black with terrifying blue irises, a triumphant smile still on her face. As Ruru closed in, Elnor spoke sternly, forced teleportation. But just as Elnor expected, when Ruru's foot came close enough to kick her face, there was a flicker and she began to vanish. Ruru's eyes widened in confusion, not understanding what was happening. A moment later, Ruru vanished. All that remained was a gust of wind and Elnor standing there with her sword watching. Ruru was teleported to the hall, dropping from the air onto the hard floor with a painful thud. She squinted and let out a soft groan, tch. Amid the shabby people sitting in the corner, she muttered to herself, what, am I out already just for arguing back? She sighed, so that's how they play, student council president, then suddenly froze. Wait a minute. The image of Elnor flashed in her mind. This can't simply be a skill gap, it feels like she was born different. Ruru bit her fingernail, thinking further, but why did she suddenly break composure and show such killing intent? Did the student council president get provoked somehow, because I said the empire lacks decisiveness? The two who'd just been beaten looked at the scene, sweating as they said to each other, hey, we're not getting hit anymore here, right? Ignoring the surrounding chaos, Ruru sat with legs spread, grinning wickedly as she thought, or maybe, because I said even if your lover is taken you can't do anything, who was she talking about? Elsewhere, Yuria switched into killer mode, her eyes blackened and a notification popped up. Ruru Garuda has begun to take an interest in you. Another notification followed. Elnor, affected by you, has unlocked skill, Wrath of the Avenger. A chaotic scene erupted. People were blown outward by the explosion, screaming in panic. What is this? Why is this happening? Dodd, managing to run out of the blast, called out, I haven't seen her since that day. Elijah, gritting her teeth and running, still turned back to scold. What is this now, Professor Dodd? What are you muttering to yourself? Meanwhile, Uria's silhouette could be seen rampaging madly, curses echoing everywhere. That fraud Dodd, Elijah will save you, wait. Elijah paid no mind and turned to Dodd. Professor Dodd, should we stop for a moment and clear up the misunderstanding? Dodd shot a disapproving glance. No, absolutely not. He gripped the chain at her neck and pulled Yuria away from the blast. I'm busy controlling Yuria right now. As he pulled, he shouted, hey, we were trying to save her from that pervert. Yuria drew her legs up, eyes wide in bewildered surprise, looking adorably innocent, seriously. Dodd was drowning in thought. I really need to deal with this fraud label. Elijah's fanatics are all coming after me alone. When suddenly Yuria flew out from behind, smiling blankly to his astonishment. Elijah saw Yuria and rushed over. No, Yuria, this exam, can we finish this decently? Before she could reach them, Elijah was blocked by a blue-haired fanatic and his stone monster, who gleefully called out, Miss Elijah Chrysanax. He stuck out his tongue like a pervert and declared, from the first day of enrollment, I've always admired your strength and shining looks. Seeing Elijah's tense expression, Dodd asked Elijah, do you have this many fans? Meanwhile, the blue-haired guy pouted and cooed, why were you captured by that perverted fraud? But I ranked 10th on the enrollment board, will save you and invite you to a sunset meal. Hearing that, Elijah told Dodd that place was wrecked by the student council president anyway. Dodd corrected her, no, it was actually Count Riverback. Elijah showed obvious displeasure at the simpering man. Hey, you, first of all, I was absolutely not captured, and besides, this person is not a fraud. The man wouldn't let it go and asked again, so he's a pervert then, right? Elijah raised her sword hesitantly. That. Dodd interjected, hey, why don't you just say he's not? Seeing Elijah take a fighting stance, the blue-haired man panicked. I don't intend to fight you people. Dodd and Yuria, hearing this, gaped and thought, Knights, necromancy, theology, all teaming up like this is a perfect condition for trait development, huh? With that, he activated the ring on his hand, which began to glow. He sent a message to Caliban Chrysanax, who was drooling asleep. Bro, wake up. Caliban replied, what's up? Dodd said into the ring, I need a favor, please come out this once. Caliban lazily snored and answered, why does it sound so urgent? Meanwhile, under Yuria's gaze, a group of people approached, shouting, Miss Hero, please wait a moment. We'll rescue everyone right away. A notification popped up. Dangerous situation detected, applying hanging by a thread, rank A. Seeing no response from Caliban, Dodd angrily asked, what is it? Why just answer and not come out? But received a disappointing reply, it's just kids fighting, who do you think I am, a guardian? Seeing that, Dodd used his final tactic. Honestly, my sister is fighting a stalker right now. Hearing sister, Caliban suddenly snapped away. He flew into a rage and demanded, Elijah has a stalker, who is it? Then a blinding light appeared in the sky. It was Caliban, his anger radiated power, skill, world-scale imagery activated. Buff will be shared with party members in the nearby area. Share skill, hanging by a thread, rank A, receive power. Elijah charged at the blue-haired man. She shouted angrily, I don't need fans like you. The blue-haired man, about to be attacked, warned her, wait, that's a stone golem, your sword will break and you'll get hurt. What he didn't expect happened next. She cleaved the stone golem in two. The blue-haired man gaped in astonishment. Yuria and everyone nearby were also dumbstruck. Dodd, witnessing it, also held his breath. Wow, that's dangerous. After that slash, even Elijah couldn't believe she did it. She was stunned. How did I do that? The onlookers were amazed as the system announced one by one, activating world-scale imagery. Also, share skill hanging by a thread applied to Elijah and Yuria. With a single sword stroke, Elijah cleanly cut the monster the blue-haired man rode in two. Dodd was thrilled, truly wonderful. However, he also realized the sole drawback of this skill. It consumed a small portion of his holy power. Because of that, the buff will end after just 2 or 3 attacks. After finishing that move, she suddenly heard a commotion. It turned out they were charging together. Even if he's a candidate hero, I won't allow anyone to cover for someone like that. At that moment, chains were flung through the air one after another. It was Yuria striking back. She launched beautiful kicks at them, leaving them with no time to react. When it was over, Yuria innocently said, "Sorry everyone, I only meant to push lightly." Elijah was irritated. "I'm not a hero, but you won't even listen to others or bother to understand." Not only that, Elijah shouted angrily, "How could I stand for this?" She then drew a long line on the ground with her sword while chanting the spell. Guardian burst. They were defeated once again. Dodd was amazed. "Isn't that way too strong? Good thing all my stats are F." Caliban Chrysanax was also startled. What, that kid has become this strong? Elijah exhaled in relief, as the system reported that party members had achieved results in combat. Curly-haired one relaxed too. Luckily no one was hurt. The system added that the proficiency of traits had increased. He bashfully said, "I'm not worried about you," then pretended to change the subject. "Hey, where did he go?" She complained, "Not again." Meanwhile, Elijah thought to herself that teaming up with Professor Dodd was more interesting than she expected. Over on another team, someone cheered, counting this as 9 total. Red-haired praised, "Well done, everyone. If first-term midterms for freshmen go like this, it's probably full marks." Brown-haired agreed, "Definitely, we're a good fit and things went smoothly." Blonde was displeased, "Smooth yes, but we're not rank 1. Someone on the team was confused. "What, how many does rank 1 have?" Someone answered, "Rank 2 currently has 15 collars." Hearing that, red-haired sneered, "About 5 and we could catch up quickly. Does this map even work properly?" Red-haired asked if there was a problem. Blonde explained that rank 2 isn't a group but a single person. Talian's group went pale, collecting 15 alone without forming a group. "Isn't that absurd?" Blonde mentioned a name. "Has anyone heard of Painal Ripich?" They replied they hadn't. "Why is our cohort full of monsters like this?" Red-haired asked, "Wait, how many does rank 1 have?" Blonde panicked, 100, 111. The whole team shouted, "What, which team is that?" Meanwhile, Dodd's team received a system notification. They had gained the trait Wind Aberration. If you block an attack precisely, you can reflect damage. After a while of moving, he exclaimed, "We're here." Elijah looked at the cave before them skeptically. "If we secure this spot first, will the exam end?" He replied indifferently, "Why ask me? That's you who's top of the school." She snapped back, "Honestly, what an annoying thing to say." Dodd thought to himself that in the original story, this was a random event. He also wondered what would appear here next. A monster more terrifying than the beast last time, or... While Dodd silently assessed the surroundings, Elijah cried out, "What is this? Even if it's an exam, this seems a bit over the top." Yuria was also frozen by the sight before her. She stammered, "Sister." Before them sat Lucian, motionless. The system announced, Main Quest Chapter 2, Young Monarch. It read, "Stop the owner's rage, Curse of Severance. Protect the target, Lucian Greyhounder, Yuria Greyhounder." She stepped forward with suspicion. Is this person supplying holy power to the entire Great Plain alone? Elijah continued asking about the Collar's blessing and the teleportation, while Yuria was still not fully recovered. She doubted it. "No, this isn't Alfonte's way." The girl remained silent, showing no reaction. Elijah declared, "Hey, I'll save you right now," but a voice interrupted, "Do not do that, student." A streak of light flashed past in front of Lucian. He warned, "The service is voluntary by the saint, will you interfere?" This person is Klein Garrison, a high-ranking combat cleric of the Holy Imperium. Elijah challenged, "Voluntary." Klein frowned and replied, "This is a voluntary act that the saint willingly chose." He ignored Lucian and pointed his sword at Elijah, continuing, "Out of respect for her noble will, I think I should not intervene, right? Is anyone forcing her?" To Yuria's astonishment, Lucian spoke up, no." She hesitated, I do it because I want to." Elijah snapped in annoyance, "Doing such dreadful voluntary acts is your own choice." She studied Lucian and continued, "Do you dare oppose the saint's will? Such an act is no less than defying the kingdom's will. Someone regarded as a hero candidate should understand that." Yuria's eyes widened in shock. Elijah called out, "Klein Garrison." Lucian declared, "I do not oppose. I only wish to save those who suffer." Klein coldly demanded, "If you maintain that stance, must I beg you to stop?" Dodd tightened his grip on his sword and thought, "I didn't expect to meet you here, Saint Lucian." He recalled one of the 3 hegemonic powers, the Holy Kingdom. Dodd pondered the Holy Kingdom's corruption. Its senior ranks were a crazy force, capable of unpredictable deeds, especially the Pope, who cared about demons as much as that headmaster. And Saint Lucian was the kingdom's most prized asset, the Pope's puppet. He wondered whether Yuria and Lucian were merely tools to realize his grand designs. The system seemed to be pushing Yuria into rebellion in this scenario. "Attack a host gone mad, are you crazy?" Dodd spoke up, "I'm standing at number 1, I think the saint should rest now." Chrysanax replied, "She will remain until teams 2 and 3 arrive, please wait until then." Dodd thought to himself why they arrived so quickly. He guessed it might be because of Elnor. Dodd clenched his fist, recalling that the monster attack had drawn their attention and the Purger incident had made them more certain. Thinking of Yuria's disturbance, he wondered if they believed Elnor was involved since she was central to both events. if Yuria lost it as well. Dodd frowned, realizing the Pope would begin to intervene in Alfonte. He told himself, no, hasn't Yuria already been exposed? If so, there are no other options. Suddenly, a gauntlet flew up into the air. The glove was thrown toward Klein. He frowned and asked, what's this about? To the astonishment of Yuria, Lucian, and Elijah, Dodd said, ah, perhaps you don't understand what this means in the Holy Kingdom. This is a challenge to a duel, you bastard. He patted Elijah's shoulder and said, come out for a moment. She asked in surprise, Dodd is challenging. Chrysanax questioned a duel, why accept it? Dodd stepped toward Chrysanax and said, step aside and face me. Elijah, assist the saint and take her to the infirmary. Chrysanax cried out, oh my, this again. He raised his sword into a guard and threatened that if you advance further, this could turn into an international diplomatic incident. Dodd said, then I'll report what you've done to the saint. Chrysanax haughtily asked, may I ask your title, student? Dodd calmly replied, title, I'm just an obscure count from the province. Is there a problem? He glanced at Lucian, who was panting tiredly. Chrysanax introduced himself, I'm a high cleric, so I cannot casually accept challenges from anyone. Dodd, surprised, said, oh, then why did you draw your sword? Chrysanax frowned and asked Dodd, the hero candidate Elijah is over there. Why are you so wary of me? Dodd thought again that to break this stalemate he needed a bold move. He placed a hand on his sword and provoked, look, I'm drawing my sword now. Klein lifted his greatsword and replied that with such a rude student, outside intervention might be necessary. He swung his sword high, aiming straight at Dodd. Dodd seized the moment, drew his sword from its sheath now. He then slashed a beautiful arc forward with his blade. Klein was wounded. Dodd inwardly rejoiced, excellent, the counterattack activated. Under his assault, Klein was sent flying. He recalled the astonished looks on Elijah's and Yuria's faces, while the headmaster's voice echoed in his ear. I want to know what you intend to do, Dodd Campbell. She said, do as you wish, so I will. She criticized, I don't recall telling you to provoke the Holy Kingdom. This isn't a brawl, it's an official challenge. That man got riled and charged first. She warned anxiously that he's not just an ordinary priest, he's a high combat cleric. Dodd handed over a paper and reassured her, it's fine, I have an exemption letter from House Tristan. The royal family will take responsibility for what I do. The headmaster sighed, honestly, student Dodd, the saint belongs to the Holy Kingdom, so I must acquiesce. She asked, but an unexpected challenge, are you sure? Dodd calmly replied, you told me to secure the demon hosts. On your candidate list was Yuria Greyhounder, I persuaded her 50%. He recounted that the problem was Yuria being present at the headmaster. The headmaster asked in surprise, what no, why was she there? Dodd explained that he brought her to ensure the number one spot was dominant. He wanted to attract the host's attention, so it had to be blatant, half measures wouldn't do. Save the world from demons first, diplomacy later, right? He recalled the relationship between Elnor and Elijah, then said, consider personal ties before international relations. Dodd folded his arms and affirmed that he had no grudges with the headmaster or the hero candidate. The headmaster, at a loss for words, said no, I meant pay attention to school life too. Make some friends, don't get tangled up in weird business. Dodd thought of Gideon and muttered that he had completely failed at that, headmaster. He frowned and brushed the image from his mind. The headmaster warned anxiously that since the challenge report reached the Holy Kingdom, the Pope might come personally. I don't know what you intend, but Dodd considered Yuria and Lucian as two test subjects. The headmaster's voice lingered, the Pope is very dangerous, you should reconsider. In the dark room, harsh sunlight streamed through the window and lit a small table on which stood a single vase holding one yellow rose. Lucian Greyhounder sat slumped on the floor, one hand holding a smoking cigarette, the other propping him up as he turned his head to gaze at the window. She exhaled a plume of smoke, her expression indifferent. Suddenly, she heard a knock at the door. Lucian shoved the cigarette into the ashtray and said, come in. Yuria stepped in looking quite surprised. She pointed toward Lucian. Lucian also straightened up, frowning in surprise. Yuria, she thought in shock, sister. She whispered softly, Sister Lucian. Lucian lowered his face sadly. Her feet slowly stepped forward. Yuria showed a terrified expression, her mouth agape, unable to speak. She trembled and stammered, don't come closer. Seeing Lucian approaching, her hand instinctively rose as if to stop him, thinking, don't come near, sister. Lucian's face was completely cold now. In Yuria's mind, she thought of the severing curse. Yuria's expression was complicated. If she took one more step, the chain seemed ready to slip off the blade's haft. She would be injured. Watching Lucian fling the knife aside, she thought to herself, thank goodness. Lucian gently grabbed the chain and swung it up, saying calmly, because we are twins. A set of steps led down to an arena, surrounded by many spectators watching intently. The announcer's words rang slowly. The rules are as follows. This is a simple match to determine superiority. Lethal blows are prohibited. If there is serious injury, stop immediately and declare a winner. Otherwise, the match continues until one side yields. Do both parties understand? Dodd's face looked quite tense now. Delaying Yuria's awakening and Lucian was absolutely necessary, otherwise the obsession and curse would gnaw at her mind like now. The two stared at each other, while Klein Garrison watched him with apparent calm, seeming not very concerned. Yuria's mind would collapse. The headmaster's gaze was fixed intently on the arena. For that reason, this match was very important. The guards outside looked tense. The Holy Kingdom's continual interference with Lucian must be stripped away. Pope Credo closed his eyes calmly as if this were only a match. He sat calmly on the throne-like seat, an image of a majestic eagle on his chest. We must create such an impact. The headmaster folded his arms and thought silently. Even if Pope Credo cannot come in person, he would never miss matches like this. Klein's hand clenched on the sword hilt, now pleading for mercy is too late. Klein wore a proud look, but there's still a chance. Surrender, the sooner you yield the fewer bones will break. His voice was full of challenge. Hear me, young Master Campbell. Heckman watched from outside, his hands rising involuntarily as the corners of his mouth trembled. Fine, surrender at the start, you must not strike straight on. Dodd replied with a calm face. How curious, I was just about to say the exact same thing. Klein frowned, a voice echoed in his memory. Do not use killing intent. The scene shifted to a room. Klein didn't turn back. What do you mean? The man behind immediately answered. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger the opponent's resistance. It's that kind of ability. Klein was surprised. Could such an absurd possibility exist? Credo smiled and explained, I've seen it before, I didn't expect to see it again. Klein glanced back. In a solemn voice he said, I was felled by my own attack. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, speaking with determination. Not just killing intent, I must completely erase the enemy's will. Returning to the real battle, Klein bowed his head slightly and said, Let there be blessings. Immediately sparks of light appeared around and headed toward him. Klein swung his sword forcefully, knees bending as he spun, his cloak billowing and the energy he released growing ever more brilliant. Klein frowned, eyes fully focused. His voice rang out threateningly while Dodd calmly stood watching, to teach an arrogant noble a lesson. Then Dodd narrowed his eyes and gave a small smile. Klein began to gather strength and rushed forward to attack. The movements of the blade made Dodd's hair whip in the wind. As Klein lunged, Dodd closed his eyes and murmured, We'll use the guide skills available divinity wrap. Klein's gaze was tense. Both stared intently, missing no movement of the other. A sphere of light flashed forth. The arena's space became like a storm. Dodd thought to himself that the sigil of the fallen heaven was reacting. Klein lowered his stance and dashed forward. Meanwhile, Dodd remained upright and raised his sword. The two blades met, sparks flying. For a moment, the space seemed to freeze. The entire stanza erupted as if ablaze. The headmaster's eyes widened in shock. Outside, the guards also felt the tense atmosphere and looked alarmed. Everything unfolding here seemed to have been calculated beforehand by the Pope. Credo's expression was utterly calm. Usable skill, divine armament wrath. A wave of energy enveloped him as the three sigils of the fallen heaven reacted. After Dodd's powerful slash, Klein used his pommel to block the blow. The energy released cracked the arena floor. Demonic energy gathered around the fallen heaven sigil, whipping up a furious vortex. Everyone gaped in astonishment at the violent surge of energy. A fissure tore open in the sky, as if a stream of dark energy were pouring out. Elnor appeared in her demon form. Dodd flinched. Where did this come from? Sweat beaded down his face. The demonic power manifested through Elnor made everything around seem to stop. He frowned. What the hell is this? Just holding it with my strength is suffocating. Such a wicked pressure. Whatever, fight on. Dodd looked up while dodging an attack from Elijah Chrysanax. Elnor's demonic power was trying to invade him. He widened his eyes in panic. Stay away from me. Demon Elnor advanced slowly, and don't make me see you again. You irritate me. Demon Elnor touched the sword Dodd held, and dark energy formed black lightning around the blade. Elnor shouted, Give back what you took. Klein surged forward to attack Dodd. He thought to himself that in that instant something was off. How on earth did this guy block my strike? Dodd suddenly dropped his sword. Dodd declared, I'm angry. I said as long as you don't die it's fine. Klein was startled. Dodd, as if merged with Elnor's power, threw a punch that contorted Klein's face. The tremendously strong blow sent him flying into the air, surrounded by a shroud of dark energy. The recoil caused the floor beneath Dodd to crack open. Klein was nearly incapable of fighting. The Pope, as if having foreseen the outcome, remained calm with his eyes closed. Then he said, while I wasn't watching, Afante's skill has far exceeded expectation. A pale golden light enveloped Klein. May I speak as the victor? Dodd called out. Fine, say it, came the reply. Those guys are causing trouble. Holy Maiden, stop them. Everyone was baffled. What did you say, student Dodd? What are you looking for? Don't waste your effort. It's mine. Consider this your first and last warning. Chairman Adelante, what's going on? How dare you cause such behavior before the Pope? How do you teach your students to cause an incident like this? Someone demanded. Not only did you send a knight trained to deal with greenhorn brats, you also harassed the Holy Maiden. This man is Hadao Yuzul, minister of the Blue Dragon clan from the Tribal Alliance, truly a group of terrible character. Dodd was still staring straight at the source of the dispute. Even those brats openly criticize you. Shouldn't you strip him of his Holy Kingdom title? Dodd spoke up. Hadao, watch your words. This concerns the Pope's safety. What do you intend to do? If you're upset, come down and fight me. What can you do? The Pope pondered, then said, understood. It's not an official duel, but I will handle it for you. The headmaster started, yes, your holiness. You're not only talented, he added, you're an extremely perverse student. I must admit that. Then the people in that area began to disappear, and a voice suddenly shouted from somewhere, hey, are you trying to run away, Holy Kingdom? A man in royal attire appeared. He ordered his attendant, Sierras, deploy agents around Dodd Campbell of Alfonte. Sierras, holding a cup of coffee, replied, understood. He smiled grimly, drawing the three nations' attention with one match. The more I look, the more I like that guy. Seeing only Dodd left, panting, the referee asked, a bit bewildered, are they gone? With his professionalism, the referee quickly and deftly declared, so the victor is Dodd Campbell. Hearing the result, Adelante finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hadao was also very pleased with the outcome. He smiled and praised a few words. I rather like him. He has the makings of a fine warrior. He has the makings of a fine warrior. The organizers immediately proceeded to award Dodd a rare lion necklace that boosts vitality and physical strength. The presenter tersely told him to take it. Dodd accepted the prize, puzzled. Haddo then approached him with a broad smile and advised, "Visit the training forge when you have a chance. I'll treat you well." He cast Dodd a sidelong glance and in a low, serious tone added in that strange power from earlier, "I want to see it again." Having said that, Haddo casually added, "That is all from the tribal alliance. I'm leaving now," and departed, leaving Gut alone. Dodd watched Haddo's retreating back, filled with disbelief. In the original work, this was an item meant for Chapter 3. I was just recognized by the strongest madman of the tribal alliance. At Adelante's office, she crossed her arms, looked at Dodd seriously, and asked in a cold, suspicious tone, "Camelo, I have a question. Did you use the power of the flask to win the match?" Dodd answered honestly, "Yeah, I just got lucky." Adelante spoke again in a cold voice, "The Pope and Haddo have probably noticed. The news will spread soon. Many groups will start trying to approach you because of this." She paused for a moment. Hearing her, Dodd couldn't help but tense up, his mind drifting to someone. Adelante adjusted her glasses and reminded him, "You should prepare yourself. Things will be much louder from now on." Night had fallen. Along the row of decorated houses, only one room remained lit. Dodd obeyed Adelante's advice and replied dutifully, "I understand." Golden sunlight bathed the sky. The system sounded, announcing the main quest completed. Blessing added +1, seed of sin -1. Then he watched the young man lazily sleeping on the lawn. "And the fit boys playing ball," Dodd pondered. "So I've collected 4 seeds of sin so far. Some special skills can only be bought with such rare currency. For example, watch the ball flying across the field at light speed." Dodd subconsciously thought of something like this. An owl-shaped lens, the system screen quickly displayed information about this relic. The Mindseer Eye, usable once per day, allows you to view an opponent's stats. After Dodd pressed buy, the system congratulated him. Purchase successful. Dodd mused that the information from this skill couldn't be tampered with or forged and seemed to have no drawbacks. He would test it. With that thought, he narrowed his eyes and looked around for someone to test on. He glanced at Trisha playing with a little bird on her hand and skipped her. No need to check Trisha. He also glanced past Purse reading a book, the professor too. Suddenly, a sweaty jogger entered his sight. The perfect person who had just appeared was Elnor. With her terrifying speed, those she bumped into on the field were sent sprawling. Others dodged and murmured, "Chairman, move aside if you don't want to get hurt." Dodd stood on a nearby patch of ground, leaning against a tree and thinking. Actually, the priority now should be to get information on Elnor or Aaliyah first. They are the most important characters in this scenario. Having chosen his target, he immediately tested the new relic, activating the Mindseer Eye. Dodd murmured in anticipation, "All right, let's try." All parameters related to Elnor were displayed. Elnor Tristan, Origin the Grey Witch's Flask, Strength S, Agility S, Stamina S, Luck S, Authority S, Fusion with a Demon Shard, 1 in 80% rate, Contamination level 2%. When the machine finished, Dodd looked away, both astonished and relieved. The fusion rate had reached 80%. The incident at Riverbeck must have influenced this. Thankfully, the contamination level was still low. If both were high, she would have become a demon. At that moment, Elnor ran up to where he stood, peered into his lens, and asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Dodd, caught sneaking, was startled and flustered. He yelled back in a strained voice, "Chairman, how did you know I was here?" Elnor replied bluntly, "I just felt a suspicious gaze." She looked down at him sprawled on the ground, eyes half-lidded. Elnor took the opportunity to tell him something new. "Since we're already meeting, I have something to give you. The person you asked me to watch isn't an ordinary human." Dodd reeled dazed and asked her in a daze, "Oh, so you found them?" Elnor stood glittering in the sun and said seriously, "I've grasped his action plan, but from now on you should handle these matters yourself. Being student council president isn't a leisurely post." Dodd forced himself up and stammered, I'm sorry." Then he grinned and praised her. "First of all, well done, that opponent won't be easy." Elnor modestly replied, "I only helped the president a little." As she tied her hair back, Elnor asked Dodd, "Oh right, I've heard the Holy Kingdom is expanding its diplomatic delegation, something unheard of before. Do you know anything about this?" Dodd chuckled and replied lightly, "Actually, I'm not sure either." Elnor took out a stack of papers and said casually, "You'll find out soon. For now, here. This file records the target's actions during the midterm exam." Dodd took the file and thanked her hastily. "Amazing, President." Then he thought about how in the original story he had to follow every step himself. With that thought, he couldn't help but joyfully hug Elnor. Promising exclaimed, "You really did great, President. I'll repay you later for sure." Elnor was startled by his embrace, her body stiffening and eyes widening. Unaware of her odd reaction, Dodd cheerfully said, "Perfect. That means he's at the clock tower right now." "I'm off." After Dodd left, Elnor remained frozen in place. A faint blush crossed her usually cold face. Dodd hurriedly ran up the stairs, panting heavily. Looking at the flight of stairs ahead, he calculated silently, so he stayed at the clock tower until 7 in the evening. I know he enrolled with the Holy Maiden. With that temperament, he'd avoid going out as much as possible, but eventually he'd want to step out for some air. With that in mind, Dodd focused and accelerated, sprinting forward. When he arrived, he was soaked in sweat. Dodd bent over, gasping for breath. The young King Valkarthus was staring at the sky, murmuring to himself, "I should train my stamina a bit more." Hearing someone nearby, he turned slightly and asked coldly, "Are you Campbell?" Sweat still pouring, Dodd, out of breath, asked hesitantly, "You know me." At the splendid clock tower, their conversation carried outside. Valkarthus said gently, "Sit down and catch your breath." He then answered Dodd's question. The seer told me to watch you, how could I not know? At that, Dodd seemed to understand why Valkarthus was here, but he was puzzled and wondered to himself. The seer, he sent someone even though he knew about me. Valkarthus spoke bluntly at length. Your spy did well. Actually, I've been waiting here every day. I'm not someone who can request to meet first, you understand. He paused then, as if asking and confirming, added, we are enemies, right? Dodd had partly regained his breath and sweat had lessened. He recalled Valkarthus from the original story with suspicion. The seer was just a common occult worshipper. He never intervened directly like this. This was completely different from the original. Valkarthus glanced at him and continued coldly, his assessment of you is that you'll be the greatest obstacle I have to face here. With that, he turned fully to face Dodd. His aura carried an indescribably gloomy demonic quality. His thin lips twitched into a half-smile as he asked in a low voice, answer me, Dodd, will you block my path? Dodd stared at Valkarthus's angelic face hiding a devil, both terrified and tense, thinking he knew who I am and what I'm up to, and is issuing orders about me despite never having met me. This, in the same way I operate, made it seem as if I could now vaguely perceive another dark, insidious side hidden deep within Valkarthus that he was concealing. Valkarthus smiled without smiling. Beneath his respectable exterior lurked a bloodthirsty wolf. In a low tone he asked, Dodd, answer me, Dodd, will you stand in my way? Dodd had just recovered his breath. At Valkarthus's words, his expression stiffened slightly as he stared at him with mixed feeling. Outside the clock tower the light had slanted, the surroundings were silent and deserted. Valkarthus's voice drifted faintly outward. I'm curious how much he knows and how far his deductions have reached. He stood across from Dodd at a measured distance and asked coldly, I heard you've gathered quite a lot of information about us. Dodd answered him sincerely and carefully, at least I'm sure you bear no ill intent. Even after turning everyone at the academy into undead, even if you plan to rule them afterward. Valkarthus heard this without changing expression and replied directly, yes, in 3 days it's done. He added, the seer seems very interested in you. The sky beyond the academy took on a deeper golden hue, bringing to mind that mysterious seer. Valkarthus said seriously to Dodd, she's still investigating your true nature. One day you may have to face all the chosen ones. One day you may have to face all the chosen ones. Dodd, a little puzzled, hesitated and asked, wait, why are you telling me all this? Then he stared straight at Valkarthus and plainly listed what he knew about him. Valkarthus, the last king of the Armada Kingdom, one who fused his entire people into his body with forbidden magic. Saying this half-jokingly, he warned Valkarthus, we are enemies now, you shouldn't reveal information to your enemy. I don't like my plans being disrupted. The sky has gone from bright blue to twilight gold, and every nook here has sunk into shadow. Valkarthus disagreed with Dodd's phrasing and seriously corrected him. I don't intend to ruin your plans, I only want things to be fair. Hearing this, Dodd scoffed and asked, fair? Valkarthus replied confidently and provocatively, a game must be fair, right? No matter how much you know, you're still in a weak state. The sky was half dark, half gold, and night was about to spread over the city, yet their conversation continued. Valkarthus bluntly exposed Dodd's motive for meeting him today. The reason you came was to confirm I'm not a coward. Dodd did not reply. Deep down he had to admit it was true. He immediately took out the Mindseer Eye and casually signaled to it. After using the sight, there was one thing he could only think but dared not say, there's more than that. Valkarthus showed no fear, his face calm, and reminded him, look closely. The Mindseer Eye revealed the gloomy, demonic person hidden behind his outward appearance. The readout displayed the number of active grimoire magics in his body, 234,423. Seeing this, Dodd frowned and pondered. Grimoire magic is an ancient discipline distinct from mana, spirit, or divine power. Each grimoire magic demands payment in a human life. The demonic gaze deep within Valkarthus's soul flared brightly. It stared straight at him. When he put the Mindseer Eye away, Valkarthus returned to his tidy appearance and sneered at his relic. That skill must be hard to use in combat. He knew enough to understand the relic's function. I know, it's usually used in secret. Outside the clock tower it was fully dark now. Half-jokingly, Dodd said, this time I'm also keeping things fair. Valkarthus played along and tossed out a teasing remark, adopting a mockingly noble air. Then he grew serious and plainly stated his purpose for coming here today. After saying his piece, he kept his arrogant, confident demeanor and taunted, don't take it personally, you don't seem like much of an obstacle to me. Although he didn't outwardly show irritation at Valkarthus's contempt, Dodd's grip revealed his displeasure. A few seconds later, Dodd made a proposal, Valkarthus, fight to the end. He looked deep into his eyes and issued a serious challenge. In 3 days, go ahead and turn everyone in the academy into undead, do it. But in return, I'll use all my strength to stop you. Valkarthus's face remained cold, then he slowly countered. Even after seeing my forbidden magic, you still won't back down. Dodd replied earnestly and firmly, in 3 days, because I'll save you, both you and your kingdom will be saved. Hearing this, Valkarthus's mood was complex. He gave a dry laugh, part amused, part helpless. Then he quietly turned away, gazed at the darkening sky and murmured softly. Before he could finish, Dodd interrupted, wanting to propose terms if I win. This time Valkarthus cut him off. With those 3 abrupt words, Valkarthus smartly grasped his meaning. He curled his thin lips and bluntly offered a counter condition. If you lose, you'll become life number 2,134,424. Having said that, Valkarthus left before Dodd could speak further, swooping straight down while leaving one last line, see you later. Dodd reached out to grab him and cried urgently, wait. Valkarthus's body, bound by forbidden magic, emitted a demonic aura that suddenly appeared before him, then quickly vanished after him. Dodd peered down, stunned and bewildered, murmuring, "He's gone." Only then did Dodd let his head slump against the railing, revealing a vulnerable side. He worried about the worst outcome. What if I lose? Realizing his thoughts were turning negative, he rallied himself and reassured himself. No, if you want to win, you must not imagine losing. That's the most important rule. At that moment, in a row of old houses, one room glowed with warm yellow light. Lucian stood outside the room, leaning against the window, her gaze absent as she looked at the dark starry sky and called to Yuria inside, finished changing. Yuria obediently answered yes. Lucian called her name again. Remembering something, Lucian held an unlit cigarette between her lips, glanced at Yuria inside, and casually said, "Oh, sorry, I'm not one to respond often." Then she asked, "How's this outfit? Do you like it?" Yuria's cheeks flushed. She shyly hummed and hesitating said, "But sister, I've never worn clothes like this before." Embarrassed, the timid girl curled up on the bed by habit. Lucian entered, stood by the window, idly toyed with her sword, and said coolly, "Take whatever you want." Yuria made a small sound. Lucian turned, glanced at her, the unlit cigarette still at her lips, and said calmly, "Considering what you endured to become my talisman, at least I'll give you these simple things." Yuria smiled and obediently replied, "Then I'll accept." Lucian lit her cigarette and reminded her, "When you're with me, you can be at ease, even if only for a moment." As she lit the cigarette, Lucian's thoughts were pensive. "I once thought your heart might have been shattered by the curse of separation. I'm glad you still retain that innocence. Perhaps the one truly decayed inside is me." She suddenly heard Yuria's soft laughter. Lucian snapped out of her reverie and noticed the necklace on Yuria's neck. Lucian looked puzzled and scrutinized it. In a cold tone, she asked Yuria, "What are you doing?" Yuria replied honestly, "Oh, this was a gift from Lord Dodd. He said I should always wear it to keep our relationship smooth. He said he wouldn't see me if I didn't wear it, so I tried it on to see if it suits me." Saying that, Yuria looked at Lucian with hopeful, shining eyes. Seeing Lucian stiffen, cigarette motion frozen as she stared, Yuria thought she'd said something wrong and hurriedly backtracked. "Oh, I don't mean it's more precious than yours, sister. But I have to wear this if I want Lord Dodd to see me. Please don't misunderstand." Yuria waved her hand, embarrassed and a little fearful as she looked at Lucian. Lucian regained her composure and continued lighting her cigarette. After lighting it, she closed the lighter, bit the cigarette tip, and called softly, "Yuria." Lucian exhaled a plume of smoke, her tone slightly mocking as she asked Yuria, "Where is that satanic devil now?" Dodd said with an excited look, "It's a misunderstanding. I fully admit I may look strange." Lucian kept her eyes closed as she listened to him, but did so to maintain distance from Yuria's curse of severance. Yuria sat stunned as she listened. "As for why I used a leash, it was really the only thing I could find. Then the lighter was lit and I had no time." Lucian spoke as she smoked. "Yuria is my sister. After so many years apart, I finally found her again. She is the only family I have left." Dodd understood this well. He replied, "Of course I know that." Suddenly Lucian cut him off. She asked in a casual tone, "How do you know?" Lucian spoke in a way that left Dodd speechless. "At first I was angry about the leash, but after hearing your story I realized you're more suspicious in many ways than I thought." Student Dodd. She smoked and regarded him with suspicion. "Someone from a remote domain who knows the relationship between me and Yuria and even defeated a holy knight in direct combat. Where exactly do your knowledge and skills come from?" Dodd thought inwardly. "From my memories of playing the original game," but he couldn't say that. Dodd had to use the excuse of the Saintess. "That's something I can only discuss with Headmaster Adelante. I can't reveal it freely. What I can say for certain is that I'm on your side and on Yuria's side too." Hearing him, Yuria was astonished and looked at Lucian. Lucian said nothing. She exhaled a breath of smoke. Then she snapped the lighter shut forcefully. "Dodd Campbell," Lucian said, hand to forehead, and added indifferently, "I'll let it slide for now. You fought for me, helped me break free from the Pope's control, and have taken good care of Yuria. That's the truth." Relieved that she had relented, Dodd and Yuria both exhaled. Then Lucian added, "But I can't tell you everything." She looked out the sunlit window and revealed the truth. "Even if it's not my true identity, I must know what you're planning and how much you know. I need to know everything." Lucian closed her eyes, reflecting on the Pope's plan. Yuria and Lucian were essential pieces, memories from when the two sisters were locked in test tubes as research subjects. It was called the Homunculus Artificial Project. The title of Saintess wasn't something Lucian was born with. She was assembled from many different material. It turned out Lucian was also a tool for others to exploit. Lucian's holy power was artificially constructed. Yuria existed to support and amplify that power. They were merely Credo's instruments. That's how the Pope intended to create his paradise, a heaven ruled by his own definition of justice. Dodd understood the situation and said, "The Pope will not stop," but everything collapsed when Yuria escaped. "He has only temporarily relaxed his control while we're here." Lucian and Yuria sat quietly on the bed listening to Dodd. "We must prepare carefully in this short time." His knowledge and intelligence astonished Lucian. "Who exactly are you?" In a mansion, a bulletin appeared. "Main objective, His Majesty the King. In 3 days the Academy will be attacked." Inside the house sat a glittering stone, the heart of the star. As she walked, Lucian introduced a holy device said to maintain the protective barrier around the academy. It was a relic left from a noble carriage. She asked him with some doubt, "I used the Saintess's authority to get in here, but are you saying this can really help me?" Dodd replied wryly, "Yes, but Saintess, may I ask, do you resent me for leading you by a leash?" Suddenly he asked, "Am I even worse than that?" Lucian sighed at his words. "No, it's not that. I can't ignore the curse of severance." She turned to look at Yuria, who hid her face from the glare, "So I had to pretend to escort her to deflect suspicion. That way it wouldn't look odd." Besides, students rarely enter the sanctuary. Dodd said calmly, you can take the hood off now. Yuria Saintess, please wait outside and you should step out too. Aaliyah folded her arms and said smugly, I'll take responsibility for protecting the Saintess and watching over you. Lucian agreed with her, I agree. Dodd, I still can't fully trust you. Looking at the reflected image on the stone, Lucian said, the heart of the star is made of the same material as Yuria's sword. It's an artifact people aren't even allowed to approach, let alone touch. If the hero candidate stays to guard it, I'll feel more at ease, Aaliyah replied cheerfully. Yes. Lucian closed her eyes, revealing the real reason. Still, the reason I brought you here is my faith in the Creator. You were the one who led me to you, Dodd. Yuria clasped her hands in prayer. I understand your stance. Saintess, I'm already grateful that you brought me this far. Suddenly, Lucian released Yuria's leash. Aaliyah accepted and replied resolutely, yes, I will protect her well. Thank you for trusting me. Yuria watched Lucian's departing back. Demons can intervene in the human world without limits, but angels are different. Dodd stood before the gem in silence. They must follow the laws that maintain the world's order, so they cannot act freely like the lower-ranking angels I've met before. As Lucian left, she said, but heroes are different. Yuria, I'll wait outside. She asked Yuria if she could protect herself should anything happen. Yuria responded with an affectionate nod. Right. Before leaving, Lucian looked at her sister and smiled kindly. A hero is one who possesses the purest and strongest heart among humans. Angels intervene in the world through them. Aaliyah, seeing the sisters' bond, felt happy as well. It was understandable that the Saintess entrusted Aaliyah, even though she's only a hero candidate. To be able to inspire such great trust, even as a candidate, that's a step closer to becoming a true hero. Aaliyah stepped closer to comfort Yuria. Don't worry, Yuria, I'll protect you. She silently vowed, I won't let anything happen here. At that moment, Dodd was also swinging his sword to deal with the heart of the star. Very quickly, a crack appeared on the heart of the star. Aaliyah saw it and her face went pale. And Dodd's expression wasn't any better. Yuria was equally astonished, her eyes wide. Lucian lit another cigarette for herself. She exhaled a gentle plume of white smoke. While smoking, Lucian let her thoughts wander. If he knows about the homunculus project, his information network must be terrifying. As each wisp of smoke rose, her thoughts drifted with it. Dodd Campbell, I can't fully trust him, but he must have a reason Yuria and the hero candidate follow him so closely. And at that moment, an angel suddenly appeared before them. He did not seem like someone who acted recklessly for no reason. Aaliyah looked up in surprise, her voice stammering at first, that an angel. Yuria, standing nearby, was so surprised her mouth hung open, speechless. Ayla appeared with white wings that made the place glow brilliantly. The reverse-rank angel Ayla, a higher-ranked being than I expected, had appeared. Her slender hand gently reached forward, like the elder angel I had met before. Aaliyah's eyes narrowed and her expression sank a bit. I thought a lower-tier angel would be the one to arrive. Aaliyah's eyes narrowed and her expression fell somewhat. I thought a lower-ranked angel would show up. Ayla hovered down and flapped her wings from above, then looked toward one of the three and spoke, I understand. Aaliyah's face lowered, eyes not opening. The matters of heaven are indeed unpredictable. Ayla gradually descended, the angel's feet near the ground. I remember you. She stepped closer to Dodd and stared at him. Did you meet my soldiers earlier? Wait, are you the angel from before? He then answered decisively, yes, I was there. Dodd frowned, looking up at the angel's chest, displeased, so now you're going to attack my mind and shove ritual doctrine into my head, right? She didn't answer immediately but scrutinized him from head to toe. Not at all. His hand trembled slightly as he gripped the sword's hilt. No way will you let me go that easily. The two faced each other now. Behind Aloy was a large crystal orb. In the original story, angels couldn't intervene in the physical world, so they attacked the mind. They didn't punish harshly, only enough to stop you from rampaging. He broke out in a cold sweat every passing second, eyes fixed on her. A normal player would be eliminated immediately, so why was she still standing there? Her demeanor seemed mild. Aloy spoke in a friendly tone. Could it be I'm listening because your thoughts are rather interesting? Dodd was so surprised he slumped, dropping his sword. Suddenly something surged over him that made him visibly uncomfortable, clenching his teeth in pain. At first I intended only a simple warning, but then Aloy coldly turned to leave and spat sarcasm. The disdain you've caused seems deliberate. His body fell into a miserable state. Fine, go on in. Her lips lifted in a sly smile. Good, I trust you've prepared. Dodd's face contorted in pain as he slammed his hands down. The sensation made him feel as if he'd been shrunk. He found himself standing on a cube among countless other cubes. Dodd calmly glanced around to assess the situation. This is my mental space. Ayla was also trapped in this space with him. The angel seemed a bit surprised. What is this? Why? She was still hovering in midair. Nothing had manifested. There was nothing at all. While he stood thinking, she began to analyze everything. The mental space should reveal scenes reflecting a person's morals or nature, so why had it become an empty void? Aloy toyed with a lock of hair and concentrated, thinking things over. So he's neither good nor evil. Have I got myself into trouble? The identical cubes kept shifting and twitching slightly. I should have let the soldiers handle this. The angel grew increasingly annoyed, her face showing irritation. She even bit her nails and ground her teeth. What should I do? How do you discipline a human like this? I never expected such a being to exist. The angel became more and more uncomfortable, looking quite vexed. She bit her nails and ground her teeth. What should I do? How can I discipline a human like this? I can't believe such a being exists. The angel grew increasingly uneasy, her face irritated. She ground her teeth and bit her nails. What should I do? How do you discipline a human like this? I never expected such a being to exist. Once the space connected to my soul is open. Yuria's entire face bowed down, her hair covering it, and someone came hurtling forward like a madman. Ailey suddenly saw the color shift to purple-black and asked, "Wait, did you close off your mental space?" Dodd answered very calmly, "Impossible, I can't even create one myself." A long cubic column thrust straight up from the ground. In Aloy's view, there was a growing reaction to the approaching danger. His eyes widened as realization dawned, "It's coming." Then Aloy looked down, a black abyss filled with countless cubic pillars. "It's coming." What's coming? The angel peered down, puzzled because she couldn't make anything out. At the deep, gloomy bottom, purple pattern stood out. "I see nothing truly strange." But she didn't expect that the thing approaching her was a horned succubus. Only then did Aloy manage to realize and hastily turn to look back. But by then, Dodd had already taken a harsh blow that tore open the front of his tunic. Aloy studied the demon closely, both surprised and panicked. A demon, its black eye opened and fixed on Aloy. Immediately, the angel had no time to react as glittering cords wound tightly around her. The demon sat down lightly, propping its chin and watching with relish. It activated a deadly allure, its eerie eye remained unblinking, staring in one direction. "Found you." Dodd froze for a moment. When the system announced it, a white demon had noticed you, but he'd already calculated things internally and stuck to the plan. The white demon flashed a bright smile and then suddenly turned. "My mate." The red ink mark on his chest suddenly glowed, emitting a bit of aura, and many strands of binding cords unfurled from his wrists. "I've been wanting to see you without stopping." Those cords continually lunged to coil around his face to touch you. He could only grit his teeth and endure as long as I follow the plan. The angel's face was tightly wrapped by the white cords, leaving only one sharp eye exposed. Dodd was bound fast by those cords. Meanwhile, the white demon slowly crept closer to him. The power of temptation and the deadly charm skill collided. "I want you." Inside Dowd's mental space, the divine power charm and the skill lethal allure were clashing violently. A demonic entity with white hair, black horns, and a long tongue was ravenous. The white demon hovered, looking down at Dowd bound below and saying she wanted him. Dowd could only ask back in confusion. The white demon drew close and licked Dowd's cheek with her long tongue. He gritted his teeth and endured, telling himself that if he gave in here he'd immediately become a slave to his own soul. At that moment, a voice rang out, cutting through. A girl with short blonde hair and pure white angel wings appeared and ordered the demon to stop. The angel yanked hard on a strand of energy, throwing the white demon off balance, who screamed in alarm. The angel turned and ordered Dowd to stop struggling and stay still. Dowd worriedly wondered whether an ordinary angel could face a demon like this. Interrupted, the white demon growled, grinding her teeth in fury and warning the newcomer not to interfere. She crazily lunged at the angel, screaming in rage. A thunderous punch was thrown, aimed straight at the angel's face. The punch landed, producing an extremely powerful impact. The white demon roared in fury, her hair flying from the blow. A few feathers from the angel's wing fluttered down. An explosion of energy erupted from the clash of the two powerful beings. Contrary to her opponent's fury, the angel just clicked her tongue, her face showing clear annoyance. The white demon tumbled through the air, with an additional mask appearing on her face. A blinding attack of light struck the wall of the mental space. While the two of them fought, Dowd broke free of his bindings and smiled with calculation. He spoke up, calling to the white demon, and warning that if she dared touch the angel he'd not let it pass. The white demon, pinning the angel down, immediately turned to Dowd and asked if he was the one she wanted. Dowd shouted, demanding the white demon release the angel at once, and saying he'd deal with her afterward. He emphasized that they'd meet again anyway, so she'd better obey. The white demon looked intrigued, her eyes glowing red in the dark. She asked if this was a promise. Dowd confirmed it was a promise, but he also didn't forget to threaten, saying the promise would sooner or later come true if she didn't comply. Dowd played his trump card, asking where a person's soul would go if they died in the mental space, and saying he'd jump from there. Dowd's threat seemed to work. The white demon glanced at him and spoke with loaded meaning. Rather than anger, the white demon laughed delightedly at Dowd's audacity. She asked if he was threatening her, and Dowd calmly admitted it. The white demon chuckled and agreed to Dowd's promise. Seeing that, he ordered her to leave immediately. Before leaving, the white demon didn't forget to remind Dowd to keep his word. He replied coldly, "Okay." The white demon gradually faded into the space, leaving a message that she would certainly return later to take his soul. Back in reality, Dowd thought to himself that everything had played out according to the original script. With this, the angel owed him a favor. He flashed a triumphant smile, reaffirming his thought. The angel, clearly very displeased, asked Dowd what he wanted in return for the favor. What Dowd requested was a star iron ingot, an extremely rare item. Afterward, Dowd met Yuria's older sister on a long bench. She was utterly surprised to learn he received the star iron ingot directly from an angel. Dowd explained he would use it to craft an item to weaken the severing curse. Another girl, Yuria, stepped forward and asked Dowd whether one ingot would be enough. Dowd reassured her that he had prepared another ingot. He elaborated on the properties of star iron. It amplifies holy power, is nearly indestructible, and can only be damaged by itself or helmet. Yuria understood the gravity of the situation, that to break the strange curse on the Saintess's younger sister, they had even had to encounter an angel. Dowd confirmed that the real battle had not yet begun, prompting Yuria to ask in surprise what battle he meant. Yuria looked at Dowd with a probing gaze. She felt he was hiding something and asked him directly. Dowd fell into thought. a system window popped up announcing an upcoming event, King S Boy Academy Attack Incident D1. All three girls, including Yuria, the younger sister with black hair, demanded that Dowd tell them the truth so they could prepare as well. Dowd's eyes hardened with resolve. He decided to tell them everything and asked them to listen carefully. The scene shifted to a large school with an old clock tower. Dowd vowed that they had to save the school. The view swept over students on campus. A silver-haired female student was intently taking notes with a fountain pen. Another female student with purple hair and safety goggles was focused on welding something. A male student with blonde hair and his face shadowed gave off an air of mystery. Two other male students were chatting. One with red hair was confident they'd take first place, saying no one could beat them in tomorrow's final outdoor training. While other students walked together, Dowd quietly walked alone across the schoolyard. He reflected on these students. They lived ordinary lives, unaware of the truth or the threats lurking nearby. He thought about himself, someone with no memories of school life in the outside world, and thus unable to truly sense it. His train of thought was cut off by a strange voice. Someone asked him if he was used to always being alone like that. Dowd looked up and saw a mysterious woman in a tight black outfit, cloaked and wearing a mask with blazing orange hair. He asked her in surprise who she was. The masked woman stared directly at Dowd, her eyes sharp. She answered mysteriously that she was a butterfly effect. In a grand hall, Dowd, a young man in a neat suit, stands on the staircase looking down. Across from him is a mysterious girl dressed head to toe in black. She speaks, saying that all the devotion and effort Dowd has poured in is what brought her here. The mysterious girl stares straight at Dowd, her eyes sharp. She repeats that it was his efforts that brought her here, then calls his name Dowd. Dowd looks surprised at the girl's words. He mumbles about that little disciple and then asks bluntly, "Who are you?" To his shock, the mysterious girl appears behind Dowd in an instant, making him start. Playfully, she says that since he always thinks one step ahead, she expected a cunning strategist, not someone who looks so ordinary. Her gloved hand touches Dowd's collar, leaving him utterly astonished. She continues her taunt, wondering if that unremarkable appearance is precisely what makes him different. Dowd is stunned. He can't believe someone like her could manipulate him so easily. He wonders if any character like her existed in the original storyline, and why she understands his situation so completely. Against the backdrop of an ancient castle, Dowd loudly demands that the girl reveal her identity. She merely smiles and replies that she is his most ardent fan. Still reeling, Dowd is pulled close as the mysterious girl links her arm with his. He blushes and looks uncomfortable. She reaffirms her position, saying she is not one of those nuisances who swarm him, but rather someone who loathes them. Dowd racks his brains, trying to dredge up memories of demonic forces to trace the girl's origins, but it all seems futile. Suddenly, the mysterious girl produces a white card, the one she just took from Dowd. "Aha, here's the key," she says, as if she has achieved her goal. Holding the card, she taunts Dowd that he has left too many openings. Dowd immediately realizes and shouts, demanding she give it back at once. Dowd is frantic and anxious. He screams in despair because the situation is urgent, yet he doesn't understand why the system hasn't issued a danger alert. The mysterious girl shifts the subject, mentioning the supporting female character and those who constantly surround Dowd, calling them clingy leeches. She declares she wants to wipe them all out to clear her view, since they don't understand the real Dowd at all. With a piercing gaze, the girl asserts that only she truly understands Dowd. Holding the card, she continues to insist that she alone in this world exists to do that, only her. Then the mysterious girl tosses the card away, leaving a streak of light in the air. The white card hovers in midair, carrying some mysterious significance. Dowd is stunned when the girl says that to have the right to stand boldly before him, only a villain like her deserves it. Even demons aren't on that level. Her sharp eyes lock on Dowd as she suggests he is surely prepared to face the minor warlord right. Perched on a high rock overlooking the city, she reveals a staggering truth. Valkas's invasion set for tomorrow would have failed completely, but if it strikes today, can Dowd cope? Dowd is utterly speechless at this news. His plan has been completely disrupted, and now he faces an unforeseen danger. The mysterious girl looks at Dowd provocatively, saying she truly wants to place even greater expectations on him and is confident he won't disappoint her. Terrifying cracks suddenly appear across the city's sky, signaling imminent collapse. Smiling with delight at the chaos she has sown, the mysterious girl whispers, "Make me fall for you even more." In stark contrast to the ominous sky, in a quiet corner of the academy courtyard, Trisha with her orange hair is leisurely enjoying her meal, murmuring that the sauce has a gentle sweetness and savoring another peaceful day. A girl in clerical robes with blonde hair strikes up a conversation with Trisha, asking if her workload is too much and mentioning she heard Trisha is also taking a private training course. The two girls sit at an outdoor table. Trisha admits that even within the Holy Academy people are talking about her as a leading candidate for the warrior position. The robed friend teases that she asked the school's star behaving innocently, but Trisha simply replies that she doesn't care about that. The robed girl adds that she knows Trisha's dedication to training is thanks to her fan club, and everyone praises her, truly the demeanor of a warrior candidate. Trisha is a bit surprised and embarrassed to learn her fan club still exists. She hadn't expected it could inspire the other students so much. The robed girl shifts the topic to Dowd, saying he clearly quelled a disturbance last time. She cheerfully notes that their relationship seems to be progressing and teases Trisha that she probably isn't shy around him anymore. Trisha grows slightly flustered and stammers, the conversation eases into a deeper perspective about how a normal person is perceived. Trisha is silent for a moment, then admits she still feels she has many imperfections, showing her humility. The robed girl begins giving examples of extraordinary power, like subduing and slaying a great demon beast or wiping out enemies in the blink of an eye. Trisha closes her eyes and listens to her friend. The robed girl concludes that compared to those extraordinary individuals, a warrior candidate is only someone a bit stronger than average, a simple yet harsh truth. Suddenly, a strange noise rings out, making Trisha start in fright. She panics and asks what is happening. Chaos erupts everywhere. Other students look up in alarm, shouting that the protective barrier has cracked wide open. They don't understand what is happening and wonder if this is a drill. A blonde student and another girl wearing glasses insist this is not a drill. The situation is dire, and they shout for everyone to take shelter inside immediately. The barrier's rupture seems to trigger a powerful shock of energy, causing even someone with purple hair who had been sleeping to spit up blood. In another room, a red-haired girl with small horns senses the danger. A command is given. Everyone should grip their weapons and be ready to fight. From below, the city's protective shield, hexagonal in structure, shatters into glass-like fragments, revealing the pitch-black night sky. Trisha looks up at the sky with a desperate expression. She knows that once Serapin's barrier cracks, the demons will soon scent and come. In horror, she realizes this wasn't T in your calculations, was it, Dowd? Amid the chaos, a dark-haired girl wearing a single-lensed eye patch acts quickly and rushes toward the rift in the sky. The dark-haired girl concentrates her energy, both hands emit a powerful green light, indicating she is preparing to cast some kind of magic. A massive green energy beam is fired, colliding with the crumbling barrier in what appears to be an effort to patch it or slow its collapse. Hovering in the air, the eye patch-haired girl calls out Dowd's name loudly, reporting that everything is happening far earlier than expected. She stares at the rift with worry and suspicion, thinking that if even this is part of Dowd's plan, he'll owe them many explanations. Beneath the cracking sky stands a towering clock tower, its hands still moving as a grim reminder that time is running out. Right atop the clock tower, a massive, deep purple magic circle appears, shaking violently, signaling that the invasion gate has fully opened. From the dark magic circle, countless dragons and grotesque monsters begin to pour out, their roars echoing across the sky, signaling that a massacre is about to begin. Below on the ground, chaos reigns. Amidst people screaming and fleeing, a commander tries to restore order, shouting for everyone to quickly follow Talian's orders to organize the defense. Through the panicked streets, the command is given for everyone to run indoors immediately to take shelter. The monsters have poured in, and the top priority now is to ensure the safety of the new students at all costs. A roar resounds as a gigantic clawed foot slams into the ground, heralding the arrival of an even larger monster. Before them stands a massive humanoid beast, muscles rippling, earth-yellow skin, and numerous blood-red eyes atop its head. It bares its sharp teeth and towers over the swarm of lesser demons, creating a truly terrifying sight. At that moment, a mysterious figure appears, his hand radiating a sinister purple energy. He mutters, wondering how the enemy could have announced the timing of the attack in advance. That figure is Talion, a young man with blonde hair and eyes that emit purple light. He smiles arrogantly and tauntingly, calling out to Dowd, "Whatever tricks you've prepared, don't make me wait. I am bored of waiting." A giant reptilian monster with blue scales and a white skullcap on its head roars ferociously, signaling a sudden, chaotic attack. Immediately after, a male student screams in panic for help as a horrifying yellow monster covered in countless eyes and jagged jaws lunges toward him. A close-up of the student's face shows sheer terror. He is truly confronting imminent death. At the critical moment, a figure rushes in, Professor Elfin, who moves quickly to rescue the endangered student. Professor Elfin yells at the student to calm down and orders everyone to evacuate into the building immediately. Another red-haired professor restrains the student, warning him not to perform meaningless acts of bravery in this situation. Professor Elfin stands there annoyed, realizing the situation is deteriorating. As he feared, the Academy's magical shield begins to crack. The problem isn't limited to the monsters inside the school. As headmaster, Professor Elfin tries to maintain the barrier. He worries that if the shield breaks, all the kings of ruin targeting Alphonte will converge, and that surge of energy could affect the Void region. Someone else witnesses Elfin's actions and shouts, baffled as to why the headmaster is doing that, highlighting internal tension and lack of information. Meanwhile, a blonde man and a nun are shouting frantically, urging students to run faster and get inside for safety. Savage monsters have overrun the area. Warnings continue to blare, telling everyone not to fight but to evacuate immediately. The Academy guards take positions. The captain orders Team 1 to continue evacuating students while Team 2 holds the line here. The guards form up, bravely facing the charging horde. They are determined to stop them at all costs. But the monster's force is overwhelming. They sweep through the guard line easily. One soldier is bitten and killed on the spot. From afar, the protagonist Dowd Campbell watches it all. He is stunned to realize this is not what he had planned, his plan. All of his plans have completely collapsed. Dowd stands frozen amid the chaos, unable to believe what is happening. Monsters scatter, the barrier shatters. This situation shouldn't exist in the scenario Dowd had anticipated. Dowd sinks into despair. If things had gone according to his plan, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Then a voice calls his name, Dowd Campbell. A sword swings, drenched in monster blood. The newcomer coldly asks Dowd, "Didn't you hear the evacuation order?" It's Elnor, the student council president. She appears in military uniform, composed and formidable after slaying a monster. Elnor looks at Dowd with sharp, calculating eyes. She knows she must think and find a way to handle the situation. Dowd's eyes reflect determination as well. He knows he must find a way to turn things around. They stand facing each other amid the chaos. Elnor questions why Dowd is here instead of evacuating, while Dowd keeps calculating, convinced there must be a way to survive. At the same time, a student council member, a bespectacled girl, rushes over, shouting that the entire student council needs to assemble. The council member calls to Elnor, but Elnor coldly replies, "Go ahead," her expression showing she has made up her mind. Dowd turns to Elnor and pleads, "Can you trust me this one time? If you come with me, we can save this school." Behind them, the council girl shouts for Elnor to return immediately. To convince Elnor, Dowd begins listing events he's handled in the past. "Please think about what I've done so far. The Count's incident, the monster incident, the assassination, and the terrorist attack on the ship." Dowd admits he's an odd person, but insists Elnor knows he's not someone who acts recklessly. The bespectacled girl from the student council doesn't give up and shouts, "Elnor, take that guy and come here now." She continues, "What are you doing, student council president?" Elnor only falls silent, bowing her head, lost in thought and torment. After a moment of hesitation, Elnor finally makes a decision. She apologizes, then turns to Dowd and says, "This is my last trust in you." "Thank you, ma'am, this way," Dowd exclaims and leads the way. The two run off, leaving the student council girl stunned, calling after them in vain, "Hey Elnor, Elnor." Watching their backs, the student council girl can only mutter helplessly, "Idiot." Along the way, Dowd explains to Elnor that the monsters originate from the clock tower, and there will be stronger creatures around it. Dowd adds that with just the two of them they can't handle all the monsters, so they need assistance. Suddenly, a group in black cloaks appears to block their path. Dowd asks them for help, but someone in the group coldly replies that they are merely envoys of the holy nation. Dowd immediately recognizes their identity. He snaps that there's no time to argue over rank, pointing at them. "You are exorcist mages under the Pope, sent here to supervise me, aren't you?" Facing the cloaked group, Dowd demands they stop pretending. He knows their true purpose. Dowd states plainly, "I know I recently provoked the Pope and that's why you were dispatched. The real delegation must be with the professors now." Dowd turns to Elnor and clarifies that this group's sole purpose is to monitor him. Then he faces them again and yells for help, because he's the one the Pope is watching and in danger. However, Sekeb, the masked woman leading the group, coldly replies, "Even if that's true, isn't it enough if only you survive?" Those words leave Dowd stunned. He realizes they're willing to let Elfante fall as long as he survives. Even if he makes it through this, he will lose the war against Valcasus. In desperation, Dowd reaches out mentally to another place, calling Sira's Dreamer's name. He says he knows where the item she's seeking is. At the same time, in a recording studio, Sirius hears his call and remarks, "But this isn't a game." Close up on Sira's eyes as she speaks to Dowd from afar, telling him his life is real. Dowd screams in despair, knowing that in reality countless people will die. He begs Sirius for help for his own sake. Elnor silently watches Dowd as he declares he won't hesitate to use any means to win. Dowd continues his plea, accepting that even if every villain in the world clings to and tortures him, he will do it. He yells, "Sira's Dreamer, answer me." At Dowd's desperate, determined declaration, Sekeb, the masked exorcist mage, merely clicks her tongue, seeming somewhat intrigued. Sekeb, the masked exorcist mage, stares at Dowd and warns in a cautionary tone, "You'd better be telling the truth, Dowd Campbell." Immediately after Sekeb's words, a system panel appears before Dowd, deadly charm activated, and Master Assassin Siraz shows interest in you. His plea has been answered. After confirming Dowd's resolve, Sekeb orders her subordinate, Bisla, intervene. Instantly, Sekeb and her two subordinates remove their heavy cloaks, revealing sleek, form-fitting assassin outfits underneath. They are ready to act, ending Chapter 50 with a surprising turn. The scene opens with the Big Ben clock tower looming against a bruised purple sky streaked with eerie cracks, signaling an impending catastrophe. A massive jaw with slimy, razor-sharp fangs snarls, ready to devour everything. Countless grotesque monsters begin to appear, from malformed golems to savage orcs. From above, three cloaked figures in black face off against a giant wolf-like monster, preparing for an uneven battle. Meanwhile, Dowd Campbell looks confused and anxious. He says, "I don't know what you know about me or how you found out." But Elnor cuts him off sharply, "We'll leave that for later." Her eyes show the situation is far more urgent. A masked female swordsman with golden hair draws her blade. The sword flashes a fierce golden light, poised to fight. Suddenly, a cat-eared figure with purple hair and a sinister grin appears. She taunts, "Then you'll have to answer for what you said, Dowd Campbell." Immediately, the masked swordswoman jumps into the fray, quickly taking down one monster and skillfully attacking others. One of the cloaked figures is also fighting fiercely. He exclaims in astonishment, "This power is absurd." Dowd turns to Elnor, whom he calls Chairwoman, urging, "We don't have time, Chairwoman, we need to get to the clock tower now." He points toward the tower and adds, "An enemy is waiting at the top." Elnor responds with skepticism, "Waiting? You mean he's deliberately waiting for us?" Seeing Dowd falter, she snaps, "If you're going to make excuses, stop." She stares at Dowd and says, "Since I met you, not a single word has been sincere. You always hide things or evade them." Then her tone softens, "But that behavior always has its reasons, that's why I'm by your side now." Together, they move toward the clock tower in the glow of sunset. Elnor says, "You don't need to come up with clever excuses, just focus on what you have to do." Dowd thanks her for understanding. Elnor looks at him and remarks, "You certainly have many strange sides, but you also seem kind in your own way." The unexpected compliment leaves Dowd slightly surprised. He falls silent and listens, his face showing a hint of embarrassment at Elnor's perceptiveness. Suddenly, a huge, grotesque monster blocks their path. Dowd explains it's a creature from the original Flash Terror, with near-infinite regenerative ability, making it impossible to kill. The only way is to lure it away from the clock tower. Dowd anxiously asks Elnor, "Can you draw its attention?" Contrary to Dowd's worry, Elnor coldly draws her sword and declares, "I'll slice right through it." Without hesitation, she charges at the giant monster, swinging a powerful strike. Determination flashes in Elnor's eyes. Dowd can't believe it, wondering in shock, is she really going to cut it? Elnor unleashes a series of golden slashes toward the monster. But at that moment, Dowd spots another danger and yells a warning. Chairwoman left. Hearing Dowd's warning, Elnor's eyes widen in shock as she realizes the incoming threat. A massive arm of the creature crashes down from above, aiming straight at Elnor's position. Dowd can only scream in horror as he sees Elnor about to be crushed, the ground beneath her beginning to crack. In the critical moment, Elnor manages to react. She creates a blinding burst of light to evade the attack. Immediately, a blazing red streak of light flashed, seeming like a razor-sharp counterstrike against the monster. Elnor successfully parried the blow. Her face shone with determination, her sword had stopped the devastating strike. Her hat flew off, white hair whipping in the wind. Elnor gathered her strength and swung an immensely powerful strike at the monster's body. But as a result of the impact, her sword snapped. Surprise registered across her face. Dowd realized the harsh truth. A monster that even Tristan's swordsmanship can't handle. He understood this creature had been designed from the start to be unkillable. Dowd was caught in a dilemma. "There's no time, I have to get up the tower, but I can't leave Elnor like this." Just then Elnor called his name, Dowd Campbell. Though exhausted and wounded, Elnor resolutely said, "Even if I have to die, save Elfante." Dowd was utterly stunned by her words. He could only stammer, "And what?" With eyes sharp as blades, Elnor shouted as if to rally him, "You're not going to lose your fighting spirit just because my sword broke, are you?" She loudly intoned her full name like an oath. Elnor Aaronirizola Tristan. In that moment, a horrifying realization flashed through Dowd's mind. He monologued inwardly, "No matter how the system is, no matter what the original story says." He looked at Elnor with a completely new awareness. She is someone who must never show weakness. Then the final truth revealed itself in Dowd's mind as he watched her back. She was destined to become the final boss of this world. He called her Chairwoman. Elnor replied, "Yes," then added in a low, sorrowful tone, "This may be the last time, so I'll say one thing." Dowd asked in surprise, "What?" and leaned in close to listen, while Elnor kept a calm but melancholic expression. After hearing Elnor's whispered words, Dowd was completely frozen. He couldn't speak, only stared at her in stunned disbelief. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, a reminder of its terrifying presence. Elnor's eyes burned a frightening red. She was ready for the final battle, a fight she knew she could not retreat from. She poured every remaining ounce of strength into the assault, charging the monster and unleashing her fiercest attacks. The monster's blood sprayed everywhere. Elnor, like a true goddess of war, used her own life to buy time and carve a path for Dowd. With eyes blazing with iron resolve, Elnor bore the mission of sacrifice, holding the monster in place so Dowd could move forward. While Elnor fought to the death, Dowd reached the tower's summit. From there he could clearly see the source of the catastrophe, a massive golden magical barrier enveloping the entire city. At the tower's peak, a blond man with an arrogant face waited. He curled his lip and said, "I just wanted to say this to that face, but youth truly is a wonderful thing." Dowd, panting and exhausted, had to kneel after climbing the tower. The blonde enemy looked at him and taunted, "Even in this situation, you really came to stop me." He continued, "Come to think of it, we had a bet with each other, didn't we?" Dowd lifted his face, eyes blazing, and spat each word. "That bet, I'm here to win it." In a vast hall, Valkassus, known as the Young King, faces Dowd Campbell. A rolling purple aura of dark magic swirls around Valkassus, revealing his tremendous power. He speaks, initiating a fateful confrontation. With a look of hatred, Valkassus declares that he despises demons and those who worship them. His eyes are full of long-suppressed rage and suffering. Dowd grips his sword hilt, responding with understanding. He knows Valkassus endured thousands of years shackled by demons. But Dowd also points out the contradiction of Valkassus choosing to cooperate with an enlightener seeking demonic power. Valkassus narrows his eyes and reveals the real reason behind his choice. It wasn't for power, but for certainty, the certainty that he would obtain a free death, a release from an immortal life of torment. The scene shifts to the past, revealing a secret from the original story. A figure called the Enlightener made a pact with the young king, exploiting the boy's lifelong wish. His offer was, "I will give you the death you long for." And the price for that wish was a horrific mission. The young king must utterly wipe out the Elfante Academy. The image of the Enlightener in a hooded cloak and a mysterious mask appears, symbolizing a cruel conspiracy. For the young king, it was an escape. A life in which death was forbidden, whether voluntary or not, would finally have a certain end. His face, though scarred, shows a satisfied smile. That miserable life, strangled by the very people of the kingdom like golden chains, could finally end. The image of him standing alone in the inverted hall reflects the isolation and burden he has borne. After much reflection, the young king had no other choice. He had to make a decision, a choice that would change the fate of many. He tormented himself, wondering if it was right to entrust a life bound by demons to a villain. His inner self is torn between the desire for release and responsibility to the world. And finally, he decided. A burst of dark power erupted, indicating the young king's choice was sealed. He accepted the pact regardless of the consequences. Back in the present, Dowd questions Valkassus. He asks whether Valkassus truly knows a way to save his kingdom when he made that promise. Dowd answers confidently, asserting that if he didn't know, he wouldn't be so assured. His sword flashes with magical light, ready for battle. Valkassus understands that Dowd will not back down. He also understands Dowd's stance. Because Valkassus only accepts death in an all-out battle, Dowd has no choice but to attack. Horrifying dark souls rise from Valkassus's sword, ready for combat. He challenges Dowd, demanding that his opponent fight with everything he has. The scene shifts to a group of girls. Trisha, the orange-haired girl, speaks up to warn them as the only one with experience. She tells the others to be careful not to bite their tongues. Yuria, the black-haired girl, cries out in shock. She can't believe everything is happening so quickly. Her face shows clear panic. Meanwhile, Lucian, the blonde, remains extremely calm. She puffs on a cigarette while advising everyone to set aside anything that might fall, then confidently says she has excellent balance. The three girls lie on a strange device. Trisha says to do as they like and that only experience will teach them. It seems they are about to undergo a special training session. Yuria, looking frightened, reaches to press the start button but hesitates at the last moment. She yells that she needs to brace herself first. Instantly, all three are hurled into the air by a chaotic surge of energy. Trisha screams in anger, cursing the so-called guidance of the experienced one. Clearly, this is not a pleasant experience. Back at the battle, Valkassus in his demon form challenges Dowd. He demands that Dowd prove his words are not mere boasting. Dowd suddenly falls into a panic. Reality rushes in and his mind freezes. He wonders what kind of attack Valkassus is using. He seems to have forgotten his combat plan. Fortunately, the panic lasts only a moment. Dowd quickly regains his composure, his brain beginning to analyze the situation like a pro gamer. 223 tentacles, laser beams zipping phase 1, super easy. He has the attack pattern figured out. With the plan clear in his head, Dowd tightens his grip on the sword. He tells himself he'll easily block with his Tristan swordsmanship. Though he speaks boldly, is he truly as confident as he sounds? Dowd holds the sword tight, but inwardly he mocks his own bravado. He knows his courageous words only mask the anxiety inside. Instead of charging in, Dowd opts to dodge. He keeps moving, slipping through Valkassus's dark attacks, following the tactic he mapped out in his head, just evade. The demonic eyes from Valkassus's attacks taunt Dowd, asking why he won't fight and whether he's running away. They try to provoke him to break his plan. Another massive blast of dark energy fires out, producing ear-piercing sounds. Valkassus's power seems endless, filling the space. The monstrous mouths show their frustration at Dowd's evasions. They begin firing laser-like energy beams, ramping up the pressure on him. Dowd keeps moving, bouncing between the hall's pillars. He thinks to himself that a veteran gamer's dodge instincts are kicking in. His goal is to force Valkassus to switch combat modes, though he's worried, given his all-F stats, whether he'll actually die. A pitch-black sphere of energy hurtles toward Dowd at terrifying speed, a powerful strike from Valkassus. Suddenly, a horrific humanoid creature appears and emits a terrifying scream. Dowd recognizes it as the Flash Terror attack and exclaims in shock, "Elnor pulled it off," indicating outside intervention. Dowd is stunned to notice a discrepancy from his knowledge. He recalls that in the game, when this monster dies its brain or heart would explode, but here that did not happen. Mid-battle, Elnor with long platinum hair appears. She moves like the wind, streaking across the shattered battlefield, ready to fight. Meanwhile, one of Valkassus's demonic eyes gapes open, gathering a massive amount of dark energy in preparation for a devastating attack. Elnor charges boldly, her sword meeting a burst of light and energy head-on, showcasing her formidable power. Despite Elnor's efforts, Dowd is still blasted into a wall. Valkassus mocks him, asking whether he finally wants to fight for real. Though wounded and covered in dust, Dowd's gaze does not waver. His resolve grows stronger than ever. Valkassus in his demon form approaches the panicked Dowd. Dowd cries out for him to wait, seemingly unready for this direct confrontation. Valkassus's demonic eyes shine brightly. He declares that once this form is revealed, he cannot stop. This battle has reached its climax. Dowd is struck by a powerful blow. Valkassus looks at him with contempt, saying as expected Dowd is no match for him, but he will remember his bravery. Dowd is blasted backward by an immense force. His body cannot withstand Valkassus's overwhelming power. Valkassus's final attack, a sword bound in chains, suddenly halts right before Dowd. Even Valkassus is surprised by this unexpected intervention. From above, two figures dive down. It's Yuria and another ally. They declare they will stop Valkassus, the demon worshipper. Dowd's reinforcements have finally arrived. Lucian, the fashionable blonde, appears with a cigarette in her mouth. She calmly tells a surprised Dowd, "I came to save you." Yuria, now wearing a golden crown, is overjoyed to see Dowd safe. She shouts his name in relief. Trisha, the orange-haired girl, lands with force, creating a circle of energy under her feet, demonstrating her strength and readiness to fight. Trisha lands hard, then smiles at Dowd. She praises him for holding on well and teasingly asks if he remembers her. Dowd's gaze sweeps over the teammates who just arrived, Trisha, Lucian, and Yuria standing there safe. He exhales in relief, acknowledging they came at the perfect time. Though outwardly calm, inside he's screaming with joy, thinking if they'd been a second later he'd be dead. Yuria eagerly steps closer to Dowd. She realizes the iron ring he gave really works. Now she can approach everyone without the curse holding her back. She hesitantly thanks Dowd, her face lighting up with happiness. The chains that once bound Yuria shatter and transform into a radiant stream of golden energy, wrapping around her body. Her curse is being converted into a new power. Witnessing that sight, Trisha and Lucian are astonished. Dowd looks at Yuria and says that's not all, hinting at an even greater secret about the ring's power. Dowd explains further. The curse released by wearing the ring doesn't disappear, it merely transforms into another form of energy. Then Yuria appears in an entirely new form. Dowd explains that the moment the curse vanishes, it converts into an immensely powerful attack buff. What remains is not a curse but a protective blessing. Yuria now shines in golden armor, becoming a strong and magnificent female warrior. The battle against the dark entity Valkassus officially begins. Faced with the creature's provocation, Yuria, younger sister, clad in shining golden armor, assumes a ready fighting stance. The enemy scoffs, believing it's time to end mere words. Amid the tense atmosphere, Dowd Campbell remains unnaturally calm. He recognizes the opponent's attack following a pattern he already knows, a huge advantage thanks to his metagame knowledge. Dowd roars, rallying the team's spirits. He insists that if everyone follows his instructions precisely, victory will surely be within reach. His confidence becomes the spark for the counterattack. Aaliyah pants, but her eyes blaze with fighting resolve. She shouts, reminding her teammates not to leave their positions even a single step, because in this battle formation is the key to survival. Lucian looks at Yuria, younger sister, with a grave expression. She knows that even the smallest mistake could lead to a tragic outcome for everyone. This is no longer a stroll, it's a real fight for life and death. Lucian's gaze sharpens as she focuses intensely, preparing for the next move. It seems she senses the dark power gathering from the enemy's side. Yuria, younger sister, smiles, a smile of freedom. It's the first time they've truly fought together without restraint, and she's ready to unleash her full power to protect everyone. Suddenly, Dowd shouts a warning. A deadly purple energy laser is racing toward them. Its speed tears the air as if it's being ripped apart. Unflinching, Dowd begins orchestrating a devastating combo. He orders Lucian to prepare prayer number 37 and tells Aaliyah to get ready for a breakthrough leap into the enemy's ranks. The three women coordinate smoothly under Dowd's direction. Yuria, younger sister, charges forward leading with her blazing sword, ready to cut down any obstacle before her at his command. The monster Valkassus opens its mouth full of sharp teeth, gathering an immense dark energy. A wide area attack is about to be unleashed, threatening to swallow anyone in its way. Facing the incoming laser, Lucian maintains the haughty demeanor of a saint. She scoffs at the enemy's doubt and trusts Dowd Campbell's plan absolutely. Boom, the energies collide violently, producing an explosion of blazing purple light. The entire clock tower square trembles under the monstrous impact. Yuria, younger sister, strains to hold the line. Despite the immense pressure, she stands firm, her sword and armor blocking the destructive energy. She exhales in relief as the attack is successfully stopped. But the danger isn't over. Dowd loudly announces an incoming tentacle assault. He carefully instructs Yuria how to dodge and counter, turning their combat movements into a deadly dance. Summoning all her strength, Yuria, younger sister, swings a sweeping slash, repelling the enemy's attacks. The force of her blade makes the air itself tremble. Though exhausted, Yuria insists she's fine. Her resilience is the strongest bulwark for the group right now. At that moment, Dowd orders the team to fall back to prepare for a new counterstrike. The sudden change of tempo starts to confuse the monster. Aaliyah, trusting Dowd absolutely, charges straight at the creature even though he'd warned that a single scratch could be fatal. She'd rather risk her life than miss the chance to strike. Lucian quickly casts a support spell. Under Dowd's directive, she pours all her mana into buffing Aaliyah's attack, creating a radiant aura around the orange-haired girl. Empowered by the saint's strength, Aaliyah launches like an arrow. She knows the monster is recharging its laser, and this is the golden moment to finish it. Across the shattered courtyard, Aaliyah aims straight for the heart of the dark entity. She's ready to unleash her most powerful technique with her teammates' support. Rapid slashes, a flurry of blazing consecutive strikes rips through Valkassus's defenses. Aaliyah executes the attack at terrifying speed, giving the enemy no chance to retaliate. Valkassus begins to tremble as it realizes it's been completely read. The monster cannot fathom how this ragtag group can coordinate so flawlessly that every chance to retaliate is stripped away. Skepticism shows on Yuria's younger sister face. She knows Lucian is powerful, but the way the team fights in such tight harmony, like they've trained together for years under Dowd's direction, is astonishing. The team's coordination is so perfect it's unbelievable. Under Dowd's command, every movement and every strike meshes seamlessly, leaving no gap for the enemy to exploit. Lucian, cigarette cocked arrogantly at her lips, is likewise amazed by this synchronization. She quickly urges Yuria, younger sister, to keep up the pressure and drive the monster into a corner. Dowd observes the situation with the keen eye of a seasoned tactician. He silently praises the team's effort as everything unfolds exactly according to the script he'd laid out. Sensing the moment is ripe, Dowd decides to ramp up the tempo. He tells Aaliyah to prepare a major strike to summon the power of a true guardian. Burst stream, a colossal torrent of fire erupts, tearing through the darkness and hurtling toward the entity Valkassus with unstoppable destructive force. Amid the choking smoke and flames, the creature's maniacal laughter still rings out. It refuses to yield, struggling to rise amid the rubble of the square. At this point, Aaliyah has complete faith in Dowd. She realizes his instructions aren't empty words but the real key to defeating an overwhelmingly powerful foe. Dowd allows himself a knowing smile. This battle has proven that his metagame knowledge can make the impossible possible. We will win, he thinks to himself. Dowd's confidence makes Valkassus begin to panic. It screams in despair, daring the group to try and kill it if they can, even as it steadily loses control. The sky above the clock tower suddenly lights up with a gigantic purple magic circle. Raw arcane power churns, shaking the very space around the battlefield. Cracks like shattered mirrors begin to appear in the fabric of space. The impact of this confrontation is pushing beyond what this world can endure. Xena, the girl with the distinctive monocle, appears abruptly and announces that 10 precious minutes have passed. The situation becomes more urgent than ever. She warns Dowd Campbell that human power has its limits. The countdown has begun and they no longer have 3 minutes, they have only 2 minutes left to finish this. The pressure of time bears down on everyone. Within less than 2 minutes, they must deliver a decisive blow to determine the outcome against this cunning dark entity. Lucian and Yuria, younger sister, continue to display top-tier coordinated skill. Magical beams and Yuria's sword slashes weave together into a dense web of attacks, encircling the enemy. Dowd shouts for the team not to worry, even if the monster changes its attack pattern. Every variable has already been calculated by him. He urges Aaliyah to stay close and prepare for a final finishing strike. Aaliyah gathers momentum, soaring into the air with her blazing sword ready to come down. Valkassus, smug, assumes Aaliyah's attack is too predictable. It prepares a counter but suddenly falters when it realizes it's fallen into Dowd's trap. Aaliyah, flip and dodge now. Dowd's shout rings out just as a wave of dark tentacles lunges forward. Aaliyah performs an elegant somersault, narrowly escaping harm. Seizing the moment, Dowd tells Lucian to buff attack power to the max for the next coordinated strike. This is the time to play their trump card. Counter, Yuria, younger sister, bellows as she launches a lightning-fast counterattack. Chains of magic coil around her body with a shriek, ready to lock onto the target. A brutally powerful direct impact slams into Valkassus's face. The dark entity groans in agony as its defenses are torn apart by the force of holy power. Thick iron chains begin to tighten around the monster's limbs, pinning it in place. There is no retreat, no escape for Valkassus. Lucian steps forward with the bearing of a superior, her crimson eyes reflecting the holy flames surging around the magical chains that bind the enemy. She repeats her vow to protect Dowd at all costs and prepares to unleash her ultimate display of power. Exhaling a haughty plume of smoke, Lucian coldly declares, "It is time to repent, Valkassus." In the terrifying silence before the storm, the saint begins to gather her magic for the supreme punishment, ready to turn the entire clock tower into the judgment hall for this insidious dark entity. A pure shaft of holy light erupted, engulfing the entire clock tower as Lucian unleashed his ultimate power. Proof of faith, the demonstration of faith, was the final punishment that struck the being Valkassus. Bound by chains, Valkassus let out a pained roar. Golden and dark energies erupted from his body at once. A massive wave of energy spread out, blasting both the Saintess and Lucian away. Valkassus's power had completely spiraled out of control. Witnessing the scene, Lucian clenched her teeth in worry. She couldn't understand how Valkassus could still endure after receiving a fatal blow. Inside his madness, Valkassus screamed in his mind. He told himself he couldn't die like this alone, otherwise the kingdom couldn't be saved. Lucian immediately assumed a fighting stance, whipping her chain, determined to find a way to subdue the monster before her. Dark power poured unceasingly from Valkassus, drowning everything around in frenzied howls. At that moment, Ilya exhaled, her eyes flashing with resolve. She braced herself, realizing this was the only chance to end the battle. Ilya analyzed the situation. If a mortal wound to the heart couldn't stop him, the only option left was to cut off his head. But just as Ilya was about to charge, a voice stopped her. Dowd appeared unexpectedly, ordering her to stand down. He looked at her and gently said she had done well. He commanded Ilya to take everyone out of the clock tower and let him finish the fight. Ilya couldn't believe her ears. She shouted, asking if Dowd was insane. Given how strong the opponent was, why would he want to face him alone? A calm voice rang out, asserting he was not crazy and that he knew how strong the enemy was. But if Ilya didn't withdraw, everyone would be drawn into the battle. The Saintess and Lucian watched from afar, both silent in the tense situation. Ilya froze. Dowd said she had followed the plan very well, and from here on it was his part. Suddenly another voice called out from the sea of flames, urging Ilya to trust. A man with long orange hair stood there, his silhouette exuding confidence. Ilya stood still, turning her back to the battle, as if wrestling with her inner turmoil. Finally, she turned back, eyes blazing. She declared that as a hero candidate she couldn't let the trainees die, she would stay and fight. Her face shone with unshakable determination. The long-haired orange man smiled and asked enigmatically, "Who said anyone will die?" Dowd also turned to look at her, smiling confidently. He promised that though it looked impossible, he would definitely win in return. His promise brought Ilya to tears. Tears began to roll down her cheeks. Dowd turned his back and strode steadily toward the kneeling Valkassus. He declared that death was not part of his plan. Dowd's silhouette advanced firmly, facing the mighty enemy alone. Ilya could only stand silently, calling his name softly. Now she could only put all her trust in Dowd. Lucian turned to Ilya, urging her to come down. She said the stairs were too slow and told Ilya to take her hand. After a moment's hesitation, Ilya tightened her sword hilt and agreed. She turned to the Saintess, asking her to come along. Lucian and the Saintess took Ilya's hand, and the three jumped down from the tower's peak, placing their complete trust in Dowd. Dowd explained his plan. The condition to break Valkassus's chains was to win a fair one-on-one duel. And in this situation, the only person who could have a fair match with Valkassus was Dowd Campbell, the weakest with all his stats ranked F. To execute the plan, Dowd activated Soul Linker. The system announced that the number of demon seals on him had increased by 1. Before starting, Dowd turned to ask the spirit of Sir Caliban a question. He said that since Caliban had experience, he wanted to ask one thing. Dowd asked a strange question, does dying hurt? The spirit of Sir Caliban stood silently behind him. Caliban, with a sorrowful expression, slowly replied that, of course it hurts. Hearing such a bluntly obvious answer, Dowd muttered that he would never ask Caliban for advice again. Ignoring it, he raised the pendant and activated the skill Sacred Soul. Dowd knelt, pointed the pendant at Valkassus, and began the process of entering his mind. Instantly, Dowd's consciousness was pulled into an ink-black space. Violet streams of energy began to whirl around, signaling a perilous intrusion. Dowd braced himself. Valkassus's soul energy fought back fiercely, causing him immense pain. He gritted his teeth, struggling through skin-tearing pain to delve deeper into the other's memories. Finally, he saw a faint light. A small figure in an orange cloak sat in the dark space that was Valkassus's true self. Dowd gritted his teeth, his body trembling under the tremendous pressure of maintaining the soul link. But he persisted, reaching out with determination to touch the shattered soul. The back view of young Valkassus appeared, a solitary figure amid a desolate landscape. The scene around Dowd shifted. He had successfully entered Valkassus's memory, a once glorious kingdom now engulfed in flame. Young Valkassus's eyes shone with profound sorrow. This was the tragedy that ruined his life. A prosperous city burned to ashes in an instant. Young Valkassus silently looked ahead, where another boy in an orange cloak sat alone, another fragment of his memory. Suddenly, Dowd appeared right behind him. The young Valkassus turned, shocked to see an intruder so deep within. He asked if Dowd knew he might be trapped in this memory forever. Dowd merely countered with a question. In a one-on-one fight, is losing all you can think of? Dowd smiled. He hadn't come to defeat Valkassus. He came to save both the boy and his kingdom. Valkassus closed his eyes, and for the first time a peaceful smile appeared. He realized that despite the dangers, Dowd was not someone who would simply look away and leave. Valkassus admitted, you have won. He bowed to Dowd and offered a heartfelt thanks. The battle ended not by force but by understanding. A dazzling light tore through the space, creating cracks like shattered glass. Then the barrier completely collapsed. A voice rang out, unable to believe what was happening. It was the one-eyed girl with glasses. She gasped, wondering if Dowd had really succeeded. The barrier vanished, and its last fragments dissolved away. Brilliant light engulfed the clock tower, signaling that something had ended. The purple energy orbs also dissipated into the sky. Shortly after, a series of system notifications appeared. Main quest completed. Dowd received points, a demon essence, a hero shard, and unlocked interaction with the tribunal hall. Dowd slowly opened his eyes, still dazed after the battle. But as he came to, he realized he was looking straight at Elnor. It turned out he had been resting his head on her lap. Realizing the situation, Dowd called her name, a little embarrassed. Elnor asked if he had arrived right after killing all the monsters. Dowd hesitated and confirmed, then anxiously asked if she was angry for leaving her with that ridiculous guy. She admitted she was angry, but not for that reason. Dowd was surprised, not understanding what else he had done wrong. Elnor's tone grew cold as she recounted meeting the hero candidate and the saintess outside the tower. She sarcastically said their roles should have been reversed. Dowd should have taken her to such an important battle. Dowd could only sigh, unsure what she imagined the student council president to be. Noticing Elnor's attitude, Dowd probed, asking if she was jealous or if it was just wounded pride. Dowd teasingly teased, bluntly asking if the president was jealous. Elnor immediately glared at him and snapped, "Want to die," causing Dowd to hurriedly apologize. In that moment, Dowd suddenly realized something. He looked at the pendant around his neck. He muttered that all the curses binding those bodies had been lifted. The young King Valkassus was finally free, and those people were probably at peace now. In his mind, he remembered the pleas of the children's spirits, begging him to stay and help them avenge those who had harmed them. Lost in thought, Dowd didn't notice Elnor's gaze on him. He blinked and asked why she was looking at him like that. Elnor simply smiled and replied plainly, "Because I wanted to." Dowd sat up and asked Elnor about her next plans. She was surprised and asked what he was talking about. He explained that word of him single-handedly defeating Flash Terror would surely spread. That also meant the level of assassins targeting him would keep rising. However, Elnor seemed unconcerned about that danger. She waved it off and repeated his earlier remark about making up the missed dinner. Meanwhile, at the academy, explosive news was spreading. A blonde student shouted loudly, announcing to everyone that the principal had decided to give an early holiday because of the clock tower incident. The whole campus immediately erupted in cheers. Students buzzed, some not even understanding why they were let off, just knowing someone had sliced a building in half and repairs were needed. On a balcony, two sisters were enjoying the peaceful air. The older sister lit a cigarette, saying they could stay at the academy for the time being. She exhaled a cloud of smoke and muttered that this was an official announcement from the Holy Nation. She wondered whether Dowd had truly discovered their weakness. The black-haired girl, Yuria, replied that it was very possible, since Dowd was a very calculating person. Yuria smiled, saying that in any case she was glad as long as the two of them could be together. But the older sister remained worried, reminding her that the Holy Nation would not give up, and the homunculus plan was not over. Yuria insisted that even so they would not run anymore. Now both were much freer than before. The older sister smiled, agreeing that the Holy Nation would no longer dare underestimate them. She joked that in moments like this she didn't know who was the elder sister. Yuria cheerfully replied that after all they were twin sisters, even if she was born 2 minutes earlier. Suddenly a voice cut into their conversation, telling them to be quiet. A red-haired elf student with thick glasses appeared, complaining that they were disturbing her reading and asking the older sister to stub out her cigarette. Scene changed to another room, where a family photo sat neatly on a table. In the room, Ilya lay on the bed and asked her friend Trisha whether she truly deserved to be a hero candidate. Trisha was surprised, asserting that it was obvious. She reminded Ilya that she had handled the clock tower incident well and asked if she was feeling pressured by everyone's eyes on her. Or was it the pressure of the title hero itself? Ilya whispered, wondering if she truly wanted to become a hero that badly. Trisha worriedly said that if there was any trouble, Ilya could share it with her, because she missed family and didn't want to be trapped in vengeance. But Ilya thought differently. She wondered if she was blindly chasing the traces of her family until she found someone to fill the void they left. Trisha sensed something off about her friend and anxiously called Ilya's name. She asked if Ilya was unwell, but Ilya hastily denied it. The scene returned to Dowd, who was talking with the principal. She warned him to brace himself because from now on, cultists would continuously target him and he must not let his guard down. Dowd replied wearily that he was used to it, but he added that a person can't be tense all the time, implying he needed rest. The principal smiled, saying that's why she suggested a break, also to repair the buildings after the incident. She thought Dowd should rest a bit. Dowd agreed. He admitted it was time to rest and recharge since he had just finished Chapter 2 of the game. He also needed time to think about the Enlightener. A worrying thought surfaced. Could the leader of the cultists actually be a woman? He tried to dismiss it since it didn't match his memories. While Dowd was still lost in thought, the principal suddenly spoke, "Let's go together." Dowd was startled, completely unsure what she meant. She calmly repeated that they should go to his hometown together. She added that she had informed the hero candidate, Lilia, and even the student council president Elnor. Hearing this, Dowd was completely crushed. He screamed in his head, unable to believe he had to return to his hometown with both Ilya and Elnor. The excuse he often used, "the world will be destroyed if I don't go," now seemed ridiculous.